Chapter 1 Nuclear Power System. Konoha, 3rd Hokage Office. At this moment, the atmosphere was slightly depressed, and several ninja corpses were lying on the ground, all ulcerated, and their deaths were miserable. Give me an explanation. Both 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo looked at a teenager. The boy is about 15 or 6 years old, with black hair and dark eyes, with fragmentary bangs drooping in front of his forehead. He is called Uchiha Linshan, a member of the Uchiha clan. Explanation? What do you want to explain? I need to explain to you. Linshan asked in a faint voice, with a trace of boredom in his pupils. Presumptuous. Danzo stood up instantly and stared at Linshan. Boy, who is your old man? You dare to talk to me with this attitude? Linshan took a weird look at Danzo when he heard the words. Could this old man get a needle pierced by a needle? Why did he get up so fast? Almost jumped up. I didn't kill these people. How can I explain it to you? Looking at the corpse underground, Linshan spread his hands. Don't frame Zhongliang. The Uchiha clan can be considered Zhongliang. Danzo sneered. These dead ninjas all have one characteristic in common. Most of them are in contact with you. So, what does this prove? Linshan spread his hands. I'm a little known guy, how could I kill 5 or 6 jonin at once? Look at me too high, old man. Presumptuous. Danzo was furious. What's the situation with this kid? Even the patriarch of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Fugaku, when he saw him, he respectfully called Master Danzo. This kid, where's the courage? Yes, it must be instructed by the Uchiha family. Thinking of this, the corners of Danzo's lips turned into a cold arc. You may not have that ability, but the Uchiha family behind you can still. Danzo, you're in a flop. 3rd Hokage, where the old god was there, suddenly opened his eyes. Don't look at this old man's wrinkled face, but his eyes are extraordinarily bright and deep, giving people a feeling of being young with a sword. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, then gave Linshan a vicious look. Linshan didn't say a word at all. He also knew that there was nothing wrong with 3rd Hokage's words. Right now, during the 3rd Ninja World War, if a high-level clan had a conflict with the Uchiha clan, internal and external troubles would not be far away from extinction. You go back, Linshan, I am looking for you if there is a problem. 3rd Hokage gave a gentle smile. Farewell. Linshan left unrestrainedly. Danzo watched Linshan's figure, his eyes getting more and more gloomy, until the door slammed shut. He yelled uncomfortably, Sarutobi, have you seen it? The Uchiha clan is getting more and more arrogant under your connivance. NS. 3rd Hokage lowered his head and said nothing. It seems so. Danzo's roar like a lion, Linshan also heard it, his eyes flashed, but with my current strength, what about nobody? Linshan smiled weirdly, the cause of death of those ninjas is indeed inextricably linked to him. Rushing back to the Uchiha family residence, Linshan immediately went home to rest. The doors and windows were closed tightly, for fear of someone breaking in. In the murky room, Linshan didn't turn on the light. He sat cross-legged on the tatami, with his eyes closed, as if sitting in meditation. System, did the ninjas just die because of nuclear radiation? Linshan communicated with his heart. Yes. The system's response is simple. Host's nuclear-powered Mangekyo Sharingan has strong radiation, and through eye contact, radiation can be transmitted to other people. If this secret is spread, let alone Danzo, even the Uchiha clan will have to dissect me. Linshan sighed. The meaning of the system is very simple. Even if you don't use any tricks, turn on Sharingan and look at someone for a period of time, that person will almost be destroyed. A year ago, Linshan acquired a nuclear power system. The role is also very simple. You can transform the body into a nuclear power drive. For example, nuclear power physical strength. Nuclear power chakra. The spirit of nuclear power and so on. Anyway, it's messy, everything is there. When he got the system for the first time, Lin Shan got a novice spree, and he opened a pair of nuclear-powered Mangekyo Sharingan. The nuclear-powered Mangekyo is exceptionally heaven-defying. Not only does it have no side effects, it will not be blind. As long as chakra is sufficient, Lin Shan can continue to use any pupil surgery unscrupulously. For example, as long as chakra is enough, you can launch Susanoo for a year without worrying about being blind. By the way, his nuclear power Sharingan is exactly the same as Uchiha Itake's eyes. It also has Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, and even Susanoo is the same form. The nuclear-powered Mangekyo Sharingan is there. It is necessary to build a nuclear-powered chakra. This combination is invincible. Lin Shan has a look of greed. According to the description of the system, the nuclear-powered chakra is huge. Senju Hashirama and Nine Tails are all weak. Only the legendary Ten Tails can be compared. Of course, if you want to obtain nuclear power chakra, it is as difficult as reaching the sky, and you need to complete various tasks of the system. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. The gate outside the courtyard was kicked open directly. A voice full of malicious intent followed. Uchiha Lin Shan, you guy who eats inside and out, get out of me. In the small courtyard, several members of the Uchiha family appeared. For a long time, the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha has been relatively tense. Although there has not been a conflict on the bright side, it is actually a match. The Konoha executive summoned Lin Shan, which made the Uchiha family feel a bit of crisis. Wouldn't you want to send an undercover to the family? Chapter 2 Keep Laozi away. Although the two sides have not yet torn their faces, there have been many open and secret fights, and they both want to monitor each other. Creak. Pushing open the sliding door, Lin Shan looked at the sawdust all over the floor. The door of his home had been demolished. A group of uncultivated chopsticks, the family members are all dead, no one taught you to knock on the door, right? Lin Shan's eyes were dotted with chill, and he was also a little dazed. Previously in the Uchiha clan, he was a little-known character. Bold. The Uchiha family ninja headed in a rage, come with us, the family wants to interrogate you. Interrogate me? Lin Shan blinked, why? Knowingly asking, you may have taken refuge in Konoha's senior management. The leading ninja said coldly, did the Hokage faction give you a secret mission, such as letting you monitor the family, and even betray us when necessary? These idiots. Lin Shan cursed inwardly, his eyes swept away from several people and saw a familiar Chikuchiha Shisui. A bunch of idiots. Shisui, the undercover agent, is by your side. You can't see it like you are blind. Instead, they came to me. Lin Shan laughed angrily, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. He also wanted to ask the system, what mission can get nuclear power chakra? Huh. 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 A few people surrounded in an instant, each of them said with unkind expressions, as a Uchiha person, you should follow us obediently, otherwise. Otherwise what? Lin Shan's eyes were in a line, with cold light shining in them. Huh, you will be kicked out of the Uchiha family. The man warned. It's hard to be a human being, it's even harder to be a member of the Uchiha family. Lin Shan was also drunk, and Konoha's executives were still making trouble for him. Uchiha, the so-called ethnic group, thought he was Konoha's undercover agent. Whatever you want to expel. Lin Shan said softly. Then you will leave the Uchiha family immediately, and your parents will be erased from the Uchiha family tree, and even your parents' cemetery, will also move out of the family cemetery. The man said arrogantly. Lin Shan's fist was instantly squeezed, don't be overwhelmed. After speaking, he smashed his fist directly. Beheaded man crossed his arms into X defense. Bang! Lin Shan was so powerful that he blasted the man with a punch. Why is this guy so strong? The other members of the Uchiha clan were surprised at first, and then one after another took out Konoha. Don't be impulsive. Uchiha Shisui stepped up and explained, Lin Shan, the patriarch is just asking you to go over and reminisce about the past. Reminiscence. Lin Shan sneered and looked at the door that was kicked to pieces. That's how you invite people to reminisce about the past. To put it bluntly, I suspect that I am the undercover agent of the high level infiltrating the family. You can doubt as much as you like, and don't give it away. Lin Shan said blankly. Shisui heard the words, his eyes were very gloomy, and said, the patriarch asked us to invite you over. If you don't go, it doesn't seem appropriate, right? Since it's a request, let's talk with sincerity. Lin Shan swaggered back to the room. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn his head to look at these guys. For the sake of the same family, this time I won't be the same as you, next time. I promise you all carry it out. Boom. Lin Shan yanked the door firmly, and the Uchiha family members outside were all dumbfounded. How dare this kid be so crazy? Huh, there must be high-level Konoha backing behind. But he seems to be very strong. Strong shit, just now, I was careless. Several Uchiha family ninjas whispered, and then left helplessly. In the face of the strong Lin Shan, they are really a bit of a rat in the mouse. That Lin Shan is really so arrogant. In Uchiha Fugaku's home, after hearing Shisui's report, Fugaku, the patriarch, looked rather embarrassed. He is also the leader of the clan anyway, but the clansmen didn't give him face, and he spread it out. Isn't it a joke? Master Patriarch, otherwise. The ninja who was beaten by Lin Shan earlier made a wipe of his neck. No. Fugaku shook his head and said in a deep voice, if Lin Shan is really a high-level spy and kill him, he will definitely anger them, and maybe something will happen. What if it's not? The man asked again. Hearing that, Fugaku is hesitant. Lin Shan is so unscrupulous, he is also quite puzzled. Where does this kid have the confidence to challenge his patriarch? Shisui, this matter is left to you, please check it out for me. Uchiha Fugaku decided. The way to obtain nuclear power chakra requires collecting 5 tail beasts. Nuclear power system explained. 5-tailed beasts. Lin Shan's pupils shrank a little, and there were 5 tail beasts. But for me, who owns the nuclear-powered Mangekyo Sharingan, it's too easy to get the tail beast. Lin Shan didn't care at all. If chakra was enough, his pupil power would be infinite. Do you know what is called the nuclear-powered version of infinite Tsukuyomi? Controlling the tail beast or something is not just a matter of grasping it. The village is currently at war with Tsunagakuer. It seems that Jinchuriki has already been put on the battlefield. Let's use it first. With a plan in mind, Lin Shan went to bed happily. As for the Uchiha clan and Konoha's high-level affairs, as long as they are strong enough, everyone has to regress. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Assassinate. Too arrogant, Konoha absolutely does not allow such arrogant people to exist, especially a stinky kid from the Uchiha family. After returning to the base camp of Root, Danzo was very furious. For a long time, the Uchiha family, in front of him, has been singular, but today he jumped out of a sting, and he was very dissatisfied with it. Uchiha Fugaku must have instructed it. How can he be such a courage as a kid? Danzo yelled. Hiss hiss hiss. Master Danzo, you are getting older, don't get angry casually, your blood pressure tends to rise. As if Lion Majesty's voice came, Danzo glanced over. He was a man with a pale face. Orochimaru, are you here to see the old man's joke? Danzo asked badly. How come, we are allies. Orochimaru gave a friendly smile, even though it looked sinister. Let's talk, what's the matter? Danzo asked impatiently. That kid is strange. Orochimaru said suddenly. The kid? Uchiha Linshan, a self-righteous puppet. Danzo said fiercely, I have decided, and I will send someone to kill him immediately. Real or fake? Orochimaru's pupils fluttered, quite surprised. The Uchiha clan, it must be beaten. Danzo preached coldly. Orochimaru didn't say a word. This crazy old skull was full of disgust towards the Uchiha clan. As for the assassination of Linshan, he is not surprised at all. As long as the opportunity comes, it is not impossible to assassinate Hokage. We will send out a small group of root ninjas so that the fellow A can also participate in the battle. I want to see how effective his combat is. Danzo's eyes shone brightly. The so-called A is actually Yamato. He is actually Orochimaru's experimental subject. He was implanted with Senju Hashirama cells since he was a child. All the experimental subjects died during the same period. Only Yamato survived and successfully obtained wood style. I always think that kid has a big secret in him, and the death of that group of ninjas should be inseparable from him. Orochimaru muttered to himself, and then as if he had made some decision, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. In the middle of the night, the moonlight is like a disk, and the cold wind whizzes by, especially cold and biting. Haha. A small group of ninjas are like ghosts, silently jumping from the roof and heading straight to the Uchiha family residence. Linshan was still sleeping soundly, and didn't even realize that the danger was coming. The main reason is that he feels that Konoha is still in a period of war, and it is impossible for Konoha to cause civil strife. If the gains outweigh the losses, it will only make the enemy cheaper. But, he underestimated Danzo's dislike of him. That's it, come on. Gen's ninjas stayed in front of a house. Several people looked at each other, and one of them sneaked in. Since it was an assassination, it was not suitable for making too much movement. To let Linshan die unconsciously is the greatest shock to the Uchiha family. Oh! A screaming scream came from the bedroom. It's done, you can retreat. A few rooted ninjas glanced at each other and turned around to retreat. Boom! A corpse smashed into the wall and flew out directly. His neck has been sprained. Our people, dead. The root organization ninja who was planning to leave was taken aback. Damn, was he who screamed just now? A bunch of chopsticks, so courageous. Linshan in pajamas came out, killing intently. He was angry, really angry. Looking for trouble one after another, are you really a bully? What kind of eyes are that? The ninjas of the root organization looked at the golden three-tomo Sharingan and were taken aback. The color of pure gold is particularly eye-catching in the middle of the night, just like casting gold. Sharingan from the Uchiha family, isn't it red? This kid has a genetic mutation. They were stunned collectively and saw such a weird Sharingan for the first time. Students, this is an enhanced version of the nuclear-powered Sharingan, and you will feel better next time. Linshan's murderous aura raged like a flood. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his head had already been cut off, so there is nothing to be merciful to treat this group of people. He directly exposed the nuclear power Sharingan. Eyes hurt so much, don't look at his eyes. The body is so hot. The members of Root panicked, and they felt severe discomfort just after being glanced. That weird Sharingan is like a natural enemy of creatures. The most unbelievable thing is that their bodies seem to rot, and they are slowly cracking apart. Linshan laughed and said nothing. After opening Sharingan, his eyes would burst out with terrifying radiation. To put it bluntly, he looked at a few people silently, and it won't take long for these guys to suffer severe damage due to nuclear radiation. Kill him, kill him. Someone couldn't hold it anymore, and killed them like crazy. Linshan quickly formed a seal and spit out a fireball, fire-style great fireball technique. The huge fireball hit the person directly. Boom. After a loud noise, the fireball exploded and the man was swallowed. The whole body caught fire, and after struggling a few times, he died. Let's do it together. The remaining 5 people glanced at each other and formed their midra. Fire-style storm dance. Fire-style flurry dancing. Wind-style wind blade. Earth-style Toryu fist. Several powerful ninjutsu attack together, destroying the dead. Linshan puts his hands in kabuto, his body does not move, but his eyes have been upgraded. 3 Tomo Sharingan also evolved into a golden windmill. Susanoo. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Nuclear Power Mangekyo's terrible, unlimited output. Linshan's whole body is full of golden substance chakra. He was not polite, and immediately summoned the mature Susanoo. Holding the Yata mirror, the other hand holds the Tenfist sword high. Bang bang bang. Yata mirror easily blocked all the incoming attacks, and the flames dispersed. What is this? So big. This must be Sharingan's secret technique. The root ninja was dumbfounded, they had never seen such a burly giant chakra. Just as they lost their senses, Susanoo threw an orange dart. The shape is similar to 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Guyu of Yasaka. Click. Click. The ninjas of the root organization had a miserable death, all of them were crushed by the waste. Wait for me, Danzo, this matter will not be forgotten. After killing the enemy, Linshan removed Susanoo and looked at the direction of the root base with awe-inspiring killing intent. If you want to survive in Konoha, you can only rely on formidable strength. If Linshan really irritated Linshan, he would have turned upside down and left Konoha from then on. Click. Click. The earth's surface suddenly cracked, and the wood like a tree demon bound Linshan's legs. At the same time, a figure wearing a mask walked out of the dark. Not very tall, probably still a child. This is wood style. Linshan was slightly startled, and immediately asked directly, "You are Yamato, is it wrong to call you that? Right now your code name should be A." A didn't respond, except for a wave of fluctuations in his pupils. It seemed surprised that Linshan recognized himself. Nicely done, kid. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind, and Linshan also suddenly changed his face. Anyone else? Crunch. Orochimaru's pair of sharp fangs bit on the fiery red barrier. The bite force was so strong that 2 pointed tooth marks appeared directly. As expected of Mangekyo Sharingan. The elongated neck retracted, and Orochimaru also walked out quietly. I really can count on me. Not only the wood style users are here, but the legendary Sunin Orochimaru adults are here. Linshan stared at Orochimaru badly. It was dangerous just now, but fortunately Susanoo caught up. But looking at the tooth print on it, Linshan was still very surprised. Master Orochimaru? I'm too exalted. You who own Mangekyo Sharingan are absolutely qualified to be on par with us. Orochimaru spit out a disgusting tongue, I think your kid is weird. No wonder, it's the Mangekyo Sharingan from the rumors. His eyes are full of greed. As expected of a snake, my intuition is too keen. Linshan praised with a thumbs up, Amaterasu. Boom boom boom. Orochimaru's body immediately ignited black flames, burning smell, and intense pain swept through his body. Damn it's brat, if you turn your face, you turn your face. Orochimaru cursed in his heart, and hurriedly shouted, body replacement technique. A layer of snake skin suddenly appeared on the surface of the skin, preventing the burning of black inflammation, and Orochimaru took the opportunity to escape from the fire. It's so risky, I almost got Amaterasu. Before getting over, Orochimaru felt a pain in front of him again, and a large group of flames had already burned on his chest. I know very well about Sharingan from the Uchiha family. If you use my pupils indiscriminately like you, sooner or later you will lose. Orochimaru uttered a series of screams, and hurriedly performed ninjutsu again, body replacement technique. The body shed its skin again, and Orochimaru barely escaped. However, the pitfall is that, just after getting out of trouble, there is no time to breathe in the fresh air, and the hot pain is coming again. Amaterasu. This time, the black flame spread from Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru's brain was blank, and he couldn't even care about the pain at this moment, and he was annoyed. His mood can only be described in these few words: what kind of muddy horse Kobo, infinite. It is said that Mangekyo's pupil technique will be backlashed every time it is released. The more the number of releases, the more serious the loss. Why, this guy has nothing to do. Even. Lin Shan took out a cigarette and stared. Amaterasu. The cigarette butt was ignited by the black fire suddenly, and Lin Shan took a puff of comfort. 2 hours of Tsukuyomi, 1 hour of Amaterasu, half an hour of Susanoo. Do you choose one? Yes, with Lin Shan's current chakra, it can only last so long. Stop it! At this moment, the thunderous bursts resounded. Lin Shan followed the source of the sound, and it was Uchiha Fugaku and others. He showed up with the strongest of the Uchiha family. After looking at Orochimaru, she frowned slightly, and found Lin Shan's golden Sharingan, and wiped her eyes even more. Damn, am I dreaming? Golden Sharingan? There is also that shape, which is not a normal Guya Sharingan at first glance. Mangekyo Sharingan? What happened? Despite the shock in his heart, Uchiha Fugaku displayed the majesty that a patriarch should have. Master Orochimaru, please explain why you appeared in the Uchiha family. Orochimaru did not say a word, but continued to shed his skin while isolating Amaterasu on his hands. Gen came to assassinate me. Orochimaru also participated. It's that simple. Lin Shan said straightforwardly. Orochimaru didn't make any sophistry. There were all human and physical evidence, and there were still many corpses. It was useless to talk about it. You should ask Master Danzo about this. Orochimaru was not stupid either, and kicked the ball directly to Danzo. Huh. 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 At the same time, a large number of Umbu ninjas also arrived, and other clan patriarchs came to hear the wind. Hyaga Hayashi and others are here. The dark-faced Danzo also came. He swept through the crowd, looking at Third Hokage's gloomy cheeks, and suddenly had a bad feeling. This time, the ship capsized in the gutter. Asterisk. Chapter 5. The old thief Danzo will not get rid of. How do I pass on the will of fire? Danzo, say a reason. Third Hokage stared at Danzo like a man. Guru. Danzo felt frustrated. He knew that third generation was offended. Third generation has said before, don't engage in infighting at this stage. After all, it's still in a war period. There are powerful enemies outside, and there is still internal strife at this time, and there is a dead end. However, Danzo happened to do so, against the wind. Say, why don't you say it? Isn't it something you can usually say? Third Hokage exploded. As usual, Danzo would be guilty of violating the yang and the yin, but Jian's warning, Wan Beg, would he still dare to ignore it? Really take him this Hokage wrong Hokage? Old man. I'm going to kill you. Without waiting for the others to speak, Lin Shan stared at Danzo bloodthirsty. Although the reason was first, Danzo was despised and called into battle by a kid, and Danzo was still very angry. Boy, you think you are a Amaterasu? Boom boom boom. There was no time to react, and the black flames burned directly on Danzo's arm. In the blink of an eye, the entire arm was swallowed. Wow! Danzo wailed. He fell to the ground, tossing and rolling. Quickly use water style. A large swath of water swallowed Danzo, but the black fire couldn't be extinguished. Pouch! Unable to bear the pain of burning flames, Danzo gritted his teeth and cut off his arm resolutely. That's Master Danzo. Konoha's heart set off a stormy sea. Is Lin Shan so fierce? He abolished Danzo's hand when he came up. This combat power is too enchanting, right? You can't go wrong. This powerful pupil power is definitely Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the black flames, Uchiha Fugaku must be Mangekyo Sharingan. His heart is quite complicated. The Uchiha clan gave birth to a genius ninja, which is a good thing to celebrate, but thinking of the previous conflict, it suddenly hurts. Stop it to me. From now on, if anyone dares to continue to make a move, the old man will order Umbu to suppress it. With an order from 3rd Hokage, a large number of Umbu ninjas rushed out like tigers. One part stood behind Danzo, and one part stared at Lin Shan. There is also a part. It's about the hammer of the Uchiha family. Looking at the fierce Umbu ninja in front of him, Fugaku twitched vigorously. Grandma's legs are completely personal grievances between Lin Shan and Danzo. Sarutobi, are you sheltering the rebel Uchiha Lin Shan? Danzo asked with a twisted face. In his opinion, 3rd generation did not help him, but sheltered Lin Shan. After figuring out the reason, the old man will naturally deal with it accordingly. 3rd generation stared at Lin Shan, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said with emotion, the next generation is terrible. Danzo's face went dark. Is it compliment I want to hear? Master Hokage is absurdly praised. Lin Shan also responded with a smile, showing a little more affection for the old guy. Speaking of, you seem to have said in my office before that you didn't have the ability to kill 5 or 6 jonin. Now it seems not necessarily. 3rd Hokage took a deep look at Lin Shan and asked a rather tricky one. Problem? Well, you old guy, I thought you little old man had such a little kindness. Lin Shan has a deep understanding of what it means to hide a knife in a smile. After organizing the sentence a bit, Lin Shan spoke freely and said, I really don't have the strength to kill 5 or 6 jonin. This is a fact. Taking the old man's arm in an instant, would you still dare to say that you don't have that strength? Danzo grinned furiously. That's not because you Lord Danzo is too weak. Lin Shan unceremoniously said, in your eyes, I am a little devil with no hairs. You never take me to heart. Who is it that you blame? Hearing that, Danzo did not say a word even though he was angry. He was really careless. Knowing that Lin Shan is so powerful and possesses Mangekyo Sharingan, he has struggled for a long time. Did you send these root ninjas, Danzo? 3rd Hokage asked Danzo suddenly. Avoiding 3rd Hokage's sharp gaze, he was guilty of not daring to look at each other. Even if I sent someone to assassinate him first, he can't do anything to me. I'm the veteran of Konoha. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, Sarutobi, he is unscathed, I have lost a hand. Deserve it? The rest of the families are also speechless. It's simply overbearing logic. Why don't you let people fight back if you engage in assassination? It's all about who you blame. Lin Shan continued to challenge him. Anyway, he wasn't afraid. Konoha couldn't hang on anymore, so he changed his nest. Many members of the Uchiha family, especially Uchiha Fugaku, felt bitter in their hearts. He was stubborn in front of Danzo, and didn't even dare to breathe. Look at Lin Shan again. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized that he was old and no longer had the madness of young people. Damn chop, you say it again. Danzo is furious. A little kid is in front of so many people, with a rookie on the left and a rookie on the right. Danzo doesn't need a little bit of face? Lin Shan glared at Danzo and asked directly to 3rd Hokage, Master Hokage, does the will of fire need young people like me to pass it on? Hearing this, 3rd Hokage beamed his eyebrows. Of course, the village needs an outstanding young man like you to carry the banner and move forward. Are you willing to be the bearer of the will of fire? But the old thief Danzo won't get rid of, How can I pass on the will of fire? He is going to kill a genius like me with a promising future. Can't Master Hokage just look at it? The moment this word fell, Third Hokage regretted it, but you shameless little thief, this is a hole for the old man to jump. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Danzo who festers and puss all over. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Danzo is the first to lose. The assassination of the ninjas in the village is chilling. Third Hokage thought to himself, Danzo, you are responsible for all this, and you can't blame anyone else. You won't really take me to the surgery. Looking at Third Hokage, Danzo's eyelids twitched, panicking. Danzo, you, as the veteran of Konoha, assassinated the ninja in the same village. You are inexcusable. But, I want you to devote many years of hard work to Konoha and stay for a full year. I hope you will think about it in the root base. Third Hokage reprimanded. Stopped, he has tried his best. It is impossible to catch Danzo or kill Danzo. This old man is deeply rooted in Konoha and has a great influence. He even controls the root organization in his hands. NS. Another point made third generation very helpless. Both consultants were on Danzo's side, and they disagreed with severe punishment. What do you think? Third generation looked around, and the heads of many family patriarchs nodded slightly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is already light-hearted. Replaced with other people, no matter how bad they will have to be arrested, or if it is serious, they may be put to death. You have no objection, Lin Shan. Third generation looked at Lin Shan. I'm not somebody. The verdict made by Hokage-sama is not correct. Even if we suffer, we will agree with it with both hands. Lin Shan said with two arms raised. Danzo feels bitter, and today is a shame. Wait for me. Danzo swept across the Uchiha clan with murderous eyes, and left angrily. Uchiha Fugaku is secretly entangled, why do you always get involved with Uchiha? Master Danzo, you must take care of yourself, and don't get angry with anything. Staring at Danzo's figure, Lin Shan smiled strangely. He stared at Danzo for a long time. The nuclear radiation has penetrated into the bone marrow, right? Old stuff, don't you think it's over if you break your hand? You will feel better next. Lin Shan sneered again and again. Everyone, most of the night, are all gone. Watching Danzo leave, Third Hokage also left. When they parted, everyone looked at Lin Shan if nothing happened. Teenagers of the Uchiha clan who owns Mangekyo Sharingan, they will not be able to ignore them in the future. Starting today, Lin Shan will also rise to fame in Konoha. The ghastly root organization base. Danzo is full of murderous intent, and the rooted ninja is silent. How can he dare? How can he dare? Danzo smashed a lot of things, just a kid, why dare to challenge him? Really think Mangekyo Sharingan is invincible? Don't worry, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru appeared like a ghost, and said gloomily, now that I have figured out the child's secret, isn't it better? Orochimaru, you'd better not mess up your bad ideas, Mangekyo Sharingan belongs to the old man. Danzo looked greedy. Orochimaru sneered, everyone knows that you hate the Uchiha clan very much, but for Sharingan, there is a pathological pursuit. Isn't it too ironic, Lord Danzo? Only an old man can reasonably use Sharingan, the idiots of the Uchiha clan cannot understand the true power of Sharingan. Danzo preached shamelessly. Orochimaru glanced at Danzo's broken arm and suggested, this broken arm, replace it with Senju Hashirama's cells. Right on my mind. Danzo agreed, and then grabbed his neck. When he came back, he always felt something was wrong with his body. Not to mention the head dizzy, the internal organs are also stinging inexplicably. Could I be really old? Danzo shook his head, his face blank. He and Orochimaru quickly ended the conversation and went home in silence. What kind of shit prohibition order, that is just for outsiders to see, his uncle Shimura Danzo, he didn't care about it at all. After returning to the Shimura clan, Danzo went to bathe and change clothes. How could this happen? Danzo's panicked voice resounded throughout the family residence. His body seemed to be torn apart, all crisscrossed cracks. Not only the belly and chest, but also the cracks in every corner of the body, even the soles of the feet. Danzo is stupid, is it poisoned? The whole body was rotten, and the wound was still bleeding with disgusting pus. Hey, wait, it sucks. Don't the corpses in Hokage's office look like this bird? Uchiha Lin-shan. A stern roar came from Danzo's mouth. He can be 100% sure that this injury was caused by Lin-shan. In the future, the old man will definitely break your body into pieces. Danzo's teeth were crunching. He dared not delay, and hurriedly took people to the medical department. The dizziness is getting more and more serious, and the world seen by both eyes has already appeared vaguely ghosted. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Sad Danzo. Konoha Medical Department. Even though there was a black light and the attending doctor was off work, Danzo still called the head of the medical department. What the hell is going on? It hurts the old man so much. On the operating table, Danzo wailed. Too weird. The medical secretary was watching, staring at Danzo's injury, secretly feeling incredible. Weird Harry, get treatment for the old man. Danzo is not angry, seeing this guy's expression of interest. Look at him, look at me, do you think I am a guinea pig? Danzo, always look for someone else to be a guinea pig. When did he become a guinea mouse? Orochimaru, ahem, you have been a guinea pig many times. Master Danzo, your wound has healed, said the medical minister. Real or fake? Danzo was taken aback, and when he looked up, the crack in his belly had indeed recovered, leaving a series of shocking scars. But Danzo's old face immediately appeared painful and asked, then why is the old man still burning like a flame? I don't understand this either. The medical minister said awkwardly. Waste. Danzo barely held back a slap to greet him. This damn quack can't even deal with this little problem. He missed Tsunade a little in his heart. Master Danzo. The medical minister said cautiously, I would like to take a sample. Get it right now. Danzo glared at him, and he knew in his heart that medical ninjas are a serious profession, and if you want to find out the cause of the disease, the necessary sampling is inevitable. I need to reopen your wound. The medical minister said cautiously. Don't waste time, hurry up. Danzo said impatiently, the old man has other things too. Wait, you said you want to cut the wound again? Why didn't you take a sample when the old man started the treatment? This. The medical minister was sweating profusely and preached ashamed, I thought I was cured just now, who knows? Danzo heard that his blood pressure rose instantaneously. He looked at the cheating medical minister with gloomy eyes, and asked awkwardly, Sarutobi's confidant. Ashamed, how can I be? The medical minister shook his head quickly. That's collecting money. Otherwise, how could you, an idiot, be the Minister of Medical Care? In the middle of the night, Danzo's killing voice resounded through the Konoha Medical Department. After spending a whole night, Danzo's cause was basically figured out. Not only skin trauma, but also the internal organs suffered considerable damage. And Master Danzo, you may be in danger of amputation. The weird medical minister has been expelled, and Danzo feels he is not as reliable as Orochimaru. Amputated limbs. Danzo's eyes were magnified several times in an instant, and he cursed, that damn Uchiha Lin-shan, what vicious trick did he use? I haven't figured it out yet. Orochimaru also answered puzzled. Your symptoms look like poisoning. If you don't want to have your limbs amputated, I'm afraid you have to go to Lin-shan for the cure. Poisoning. Danzo looked gloomy again. He seemed to have never contacted Lin Shan. The result was inexplicable poisoning? Let me beg him. Are you kidding me? That guy made me face scandal. I can't wait to strip him alive, and beg him. There is no door. Danzo gave it up. Amputation means amputation. I, Shimura Danzo, will never ask for a kid who has no hair growing. Orochimaru shrugged. The 2 legs and the remaining arm have to be replaced. The internal organs are also affected. The integration into Senju Hashirama's cells may be able to effectively contain it. Orochimaru's words fell. Danzo almost fainted. Didn't it mean that all my limbs were abolished by him? Danzo was crazy, his eyes were bloodshot. Almost so. That kid is too evil. I suggest you don't provoke him casually. Orochimaru was also full of jealousy. Unconsciously making Danzo look like a ghost, this method is simply frantic. Impossible, the old man will get back sooner or later. Danzo's eyes are full of hatred. How can such a deep hatred be forgotten? Oh, by the way, does Lord Danzo have children? Orochimaru asked suddenly. Why are you asking this? Danzo glanced at Orochimaru incomprehensibly, and said lightly, I had a son in his early years, but unfortunately he died in battle. Since then, the old man has no children. Ishine is eager to make Konoha great again. Well, Danzo is also a man who has worked hard for Konoha. That's good, it saves a lot of trouble. Orochimaru heaved a sigh of relief. Just cut it directly, you don't need to transplant it anymore. What do you mean? Danzo's heart trembled, with a bad feeling. That's the case. I checked, and your little Danzo was also abandoned. Staying on your body may affect your physical safety. I suggest cutting it. Hearing that, Danzo is completely petrified, his mouth is open blankly, and his head is dumbfounded. In the world, why is there such a cruel and insidious trick? He is getting older, and he wants to become a physically disabled man? Oh no, after the cut, he is not a man anymore. I heard that in the palace of the daimyo, there is a common name for that kind of person, eunuch. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Cut it if you need it. Danzo burst into tears, seeing that he was old. Not only did he not have a good end, but Hokage did not become a lifelong. This eunuch, he did his part. Danzo roared, go and call Uchiha Lin Shan, he must heal the old man. I knew I still asked him. Orochimaru was not surprised. Danzo just made a decision that a normal person would make. Can that thing be transplanted? Even if it is transplanted, it does not mean that it can be cut if it can be cut. This requires great courage. The Uchiha family residence. After the limelight last night, Lin Shan became the focal point. No one from the Uchiha family dared to yell at him anymore. Those guys who provoked Lin Shan yesterday even came here to plead guilty. Lin Shan didn't bother to pay attention to these people, saying that the past is gone. In fact, he also understood that it was probably Uchiha Fugaku who ordered them to try their tone. There was a Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan, so naturally he wanted to draw in. Not only the Uchiha family, Third Hokage also sent people to greet the cold. Ask Lin Shan if he hurts or feels uncomfortable. You can go to the medical department if you feel sick. If Danzo knew this, he might vomit blood. He was injured so badly, little Danzo was in danger, and his limbs had to be cut off, and third generation did not say to condole him. When Lin Shan showed his strength, many families of Konoha looked at him with admiration. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is going to be another strong man in the ninja world in the village, and it must be right to make a good relationship. Lin Shan's home. His. There was a hoarse voice from outside the courtyard. Lin Shan looked out the window. Isn't this Lord Orochimaru, disrespectful and disrespectful? Orochimaru's cheek twitched. When you burned me yesterday, you opened your mouth. Orochimaru-sama, shut your mouth. Orochimaru-sama, but Amaterasu didn't stop. Master Danzo was poisoned, did you do it? Orochimaru asked. Poisoned? Linshan glanced at Orochimaru suspiciously, and thought, you mean nuclear radiation, right? That trick is called nuclear radiation. Orochimaru frowned. He was also a big figure in the ninja world, and had never heard of similar ninjutsu or venom. Master Danzo is in a dangerous situation, facing amputation, even. Orochimaru explained the details again. Haha, retribution. Linshan's stomach hurts with laughter. You still die, turn yourself into an eunuch. It's not good for you to anger Danzo. Orochimaru reminded. Just let the horse come here, can I still be afraid that he won't make it? Linshan is not afraid, the labor management nuclear power Mangekyo, if even Danzo can't balance it, just find a place to kill him as soon as possible. In addition, I can't save the radiation. Let the old boy accept his life. Just cut it. Don't hesitate. Linshan has no good feelings for Danzo, and even if there is a way, he will not save people. Orochimaru left without a word. This Orochimaru, how did Danzo run errands? Linshan lowered his head and muttered to himself. Huh. In the courtyard, a figure flashed out, wearing the uniform of the Uchiha family. Master Linshan. It was Uchiha Shisui that caught the eye. Something. Linshan glanced slightly. The patriarch, please tell me. Shisui said respectfully. Linshan looked at Shisui for a moment, nodded and said, yes, I have a much better attitude than last time. If I invite someone, I have to look like I invite someone, but my legs and feet are not very good. Let's forget it this time. I will find someone next time. Come and lift me too much. Lead the way. 10 minutes later, Linshan followed Shisui to Uchiha Fugaku's mansion. The handsome children are practicing shuriken hard. Puff puff. There is a target hung on a big tree not far away, which can pierce the core part every time. This kid is Itachi, right? Linshan secretly observed that he was at this level at a young age, no wonder he was so strong in the future. Itachi, go to other places to practice, important guests are here, don't disturb them talking. The delicate-looking woman came out, wearing an apron and holding a bowl of seasonal vegetables in her hands, as if she was cooking. Mikoto smiled sweetly after seeing Linshan. Uchiha Fugaku is such a blessing to marry such a beautiful wife, and both children are geniuses. This is the so-called winner of life, right? However, Linshan would not envy Fugaku, after all, he suffered a filial knife in the end. Welcome, Linshan. The man walked out of the bedroom with a Huxia character face and black eyebrows, looking very serious. What is the chief looking for me? Linshan asked. The village is perilous and the family manpower is limited. I hope you will join the security team and... His eyes flashed with determination, I can give the position of deputy captain. As we all know, all members of the Konoha Guard are members of the Uchiha family, and the captain is Fugaku. I've never heard of any deputy captain. I guess I've created a new position in order to win over Linshan. Linshan's eyes were as calm as water, without any waves. He has no interest. Yu Guang glanced at Mikoto, this boring topic was not as attractive as her. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Have to add money. Seeing Linshan didn't take the bait, Fugaku looked sad. Do young people nowadays have no sense of family protection at all? It is undeniable that since childhood, Linshan also bears the surname of Uchiha. He and his dead parents are marginal figures. If you don't take out a few chips, this kid won't be hooked anymore. Flesh pain appeared on Fugaku's face. Linshan, Mikoto has already prepared lunch, come in for lunch. Fugaku kindly invited. Linshan rubbed his stomach and was not polite. He happened to be a little hungry too. As soon as I entered the room, the smell of the food pours into my ears and noses. The table is already full of abundant food. Lin-shan sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku. He didn't say a word, and took the lead in taking a sip of the wine. You have seen everything that happened in the past 2 days. Uchiha is currently in a dire situation in the village. Fugaku said bitterly, our living space is being gradually squeezed. Lin-shan said inexplicably, Master Patriarch, I think you should keep your eyes on Itaka. Itaka. Fugaku looked weird and couldn't figure out what Lin-shan was suggesting. Frankly speaking, the family needs your strength. As long as you join the security team, the top leaders will not dare to act rashly. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan is not a joke, especially you. Fugaku looked at Lin-shan's black eyes. When Lin-shan released Infinite Amaterasu, he could see clearly. At that level of pupil power, even he was amazed. As the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan, he would suffer backlash every time during his pupil ray surgery, not to mention the bleeding of his eyes, and it would be accompanied by bursts of pain. Lin-K had no burden, and arrogantly used Amaterasu to light a cigarette. I'm a slacker, I'm not interested in politics, I'm too tired. Lin-shan casually found an excuse to shirk. This kid doesn't see rabbits or scatter eagles. Fugaku smiled bitterly and said slowly, it's not free, you will get paid accordingly. Remuneration. Lin-shan is still not interested. He who owns a nuclear power system, what is missing? You don't know much about the Uchiha clan. In history, there have been countless heroes in the clan, and they have created many incredible skills. Fugaku tempted, the scrolls left over are still in the clan. Don't you want to visit them? He could see that Lin-shan longed for power, and some forbidden technique scrolls were very attractive. Lin-shan didn't say a word, concentrated on eating, and said casually, Ms. Mikoto's oden is cooked well. Seeing this, Fugaku can only zoom in, Izanaki, have you heard of it? Izanaki. Lin-shan's pupils instantly rippled. As a traverser, he has naturally heard of this technique. Izanaki has incredible powers that can rewrite reality. Even if I die, Izanaki can be resurrected by activating Izanaki. Unlike other Sharingan pupil techniques, Izanaki can practice on his own. It seems to be poked. Fugaku stared at Lin-shan's stiff expression and smiled triumphantly. He knew this guy was moving. System, if I start Izanaki, will I be blind? Lin-shan quickly communicated with the system. If you're blind, don't do this Izanaki. I'm blind, can I still call nuclear power Sharingan? Host is an insult to nuclear power Sharingan. As long as host chakra is enough, Izanaki can be released without limit. The nuclear power system responded quickly. Lin-shan heard this, his heart was hot, infinite Izanami. Doesn't this mean that I am immortal? He suddenly raised his head and watched Fugaku staring at him with a smile. Lin-shan was quite unhappy with the expression that calmed him. No, I refuse. Lin-shan said in a deep voice, even if Izanaki's role is called heaven-defying, becoming the deputy captain of the security team also means that I am on the side of the Uchiha family. Konoha senior management will be against me. Before Danzo assassinated me, Third Hokage was still able to do business, because I didn't completely fall back to Uchiha. If I became the deputy captain, Third generation's attitude towards me would change drastically. The price I paid is too much. Lin-shan said plausibly, Izanaki is good, but it's not as important as my life. Hearing that, Fugaku secretly has a headache. Why is this kid so difficult? But it is undeniable that Lin-shan's remarks are true. Once he becomes the deputy captain of the garrison, he will be an enemy of Konoha's senior management. Just when he was unable to do anything, Lin-shan's voice came again. Want me to be the deputy captain? I have to continue to add chips. I want to practice the Izanami way too. Lin-shan stated his own conditions, Since there is Izanaki's cultivation method, maybe Izanami is still there. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Murder with a Knife. Need to add chips? Lin-Shan staring at the businessman's face, Fugaku could see that he wanted to take advantage of the fire. The price I paid was too great. It might include my life. It's very cheap to ask for an extra trick. Lin-Shan said seriously. Fugaku changed his mind and thought about it. Ninjutsu scrolls are precious, but they don't take care of their lives. Moreover, whether it can be practiced is another matter. I agree, Lin-Shan, you will be the deputy captain of the security squad from now on. The status of the clan is second only to me. Fugaku patted Lin-Shan on the shoulder very seriously, and said with a pleasant smile, skilled scroll, I will send someone to your house later. My heart is still not dark enough. Lin-Shan regrets it, he promised to be so happy. Well, in fact, besides the technique of Izanami, I also want to see other scrolls of ninjutsu. Third Hokage office. Boom. The third generation fist smashed the table hard. Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. The teenager wearing a mask replied. That stinky kid who doesn't have a standpoint, didn't he say that he wants to pass on the will of fire? In a blink of an eye he became the deputy captain of the security team. Third generation's face is green. He is a tens of years old, and he is being played around by a kid, even at the risk of offending Danzo. The intestines are all regretful. Shisui, go back and continue to monitor Uchiha's movements, remember not to expose it, and be careful. Third generation looked at the boy on one knee and ordered. Master Hokage, don't worry. Shisui replied sonorously, and then disappeared. Shisui secretly told third generation about Lin-Shan becoming the deputy captain. I don't know what happened to Danzo. Third generation thought of Danzo again, and laughed at himself. He thought Danzo was stupid before. There are a lot of troubles, and when the war is over, maybe I should retreat too. Third generation walked to the window, the sun shone in and spilled on his cheeks, his wrinkled face was aging. Outside the village, there was a fierce battle in the ninja world, and the undercurrents in the village were raging, and he was really tired. Hey, Lin-Shan has turned against him. With his strength, the Uchiha clan must be restless. Third generation sighed, very worried. There is no doubt about Lin-Shan's strength, but Danzo is just about to change his head. With the backing, the Uchiha clan will be even more unscrupulous. Better find an opportunity to get rid of him. Third generation's eyes shone with stern, and being the shadow of a village is never an indecisive good stubborn. Correct. There was a flash of light in his mind, and the corners of third generation's lips rose slightly. Call the patriarchs of the major families right away. Remember, Lin-Shan will also come to participate. With Hokage's order, Konoha's patriarchs from many wealthy families came. In addition, there are some core characters, such as Orochimaru et al. When Lin-Shan was invited to this kind of occasion for the first time, Lin-Shan swept around. Most of them were high-ranking figures. He shouldn't be a small role. Oh no, it's not a minor role anymore. After all, he is already the deputy captain of the garrison. Danzo didn't come. It looks like the old guy is lying on the hospital bed. It's a pity that he didn't kill him. Lin-Shan curled his lips. Everyone, the front line war is tight, our attack has been frustrated, Tsunagaku's counteroffensive is very fierce, and they have also launched Jinchuriki. Third generation decided, the village must also increase its troops. Only if the enemy is hurt, they will be afraid and end this war. The enemy is not one Tsunagaku, there are other villages, Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigaku are all watching. Hyaga Hayashi said worriedly. The village has no extra fighting power. For this war, every family paid a heavy price. The hateful Tsunagaku, even Jinchuriki is thrown in. Many patriarchs talked about Jinchuriki, all because of it? Seeing the atmosphere came, the cunning color in third generation's eyes flashed away. Fugaku, the old man hopes that the Uchiha clan will send more reinforcements to support the front line. The third generation said sincerely, the life and death of the village is weighing on you, Sharingan can also restrain the tail beast, Uchiha is the best candidate. The old guy borrowed a knife to kill people, it was really ruthless. Fugaku cursed insidiously and shamelessly, and said in embarrassment, Master third generation, Uchiha's current manpower is also stretched, and he can't draw a ninja to join the battle. There is no need to send out many ninjas, I think, one person is enough. Third generation smiled and looked at Lin Shan in a daze. Lin Shan, don't you always want to pass on the will of fire? Now is the time for you to stand up and illuminate everyone. The hypocritical old guy, 80% wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lin Shan. When Fugaku was thinking about rejecting, Lin Shan suddenly took a step forward. One-tail Jinchuriki, I will defeat it. He was thinking about going to the front to catch the tail beast and exchange it for nuclear power chakra. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Tragic Battle. It's too impulsive. Fugaku leaned close to Lin Shan and whispered, this kind of thing, just push it off. I have my own plans. Lin Shan replied with a weak voice. It's a proud man who wants to carry forward the will of fire. Listen, the village will count on outstanding young people like Lin Shan in the future. In the future, they will be the mainstay of the village. Third generation immediately sent rainbow farts, and the rest of them all flipped through Byakugan. Young people still lack thinking and are not mature enough. The heads of the clan shook their heads one after another. Although third generation is not as explicit as Danzo, it has been quite criticized recently. Lin Shan has become some kind of deputy captain again, and he felt the pressure to come to third generation, so he made a play in an attempt to weaken Uchiha's strength. I just hope to be on the battlefield as soon as possible and play for the village, Master third generation. Tomorrow, I will set off. Lin Shan raised his head with a high morale. Lin Shan's reliance is nothing more than Mangekyo Sharingan. When that thing is used up, it will be useless. Orochimaru has studied Sharingan quite a bit and knows secrets that some people don't know. That's better, tomorrow I will send someone to send you to the front line. Third generation said quickly, for fear that Lin Shan would regret it. Thank you, Lord third generation. Lin Shan is grateful, thinking about waiting for Laozi to get the nuclear power chakra, and you will have a headache at that time. The meeting ended soon, and on the way back to the Uchiha family, Fugaku and Lin Shan walked side by side. Lin Shan, that's just a conspiracy by the third generation, you shouldn't agree. Fugaku is quite worried, what if Lin Shan hangs up? I know, but rushing to the front is just what I want, so I let him conspiracy succeed. Lin Shan grinned. It's up to now, you have to be careful. Fugaku warned seriously. The patriarch is worried, no one can kill me. Lin Shan is very confident. He may have not dared to cross the seaport before. After all, although the nuclear-powered Mangekyo is extremely powerful, it has not yet reached the point of invincibility. But with Izanagi, it is different. He relies on nuclear power Mangekyo to resurrect without limit. After returning, Lin Shan quickly studied the scrolls of Izanagi and Izanami, and even some other scrolls. In order to win over Lin Shan, Fugaku has also laid down his blood, and there are many fire-style ninjutsu, which are all powerful ninjutsu in the past. There are even powerful fire styles such as Extinguish the Fire and Extinguish the Fire. It is important to know that these techniques are all the tricks that Uchiha Madara used to be famous all over the world. Lin Shan studied for one night, keeping in mind the way of making seals. By the time he wanted to rest, it was already dawn. He can only tidy up the package and set off soon. Before leaving, an unexpected character came. Lin Shan. A soft voice came from outside the courtyard. Lin Shan looked out the window, and it was a beautiful shadow. Mrs. Mikoto. Lin Shan walked out in surprise, still holding the package in her hand. Here are some food I prepared for you. Take it with you on the road. Fugaku asked me to tell you that war is not a trivial matter. You have to be careful. Mikoto handed the package to Lin Shan and thanked him sincerely. Also, thank you for teaching Itaka. It's a whim, madam, don't mind. Lin Shan chuckled. The last time he went to Uchiha Fugaku to eat, he boringly taught Itaka 2 tricks of ninjutsu after the meal. Take care of yourself. Taking a deep look at Lin Shan, Mikoto left. Such a considerate mother, how did the kid Itaka made the move? Lin Shan said he was puzzled. Maybe he blamed Konoha for his brainwashing skills. On the long border between Tsunagakure and Konoha, the two villages fought fiercely. The person in charge of Konoha is Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. The leader of the Tsunagakure side is 4th Kazekage Luasha. In addition, there are many outstanding subordinates, such as the 2 consultants of Tsunagakurecho and Ebizo, who are both famous in the past. There is even a one-tailed Jinchuriki. Jiraiya is very depressed, the opponent is strong and strong, he can only stand by for help. Tsunagakure and Konoha are in completely different situations. The beginning of the Third Ninja War was caused by Tsunagakure, and the mysterious disappearance of 3rd Kazekage, Cloud Shinobi Village took advantage of the void, and thus kicked off the prelude to the war. In the future, the war became more and more fierce, and other villages were also involved. However, Konoha seems to be the happiest village every time. Because it occupies the most fertile land on the mainland, all the various ninja wars have been gang fighting Konoha. This time is no exception. There are currently 2 villages at war with Konoha, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure. There is also the ambitious Onoki who needs to deal with it. Konoha's senior management can't give Jiraiya all his troops. This is also the root cause of his weakness. Tsunagakure is different. Their war with Cloud Shinobi Village has ended, and now they are all out to beat Konoha wholeheartedly. Asterisk. Chapter 12 When You Die, Red is Mine. The base camp behind Konoha, from a distance, was all temporary tents. The power gap is huge. In the tent in the center, Jiraiya grumbled depressedly. There are few enemies, Tsunagakure has an absolute disadvantage, and the ninja is several times that of Konoha. This is not the most terrible. Master Jiraiya, more and more people have been poisoned in the past 2 days. Miaoling Women's Report reported that her beautiful eyes showed anxious color. With fiery red hair and fresh and beautiful appearance, she is also a rare beauty. She is Uzumaki Kushina. Joe is a master of poison, and ordinary medical ninjas are useless against her. I sent Minato to find Tsunade. Jiraiya sighed, only Tsunade can handle the 1,000 generations. During the Second Ninja World War, Joe made a mess of Konoha. If Tsunade hadn't cracked her poison, he would have to pay a heavy price. Today's situation is different from before. Because of the deaths of Kato Dan and Senjun Awake, Tsunade was heartbroken and left Konoha early. Konoha couldn't cope with the Poison King 1,000-generation mother-in-law. The air is full of poisonous fog, and people ingest it every day. Uzumaki Kushina stomped angrily and said, I met that old lady, I must make her regret it. Joe has always hated the village because her son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of White Fang, and the old woman spared no effort to Konoha's ninja. Jiraiya sighed, order the ninja troops to retreat, and organize another group of ninjas who are good at wind style. When the poisonous mist comes, they will start wind style to blow them away. As for the gas masks, the village has sent a lot of them, so let's distribute them to everyone first. Jiraiya issued several orders one after another. But the worry in his eyes still hasn't diminished. Tsunagakure rushed out, and Jiraiya could resist 1 or 2 defeated soldiers with the remnants. The big reason was that he had a group of powerful subordinates. Both Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina have powerful deterrents. If Tsunagakure knew, he transferred Namikaze Minato away. Thinking of this, Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat and felt particularly irritable. Have you sent reinforcements from the old man? Come here, but... Uzumaki Kushina looked weird. Just one person came. What? Jiraiya seemed to have been shocked, and stood up instantly, voicing, the smelly old man is getting more and more confused. Send someone over to block Tsunagakure? Is he first Hokage or Uchiha Madara? Uzumaki Kushina looks even stranger when he hears that. If Jiraiya learns that he is a teenager, his mentality might explode. Forget it, it's better not to say anything. In the endless dense forest, two figures quickly shuttled. They were agile, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One of them is Lin Shan. The other person is Sarutobi Asuma, the guide found by third generation. He is the son of third Hokage. My master Asuma, please be careful. If you die on the battlefield, the third generation old man will be distressed to death. It's boring to run wild all the time. Lin Shan took the initiative to talk to Asuma. It's you who should worry about it, but I have been tempered by the flames of war. Also, call me Master Hokage. Asuma turned his head and scratched Lin Shan. This stinky boy is really lawless. Aren't you afraid to sue him? Haha, what else can be installed? Lin Shan said indifferently, your father sent me to fight, and he actually counted on me to die. Unfortunately, the master is better than he thought, and he is destined to be unable to do so. Nonsense, my father is not that kind of person, pay attention to your words. Asuma's cheeks turned black, and Lin Shan's attitude made him very unhappy. Your dad is more hypocritical than you think, the former saint, his back is dirty, it's just, huh. With the sound of breaking through the air, Lin Shan flashed sideways, easily avoiding the oncoming Kiwu. Dare to continue talking nonsense, if you can't go to the battlefield, I will let you die on the road. Asuma clenched his fist and warned. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I must live longer than you. Lin Shan grinned, looking at Asuma walking forward, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He hates Asuma quite a bit, but the two of them have nothing to do with each other. There is only one main reason: 11 Rihong. Yes, when he didn't cross, Lin Shan liked Chirihong very much. There were even dozens of gigabytes of sexy pictures in the computer. Now that I have passed through, Lin Shan finally had the opportunity to kiss Fangs. The more FG thing is that he has a competitor, Sarutobi Asuma. As Hokage's son, he has good talent. In this regard, Asuma has a lot of advantages over Lin Shan. Mainly Asuma is not an ordinary dog, and will lick a lot more than others. Seeing that the relationship between the goddess and Asuma became more and more harmonious, Lin Shan was naturally upset. Asuma, you can fight with the Tsunagakure ninja without worry. When you die, red is mine. Lin Shan's awkward voice came from behind, and Asuma staggered and fell to the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Just rely on my Mangekyo Sharingan. I must live longer than you. Even if I die, I believe Hong will not be blind. Asuma's irritated head has blue veins. This dog is really not a good person. First he attacked his father, and then even Hong was worried about it. What is this? The typical push on the nose to face, deceive people too much. Huh. With both feet accumulating strength, he jumped out suddenly, and Asuma disappeared as an after-image. Continue to fight with Lin Shan, the two of them might really get into a fight. In the evening, the sun set, and after several hours of rapid march, the two finally rushed to the front line. As soon as he stepped into Konoha's camp, Lin Shan heard wailing from the tent. Each of these ninjas turned purple, scratching their bodies in pain, and some even began to harm themselves. Why are you guys? In the tent where Jiraiya was, looking at the two little kids, there was a moment of speechlessness. Don't tell me, You two are reinforcements. The corners of Jiraya's mouth twitched. Asuma opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Shan first said, "Misunderstanding, I'm the only reinforcements. Asuma is the guide who brought me here. In layman's terms, it is my entourage." Lin Shan revealed a row of white fang and said, "You don't talk nonsense there, who is your entourage anymore?" Asuma hurriedly denied that this guy who ran the train with his mouth full of words had no good words when he opened his mouth. Jiraiya sat decadently in a chair, too lazy to say anything. This battle, how else to fight? Master Jiraiya, these two children may have something different about them, so don't be discouraged. Uzumaki Kushina came up to comfort him. That Jinchuriki divides the blessings, let me take care of it. Lin Shan volunteered. You. Jiraiya was amused. Jinchuriki is an existence that even fears me. Are you going up to make trouble? Relying on Sharingan's pupil power, it is not a big problem to settle him. Lin Shan confidently preached, I am not Asuma, I only rely on my mouth to show off my prestige. After speaking, Lin Shan looked at Asuma provocatively. I also. When Asuma reached his lips, he stopped. He had heard of the horror of Jinchuriki. This silly critic was going to die, so he didn't need to follow along. Where is your brat? Jiraiya asked with a frown. Lin Shan spit, wiped his head and turned it into a big back, only my Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uzumaki Kushina and Jiraiya were both surprised. They were on the battlefield and didn't know what happened in the village. They didn't know about Lin Shan's awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan. But regarding the prestige of Mangekyo Sharingan, the entire ninja world can be said to be thunderous. The legendary pupil technique actually appeared on a young man, which seemed a bit weird. Forgot to say, Jaishi is currently the deputy captain of the Konoha garrison. Lin Shan straightened his chest bravely and showed his official power. I know Uchiha Fugaku is a steady man. Since he can choose you to be the deputy captain of the garrison, then you must be an outstanding existence. What are you going to do? Jiraiya asked with piercing eyes. The current stalemate is dangerous if it continues to drag. If someone can break the stalemate, Jiraiya is willing to fight it. I will solve Jinchuriki. Lin Shan said solemnly, of course, if appropriate, I hope Lord Jiraiya will assign me a small team. No problem. Jiraiya slapped his thigh and decided, let alone a small group of ninjas, just hand over half of the ninjas to Lin Shan. As long as he can kill Jinchuriki, Konoha's pressure will be reduced a lot. At present, Jinchuriki is stationed on the western front. It's about 10 miles away. Don't think that Fenfu is a monk, he won't be merciful at all when he starts. You must pay attention to your safety. On the land acquisition of Tsunagakuwa West Line, smoke was smelt and they were busy cooking. Everyone laughed and did not realize that the crisis had come. After all, Konoha is still in a weak position, and the poisonous mist of the 1,000 generations of mother-in-law scattered everywhere. Tsunagakuwa's strategy is very simple, encircle without annihilating, and slowly trap Konoha. Master Fenfu, it's time to eat. A woman walked out of the tent, her name was Yakang, and she was pretty. On the battlefield, it can be regarded as a well-known existence, and the single-handed scorch style makes Konoha shinobi tremble. If you don't pay attention, Yakang will evaporate the water in the body and instantly become a mummy. It's you, Yakang. This old monk who looks kind is just sharing the blessing. His appearance feels faithful and honest, and he doesn't look like a cruel person at all. But, when the old guy released the power of guarding the crane, he was the most terrifying murder weapon on the entire battlefield. A new order came from 4th Kaze Cage. Yakang took out a scroll with the latest instructions written on it. Fenfu opened it and glanced a few times, his eyes gleaming. Are there any tasks? Yakang asked expectantly. It seems that Namikaze Minato has left. Master 4th generation ordered us to wait no longer and we can wipe out the Konoha shinobi led by Jiraiya in one fell swoop. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Watch Asuma get beaten. If the intelligence is true, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fenfu's old eyes glowed. It's probably true. No one can break the poison of a 1000th-generation mother-in-law. Jiraiya probably ordered Namikaze Minato to find reinforcements. Yakang said, the opportunity really cannot be let go. Fenfu thought about it for a moment, and said, Yakang, avoid fraud, you will take some people to touch the reality tonight. If the enemy is really vulnerable, the time for Konoha to perish is almost here. As night fell, the bright moon hung in the sky, and the earth was covered with a silver coat. In the warm tent, Lin Shan surrounded the stove and nibbled apples. The small table next to him was filled with snacks and desserts. The water is cold, get me a bucket of water. Lin Shan is leaning on the chair, soaking his feet. After a while, Asuma came in, the face seemed to have eaten 10 tons of flies. He looked at the table full of snacks, and he was not angry. Soak your feet? Uchiha Lin Shan, are you here on vacation? Just remind you that we are at war. Asuma sneered, if you don't get one-tail Jinchuriki, you can just wait for the prison meal. Bold. Lin Shan reprimanded, the squad that Master Jiraiya has made up for me, this uncle is the captain, and you are just my soldier. Immediately, go and fetch water for your leader. See when you can be proud. Asuma pinched his nose and endured it. Remember, my uncle needs a slightly warmer foot wash. It's too cold tonight, it must be -20 degrees. Asuma, just work hard and stand guard outside the tent to avoid being attacked by the enemy. Hearing a voice behind him, Asuma wanted to cry without tears, what's the matter? He shouldn't have come with Lin Shan, the son of dignified Hokage, now reduced to Lin Shan's servant. Even if there is grievance, Asuma has nowhere to vent. This was all arranged by Jiraiya and assigned to a small team of Lin Shan. There are about 15 people, and Asuma is one of them. After serving Lin Shan, it was already around 1 o'clock in the morning, the coldest part of the day. Asuma, standing guard outside the tent, had frozen legs trembling. Hearing the snoring inside, he almost couldn't help getting in and strangling Lin Shan. This BD is retaliating deliberately. What to avoid a sneak attack at night and deceive ghosts. I will return to the village in the future, there is something for you to see. Asuma endured with tears in her tears. I also complained about 3rd generation in my heart, and asked him to monitor Lin Shan. This time it was fine, and he fell into the fire pit. Rumble. I don't know how long it has passed. Suddenly, a loud noise pierced the night sky. Asuma, who was dozing off, opened his eyes instantly. The night sky in front of your eyes is extremely gorgeous, and hot flame mushroom clouds are burning in the sky, accompanied by the screams of Konoha shinobi. Destroy Konoha's ninja. Konoha without Namikaze Minato is equivalent to losing your soul. They are all lambs to be slaughtered. Under the shining of the flame, Asuma clearly saw a piece of Tsunagakura ninja touched. Alert, alert, alert. An enemy attacked. Asuma tugged desperately, and broke into the tent for the first time. Snoring. Lin Shan, this BD, is still sleeping. I saw him holding a pink pillow with a beautiful girl on it, and looking intently, it was Shirihong. Shameless. Shameless. Are you stuffed with donkey hair in your ears? You slept so soundly, and your saliva came out. Asuma woke up Lin Shan in the loudest voice, Tsunagakura attacked. What is it? Lin Shan moved, opened his eyes reluctantly, and glanced at Asuma reproachfully. The enemy attacked, and our army suffered heavy losses. Asuma said quickly. Then you don't hurry up to fight. Lin Shan glared at Asuma, You kid is greedy for life and fear of death, want to hug thighs, right? There are no people in the Sarutobi clan who are afraid of death. Asuma straightened his waist and dashed out of the tent to kill Sand Shinobi. Lin Shan put on his clothes slowly, with a cigarette in his mouth, and after a pleasant sip, he walked out of the tent in a hurry. Wind-style typhoon technique. Earth-style the earth bursts. Fire-style great fireball technique. All kinds of powerful ninjutsu collided, and the earthquake trembled, and they were blasted out of potholes. Lin Shan glanced roughly. In terms of numbers, Tsunagakuer had an absolute advantage. Who is that woman? Lin Shan's gaze fell on a woman, wearing a tights, and her strength was quite arrogant. 4 or 5 ninjas surrounded her and didn't take advantage of it. It seems to be Tsunagakuer's Yukang. Lin Shan guessed that Yukang is quite famous on this battlefield. Why didn't you see the little old man Fenfu? Lin Shan swept around, but didn't see the blessings. It seems that I won't be able to use it anymore. Looking at the Konoha shinobi who was brutally beaten, Lin Shan took out the chair from the tent and put on his coat, smoking a cigarette under the night sky, and admiring Asuma being beaten. Asterisk. Chapter 15 brutally captured. The battle was fierce, and the Konoha shinobi fell in a pool of blood one after another. 10, 9, 8, I saw that the number of people was getting smaller and smaller, and until the end, there were only 4 people left. Among them was Asuma, who was out of breath and couldn't stand even when he was tired. What does Uchiha Lin Shan mean? Where did the others die? Asuma's dissatisfied voice resounded across the night sky. His eyes were piercing, more terrifying than looking at the enemy. Lin Shan, this BD, actually played and disappeared. It must be hidden somewhere, watch him make a joke. There is a flaw. There was a burst of sharpness on the face, and Asuma suddenly understood that it was over. Boom. With a heavy punch, he flew directly to Asuma. The corners of his mouth were smashed, not to mention, several broken teeth, but also flew out. It hurts, it hurts. Asuma lay on the ground in pain, taking advantage of this opportunity, a crowd of Tsunagakuer surrounded him. Asuma got up in a hurry, a cold warning in her ear. Don't move. With several kunao on his neck, Tsunagakuer ninjas surrounded him. Asuma was taken prisoner. An unprecedented humiliation enveloped her heart, and Asuma's heart was cold. A crazy thought suddenly popped out of him: suicide. If captured, not only his dignity, but also his father, 3rd generation, will be ashamed. It was a shame that Hokage's son was captured. Death in battle is his destiny. You're dead, Red, it's mine. Just when Asuma was about to kill himself, Lin Shan's words echoed in his mind again. He couldn't help his brain opening, and in the middle of the world, he saw Shirihong nestling in Lin Shan's arms, with a happy smile on his face, and even gave birth to a bunch of children for Lin Shan. I can't die, I can't let Hong fall into Lin Shan's hands, never. A strong desire to survive broke out in Asuma's eyes, and he obediently threw away the ninja. Squatting underground, holding your head in your hands and surrendering. Yukang swept around, looked at Asuma and asked, 3rd Hokage's son Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma looked stiff and buried his head deeper. Yukang smiled knowingly, silence was acquiescence. A big victory tonight, go back and celebrate. With a big wave of Yukara's hand, hundreds of Tsunagakuer ninjas returned in a big victory. Lin Shan only appeared on the battlefield after people left the building. How can it be done? Yukang is too kind. Even if you think Asuma is useful, it's okay to abandon him with a hand and an arm. Lin Shan secretly felt it was a pity, if Asuma died, wouldn't Shirihong belong to him? This woman is so hard to be acclimate, she is too soft-hearted, no wonder she will die so miserably in the future. Tsunagakuer quickly withdrew his hands, leaving behind a messy battlefield. Lin Shan didn't move his hand during the whole process. It can be said that it was under his indifference that the Konoha shinobi was defeated. The next morning, when Jiraiya came with ninjas for reinforcements, looking at the corpses everywhere, his brain hurts. This is the result you gave me? A gift. Jiraiya's voice is as cold as a cold storm and snow. Where is Asuma? If Asuma is dead, Jiraiya doesn't know how to face third generation. That guy was caught. Lin Shan said honestly. Why are you okay? Uzumaki Kushina asked. Everyone died in the battle, but you are still alive. Give us an explanation. Avoid hitting the grass and scaring the snake. I didn't take it. Lin Shan said calmly, I won't move if the enemy doesn't move. I didn't see the Fanfu monk. I exposed my Mangekyo Sharingan ahead of time. There is no guarantee that the guy will shrink up, which will be detrimental to the whole battle. Strong words. Jiraiya snorted coldly. Last night, it was just a small group of Tsunagakure troops, tentatively attacking. According to my guess, tonight, or tomorrow night, they will fully attack and try to defeat us in one fell swoop. Lin Shan analyzed. Uchiha Lin Shan, give you one last chance. If you can't give me an answer that satisfies me, both sins will be punished. Jiraiya has nothing to do, he can only bet once. After all, the people are gone. The atmosphere on Tsunagakure's side is completely opposite, joyously. This battle was so beautiful. The surprise attack was successful. We wiped out Konoha shinobi, and even third Hokage's son, Sarutobi Asuma, was captured alive by us. In Tsunagakure's base camp, 4th Kazekage laughed from ear to ear as he watched the report sent by Fanfu. This also proves that Namikaze Minato has indeed left, and the big counterattack is coming. Since 4th Kazekage came to power, he has been eager to make contributions. The reason is also very simple. His fenying was not recognized by everyone, but was elected temporarily because of the disappearance of 3rd Kazekage. If the war does not go smoothly, it is inevitable that some people in the village will attack him. Only by leading the village to a few more victories can his position be considered stable. Pass the order to Fanfu, and we will counterattack on all fronts tomorrow night, and the whole army will be dispatched. An old Cho couldn't wait to defeat Konoha. It is best to call Konoha village, and she wants to avenge her son and daughter-in-law by herself. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Konoha God of War Asuma. The enemy and us are already very different in strength. Konoha was still unsatisfied and was attacked by a wave of sneak attacks, making the already fragile military spirit even more impetuous. In extreme cases, some people are prone to act abnormally. Deserters, therefore came. How many are these? At Sand Shinobi's residence, Fanfu looked at the tied-up ninja, and asked thoughtfully. These are the Konoha deserters caught today. The 12th one. Yekang happily said, Blessed Master, it can be seen that Konoha's morale has collapsed, and there is no fighting intention. It's just one step away. Fanfu's eyes moved and fell on someone. Asuma felt like a disaster was imminent. Do not look at me. Asuma kept repeating this sentence in his heart. What made him desperate was that Fanfu and Yekang still came. He is Hokage's son, so he can use his identity. Said the old god of good fortune. I understand. Yekang glanced at Asuma, her beautiful eyes filled with sympathy. This kid will be ruined next. Half an hour later, Asuma was sent to the four-wheeler, and a group of Tsunagakure ninjas pushed him to the forefront of the confrontation. Konoha shinobi can see it clearly. What are you doing? Asuma asked anxiously, ashamed. Is it going to push him to march? Haha, haven't you guessed it already? Yekang smiled lightly, yes, I just want to push you to go shopping. Shop. Asuma's face turned dark. You are insulting Laozi's IQ. I took a look at the prison uniform I was wearing. There was a sign hanging around my neck. Is there such a way to go shopping? I am Hokage's son. If you treat me like this, my father will never spare you. Asuma warned. I can't control this. Hakura disapprovingly said, Konoha's ninja, if you know that Hokage's son has been captured, guess what everyone will think. Hearing this, Asuma's heart is ashamed. He doesn't know what he thinks, but one thing is certain. In the future, he is destined to be labeled as sloppy and shameful. Uchiha Linshan, you killed it? Asuma hated Linshan to death. The station of Konoha Shinobi. Isn't that Master Asuma? Sand Shinobi seems to be pushing Master Asuma around. Idiot, that's called a parade. The village is completely passive. The Konoha Shinobi people are disgraced and have no fighting spirit at all. Right now they are at a disadvantage and morale is low. Asuma was captured alive, and it was even more shocking. Jiraiya doesn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Sand Shinobi is offended. What if the ticket is torn apart? I tell you that although Asuma was captured, he was brave when he fought against Sand Shinobi. Linshan gathered a wave of Konoha ninjas and boasted, facing an enemy several times his own, Master Asuma is not afraid. With one enemy 10, Linshan would like to call him Konoha God of War. Linshan didn't follow the routine and kept boasting of Asuma's heroic deeds to Konoha. In the tent where Jiraiya was, Uzumaki Kushina was also drunk. Konoha Ares? Ever heard of the God of War who was captured parade? Is he mocking Asuma? Uzumaki Kushina murmured. Linshan and Asuma did not come, we can still support for 10 days in August, they are here, maybe they won't be able to support them for 3 days. Jiraiya grumbled bitterly. Third Hokage is so blind, these two weird things, are they reinforcements or Tsunagakuru's undercover agents? Master Jiraiya, everyone can't lift the spirits. If things go on like this, the hearts of the people will be distracted. I'm afraid we don't need the enemy to do it. We just. Uzumaki Kushina sighed. This is the most difficult battle, with internal and external troubles, and the entire defense line may fall apart at any time. Hold on for 2 more days. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, if it doesn't work, we will retreat across the board. Uzumaki Kushina was taken aback, continue to retreat, and the enemy will rush into the land of fire. That's no way. Apart from that, I can't think of any other way. Jiraiya said blankly. He looked away and looked at Asuma in the prison car, with disheveled hair, nothing like a human being. Is this the Konoha God of War? Time passed quickly, and night fell quickly. The Konoha shinobi tried to rescue Asuma at night, but Tsunagakure had already prepared for it. Apart from leaving more than a dozen corpses, there is no effect at all. The sun rose slowly the next day, driving away the darkness, and the dawn of the morning sun sprayed every corner of the world. Linshan lazily crawled out of the bed. He ran to the top of a hill, looked at the Sand Shinobi station from afar, and soon discovered an incredible scene. Asterisk. Chapter 17 The War begins. At Tsunagakure Station, a railing 3 or 4 feet high was raised. Sand Shinobi interprets what SAO operation is. Asuma is tied with a rope and hung high from the railing. Brother Asuma, you can decide if you can't hold it, it's sad to live like this. Linshan murmured, at any rate, you are my subordinate, I will definitely kill you more Sand Shinobi dog thieves for revenge. Asuma, revenge. You are the one who caused my special code. At the same time, the Konoha shinobi people got up one after another, and everyone saw Asuma, and their mood was particularly complicated. Hokage's son was captured alive and hung up high as if drying clothes. The point is that the clothes are still shimmering, and there is only a pair of pants left, and these 4 words are written on the belly: I am a prisoner. For a village, this is definitely a shame, an unprecedented shame. Ordinary people, or people with stronger temperament, have long been unable to bear this humiliation and commit suicide. What is Asuma waiting for? It's shameful, it's better to die. What should Konoha, god of war, the shame of Konoha? The face of third generation and Konoha was lost by Sarutobi Asuma. Some Konoha shinobi are extremely dissatisfied with Asuma's greed and fear of death. From the moment you set foot on the battlefield, life and death should have been ignored. Not to mention becoming a prisoner. Lin Shan laughed and said nothing. Asuma, this guy is now ruined. He returned to the tent and looked at the scroll with peace of mind. Ninjutsu such as Izanaki and Izanami is profound and cumbersome, and it cannot be figured out in a day or two. The scrolls of ninjutsu sent by Fugaku also have quite extraordinary enchantment techniques, and some even reach the level of forbidden technique. Lin Shan had to sigh, Uchiha's ancestors were too wealthy. During the Sengoku period, it was not without reason to be the top family. Even now, the Uchiha family has fallen, and Konoha village is still the top wealthy family. All day long, Lin Shan stayed in the tent to study ninjutsu. Izanaki is too important to him. Once he is trained, relying on the powerful nuclear power Mangekyo Sharingan, he can release Izanaki unlimited. Death is meaningless before him. At dusk, the smoke from the Tsunagakuer station was up again for cooking. On the surface, it was still full of laughter and joy, and there was even a bonfire party and singing. Do you think so? Wrong. This group of scheming bee is very routine, singing and dancing are just smoke bombs. Privately, a large number of ninjas prepare food, check their ninjas, and when the night is dark, Tsunagakuer will counter-attack across the board. On the western front, Fanfic called Yakang. Are everyone ready? Yakang. Fanfu asked seriously. It's all checked. As soon as the time comes, Konoha will be attacked immediately. Yakang Hui reports. Very well, wait for Master Fenying's signal. Divided with a satisfied smile. Tonight, thousands of Tsunagakuer ninjas will fight Konoha. Night fell gradually, and most people couldn't stand it until late at night when the wind was piercing. Asuma, the tragic hapless person, still hung on the railing, with his belly open, his nose and face swollen from cold. Boom! Bright fireworks burst out of the sky suddenly, and the sparks stayed in the sky for a long time, and you can see clearly from a few kilometers away. It's the signal, Yakang, immediately take all the ninjas into a raid. Difu ordered. Yakang didn't dare to hesitate, a series of battle orders were quickly issued, and thousands of ninjas started charging. This is only the position on the western line, the stationing place on the east and center line, and there are thousands of ninjas. The whole army adds up to at least 5,000 or 6,000 ninjas. In terms of the number of people, Konoha has a crushing advantage over two-sided combat. If the battle situation progresses unfavorably, there are ninjas who can be transferred from the village behind. Tsunagakuer is worthy of being one of the 5 great shinobu villages. Third Hokage, you are so arrogant. If Iwagakuer weren't for a sneak attack, Konoha would have beaten you down. Exterminate Konoha. Kill kill kill. Fire-style Yantian dance. Sand shinobis shouting and killing sounded in one piece, and only the number of ninjas on the western front had blown Konoha. There are also Jinchuriki like Yakang and Fanfu. On the other hand, Konoha, it was terrible. Lin Shan was killed in the last wave. This time Jiraiya mobilized 300 people. In addition to Lin Shan, there is also a strong General Uzumaki Kushina. Her main task is to stare at Lin Shan, fearing that this guy will continue to do things. It is not allowed to retreat, block the enemy for me. On the battlefield where thousands of people were fighting, the Konoha shinobi were encircled. Uzumaki Kushina tried his best to fight, but the gap in the number of people was too big, and he was about to be wiped out. Lin Shan on the side, his thief eyes swept back and forth, as if he was looking for something. Yes, he is looking for a blessing for this old thing. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Fight One-Tail Jinchuriki. Chakra Chains. Kushina swept a golden chain behind, and chakra was condensed, swept out like a whip. Bang bang bang. Oncoming sand shinobi ninjas, like sandbags, flew one by one. The intrepid strength attracts the attention of many people. It was Lin Shan, and he couldn't help but look over. She has a sultry figure and strong strength. His only drawback is his bad temper, but he can't stand the beauty of others. He is still a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. It is no wonder that Namikaze Minato will be a licking dog. The Tsunagakure ninja reacts very quickly. If a group of people can't do it, then a large group of people will kill you in the will war. However, the facts have proved that they underestimated Uzumaki Kushina. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina has a huge chakra and is very fierce in combat. After a hard fight, Uzumaki Kushina didn't breathe. Uzumaki Kushina of Konoha village, I will meet. Yekang came to kill from a distance. Scorch-style Yakura. Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful eyes are cold, and there are too many Konoha shinobi who died in Yekang's hands. Today, she wants to avenge everyone. Not only Uzumaki Kushina, but Lin Shan was also under siege. Dozens of Tsunagakure ninjas surrounded him. Hey, what's up? This uncle is not interested in your group of miscellaneous fishes, so I'm going to share the blessing, call the old man out to the uncle. Lin Shan yelled, it's a long way to go if there are enough five-headed beasts to exchange for the nuclear power chakra. Can you see Master Fenfu? Kill him. A fierce-looking sand shinobi waved a big hand, and the others rushed forward. Lin Shan immediately liberated the nuclear power Mangekyo without saying a word. Amaterasu! Lin Shan yelled, and black flames lit up on the bodies of these people without warning. The effort between the electric light and the flint swallowed them all. Come and save me. My hands are going to be melted. With a screaming scream, the night sky dispersed, and more sand shinobi heard that they hurried over. Lin Shan surged to materialize chakra, protecting him firmly. Susanoo! With a loud shout, the chakra giant solidified. Holding a shield, the other hand holds a long sword like flames. Don't panic, there is a lot of people and power, so limit him first. Dozens of Tsunagakure teamed up to strangle. The land under Lin Shan's feet suddenly swamped, and Susanoo fell into it half of his body. Is this Earth style? Lin Shan muttered. Hurry up. Immediately, dozens of types of ninjutsu all swarmed. Rumble. A powerful fireball flew on the head, accurately hitting Susanoo's shell, and the entire body was wrapped in flames. It looks amazing, but it's useless in reality. Hoo hoo. A gust of wind, like a tornado, followed, and successfully swallowed Susanoo. The rotating storm wind resembled countless blades cutting, leaving dense scratches on Susanoo's armor. But it's still useless. In addition, there are water style and other ninjutsu successively, but they are not very effective. Is it okay? Just when Lin Shan felt invincible and lonely, a solemn voice came from the crowd. It seems to be Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, so please withdraw. The moment they heard this sound, many sand shinobi raised their eyebrows and stepped aside. The old monk who looked compassionate appeared. Lin Shan's breathing was stagnant, as if seeing a beautiful woman. Blessing. It is an honor for your excellency to know the old man. Putting the blessing hands together, looking at Lin Shan's golden Sharingan, he frowned slightly, and looked at him. His body seemed to be burnt, and he felt aching pain. Such a unique Sharingan, this is the first time the old monk. Amaterasu. Lin Shan wasn't in the mood to push him against the old monk. As soon as he came up with full firepower, a large group of black fire swallowed his blessings. Master Fenfu. Oh my god, this is over, it's swallowed by the black fire, and it's bound to die. I can't prevent it at all. The ninja of Tsunagakure was panicked, but Lin Shan frowned. Amaterasu seems to be burning on the blessing, but it is not. He stood quietly, his eyes like a pool of stagnant water, no waves. A thick layer of chakra protects the body in advance, like a protective suit, blocking the burning of Amaterasu. The full-bodied chakra is bright red, and it feels very evil. Probably chakra from one tail. Lin Shan thought, and immediately his pupils widened. Unfortunately it's useless. Amaterasu. With his eyes widened, Amaterasu increased his output, and chakra, the tail beast on Fanfu's body, quickly evaporated. There was horror in the eyes of the old monk. The chakra of the tail beast, in terms of content and power, far exceeded that of humans. This black flame, chakra, the tail beast that can actually melt. It looks like you're in big trouble. Divorced and said in a deep voice, however, this technique is powerful enough to enter the ranks of forbidden technique. The crimson tail beast's coat gradually spread throughout the body, and a tail appeared behind it. Fanfu guessed right, Amaterasu is really loaded. However, he knew nothing about nuclear power Mangekyo. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Shao Crane appears in this world. Generally speaking, forbidden technique has two flaws. Either chakra consumes too much. Either it is harmful to the body. No matter what forbidden technique, these 2 points cannot be avoided. Therefore, Fanfu felt that as long as he resisted the burning of Amaterasu, Lin Shan would collapse by himself. But boom boom boom. This time, about 10 minutes passed. The old monk kept mobilizing one-tail chakra defenses, and the no-tail chakra was already burned to ashes. It's a hell, why haven't you stopped? Is there such a long forbidden technique? Isn't he afraid of blindness? Fanfu stared at Lin Shan in surprise, those golden Mangekyo, still maintaining fierce output. Centered on Fanfu, there is a sea of fire within 100 meters. Chakra doesn't seem to want money. Looking at the larger and larger sea of flames, when will you be the head? I can't hold it anymore. Some parts of the body have been burned and shedding, hot and painful. The tail beast's coat is not inflexible, but those black fires are pervasive, and the blessings are getting more and more injuries. Old man. The rough voice spread through my mind, and the blessing could not help but the spirit lifted, Shao he. The opponent's pupils are very strong, which makes me feel uncomfortable. You are too soft in your fight, so I will be replaced, not good. Shao he suddenly screamed, and a majestic pupil power hit Fanfu's mind. It's that kid's illusion. Shao he said eagerly. Where is this? A mysterious world, looking at the blood moon in the sky, filled with confusion. Lin Shan flashed out of thin air and explained, this is the world of Tsukuyomi, 72 hours, the outside world is equivalent to 1 second. In this world, I am an omnipotent being, and you. Lin Shan snapped his fingers with a snap. Pouch. A big hole was immediately torn out of Fanfu's chest, and blood was gushing out. Even the bones were broken. All this is an illusion. Despite the heart-piercing pain, Fanfu held it back. Illusion? All the pain suffered in Tsukuyomi will be transferred to the body. Feel it well. When the voice fell, Lin Shan disappeared. In the real world, Fanfu has fainted. Much more fragile than I thought. It was less than 72 hours, and it was tortured for more than 10 hours, and the old man collapsed. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from Fanfu's throat. A large amount of mud and sand will flow out, and the blessing will be firmly wrapped. These flowing sands, like some kind of living things, gradually condense into the appearance of living things. Shao he. Looking at the civet-like monster, Lin Shan was surprised and let this guy take advantage of the loopholes. Aha, my uncle finally has a chance to breathe fresh air. After the quicksand took shape, the huge civet cat appeared. The whole body is covered with patterns, and the bloodthirsty killing intent fills the world, as fierce as a beast. Thanks to you, if you didn't make the old man dizzy, this uncle hasn't had a chance to come out yet, jahaha. Xiao'erhe said with a strange smile. You're welcome. Lin Shan persuaded, I really want to thank you. Just be my pet, Crane. Crane. This strange name made Xiao'erhe look dumbfounded. He is a brutal and violent tail beast. Go to hell, brat. The enraged Xiao'erhe jumped vigorously, and his huge body flew towards him. Lin Shan liberates his pupils, mature body Susanoo covers the whole body. The shield slammed out like a fist. Boom. The strong Yata mirror hit the head of Xiao'erhe from the front. Xiao'erhe's head buzzed for a while. This strength is really not bad. Wind-style air training bullets. The mouth opened, and the terrifying hurricane was devastated. The mature Susanoo was blown backwards again and again. Boom. Susanoo was in the front of the gusty wind like an energy ball, and the whole body suddenly clicked, as if it was about to shatter. This turtle shell is too strong. Xiao'erhe stared at the undamaged Susanoo, secretly surprised, and immediately sneered, this time I will definitely defeat you. His mouth opened again, and a high-density chakra spurted out. A black energy ball condensed and formed. Tailed Beast Bomb. The Guyu of Yasaka. Boom boom boom. The night sky ignited a huge mushroom cloud of flames, and the heat wave swept across the battlefield. Yakang and Uzumaki Kushina, who were at war, both looked over, and their beautiful eyes showed shock. The power of the tail beast. Both of them also recognized the chakra of the tail beast, which is too easy to recognize compared to humans. It's over. Beside Yakang, there was an elderly woman, the grandmother-in-law of 1,000 generations. The puppet master of Tsunagakuer, the last time in the ninja world, is famous for its existence. Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face is ugly. Looking at the scratches on his arms, his expression becomes more solemn. Just now she and Yakang fought. The 1,000-generation mother-in-law suddenly rushed out and attacked secretly. Although Uzumaki Kushina was defenseless, avoiding the vital point, his arm was scratched. The worst thing is that the wound still has purple sap. There is no doubt that it is highly toxic. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Control Morizuru, Uzumaki Kushina's secret is revealed. You will die miserably. The 1,000-generation mother-in-law smiled strangely with a green light from the corners of her eyes. Does this old lady have any strange hobbies? Uzumaki Kushina shuddered. She decided to end the fight quickly, and if the delay continued, the venom spreading all over the body would be a big problem. Even if he wouldn't be poisoned to death, if he was captured, it would be an Asuma tragic end. Asuma, what do you mean? Take me out to whip the corpse again? Here, after all these years, is it degenerate? How can it be like a weak chicken? On Lin Shan's side, the war was in full swing, and the Xiao Crane, who had always been hot-tempered, roared again and again. Human, I want to smash your corpse into thousands of pieces, smash your bones and make you ashes. Xiao Crane's teeth itchy, the blood basin open to the maximum, wind-style emphasis. Whirring whirring. The hurricane hit violently, and the corpses everywhere flew into the distance like grains of sand. Lin Shan controlled the Yata mirror in front of him. No matter how exaggerated the strong wind, he could not shake the defense of Yata mirror. It's my turn. Lin Shan's eyes blinked slightly, and Susanoo's ten-fist sword exploded with blazing light. Guru. Xiao'erhe swallowed his saliva. He had a bad feeling. The sword seemed dangerous, and the soul was trembling. The bright red light illuminates the world in front of him, and the light projected by the ten-fist sword bursts out. Xiao'erhe quickly spit out a harsh gust of wind. The red light seemed to be transparent, and the attack track did not deviate. What bad trick is this? In the end, Xiao'erhe's body was penetrated, and strangely, he did not have any pain or discomfort. This kid is worthy of being a turtle. If a snake is there, he will definitely shout, "Little civet cat, You are done. Xiaohe's face changed drastically, and he felt that he was about to be pulled in. You want to seal me? Xiaohe panicked. I have to ask? But don't worry, the seal is only temporary, and I still lack a summoning beast. Lin Shan continued to exert his strength, keeping the crane like a liquid, slowly blending into the 10-punch sword. You are merciful, I agree to be your summoning beast, crane, or something, you can also accept it. Xiaohe screamed, he could feel the extraordinary of sealing technique. Lin Shan's movements were slightly stagnant, and his eyes narrowed. Really? Sure. Xiaohe nodded quickly. It's pretty much the same. Lin Shan stopped the seal and released Xiaohe again. He took out the scroll and prepared to sign a contract with Xiaohe. Humble human, let me be your pet, Uncle Xiaohe, what are you kidding me? Looking at Lin Shan, who exposed his back to him, Xiaohe slapped him vigorously. Rumble. The earth trembled fiercely, and the slap fell, smashing a half-meter deep pit. When the slap was removed, Lin Shan shattered into mud. Naive human beings are really stupid, ha ha ha. Xiaohe laughed wildly. Sure enough, I can't believe the animal's words. The indifferent voice resounded in my ears. Then there was another bang. Lin Shan, who was photographed into scraps, turned into a pool of rotten wood. Xiaohe was dumbfounded, and his anger went up. He was actually tricked by this kind of pediatrics? My Xiaohe uncle swears to piss you off. Xiaohe knelt on all fours, and his head knocked at Lin Shan. His eyes had turned into golden Mangekyo Sharingan. Obviously, this was controlled by Mangekyo's pupil power. Next, it's time to teach Tsunagakuru's ninjas. The pupil power started, and Xiaohe began to act again. On the other side, Kande mother-in-law, Yekang, and hundreds of Tsunagakure were chasing someone. Uzumaki Kushina. After a bitter battle, the venom followed the flow of blood, and finally transferred to the limbs and corpses, and the internal organs were also corroded. A fierce dizziness rushed into my heart. Uzumaki Kushina was hot, and his chest seemed to be burning. She knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she retreated at all costs. Mother-in-law of 1,000 generations, no matter how many Konoha shinobi are there, why are you chasing this woman? Yekang asked puzzledly. She is different. The 1,000-generation mother-in-law's eyes shone brightly. Uzumaki Kushina is not only a member of the Uzumaki clan, but the chakra that she suddenly broke out just now, remember? Remember? Yekang's heart shuddered with lingering fears, and Uzumaki Kushina didn't know what to do before. Suddenly a domineering chakra burst out, crushing dozens of puppets of the 1,000-generation mother-in-law. Regardless of chakra, or pure power, it becomes infinite, and even staged the play of tearing puppets. It was a puppet that was as hard as iron, and it was actually destroyed by brute force. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki about Konoha has always been a mystery. Konoha's secrecy work is great, until just now. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations has eyes full of greed. Catch her at all costs. Asterisk. Chapter 21 One person forced to retreat Sand Shinobi. According to Cho's guess, the 8th achievement of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Kushina. There is nothing better than the Uzumaki clan to be Jinchuriki. Speaking of it, the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki, isn't it the Uzumaki Mito of the Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki clan has huge vitality, the chosen people of Jinchuriki. Why didn't you expect it before? As long as you get 9 tails, the village's losses from this war will be of no consequence. The mother-in-law of 1,000 generations was excited and her old face flushed with excitement. Tsunagakure has always been lacking. In addition to the barren land, Jinchuriki is also flawed. Kirigakure has 2 heads and tails, 3 tails, and 6 tails Seiken. Iwagakure is also a 2-headed beast, 4 tails Lao Zi and 5 tails Kokuo. Cloud Shinobi Village has 2 cats and 8 tails Jayaki. In the 5 major countries, the other 3 villages are all 2-headed beasts, only Tsunagakuer and Konoha occupy 1 each. The disadvantage in terms of numbers is self-evident. Although Konoha also has a tail beast, it is the strongest 9 tails. Uzumaki Kushina was hit by my venom and became unconscious, and gave the tail beast a chance. So in the battle just now, 9 tails chakra overflowed. The grandmother 1000 generations said confidently. Seeing the figure fleeing in front of her, the grandmother Kyande sneered, she won't be able to run for long, 9 tails, Tsunagakuers from now on. I can't hold it anymore. Perceiving the pursuers behind him getting closer, Uzumaki Kushina was secretly anxious. The venom of the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations was too strong, and the toxins had spread long ago. She was dizzy so badly that the scenery she saw was extremely blurred. Puff! Uzumaki Kushina, who jumped to the branch in front of him, slipped and fell suddenly from the tree, making close contact with the earth. As expected to be a 1000-generation mother-in-law, if it weren't for your venom, a master like Uzumaki Kushina, how could such a low-level mistake be made? Yakang was full of flattering boasts. Huh, Konoha's ninjas, without Tsunade, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. The grandmother 1000 generations smiled disdainfully, and with a wave of her calloused hand, the batch of ninjas surrounded Uzumaki Kushina. It's over. Uzumaki Kushina, who was leaning on the big tree, had her beautiful eyes flashing with despair. She felt weak and didn't have the slightest strength. Run, can't you run very well? Mother-in-law Kyande sneered. Uzumaki Kushina opened his mouth, and finally closed it again. Don't look at it, catch her for me, boom. The ground shook suddenly, like an earthquake. Sand Shinobi became alert, looked towards the source of the earthquake, and a huge civet cat rushed over. Shao-er-he! Sand Shinobi was full of fear, and his nerve reflex backed away. Fenfu, that old guy can beast normally. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations was surprised, her eyes enlarged a little. But soon she realized that something was wrong. Shao-er-he's eyes were actually golden that they had never seen before, and the shape inside their eyes was like a big windmill. Most importantly, there is another person standing on his head, Lin Shan. It's Konoha's ninja, kill him. After regaining consciousness, the 1000-generation mother-in-law gave a cold voice. After Lin San heard this, his eyes blinked, Shao-er-he's mouth opened, and a huge chakra spewed out. The face of the grandmother of the 1000 generations changed drastically, give up the attack, and quickly withdraw, boom boom boom. Before the word retreat was finished, the tailed beast bomb exploded, and many Sand Shinobi were affected. Damn it's kid. Although the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations was not hit, the aftermath took her off. The body smashed to the ground fiercely, and the bones almost fell apart. At an age, how can he withstand such a toss? He vomited a big mouthful of blood on the spot. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations said in horror, this kid from the Uchiha family manipulates the blessings and retreats. Looking at the corpses everywhere, and then at Uzumaki Kushina, who had fainted, although he was not reconciled, he had to withdraw. Continue to delay, let alone the tail beast, perhaps the rest of the people will also die in battle. Run. People face the tail beasts with fear and awe. The 1000-generation mother-in-law gave the order, Sand Shinobi scattered like a frightened bird, running wild, only hating his parents for having 2 legs. It's too scary. Wasn't it great before? Looking at Sand Shinobi going away, Lin Shan secretly despised. With this blow, tailed beast bomb killed a full dozen Sand Shinobi, and many others were injured by the aftermath. Damn it, legs, stand up for me. Yakang collapsed to the ground, hammering his reluctant legs with great strength. I was fractured by the earthquake, even if you cut your legs, there is no response. Lin Shan slowly appeared behind Yakang, and the woman immediately looked at him coldly. The look in your eyes is really unpleasant. Lin Shan slapped it directly. Snapped. A blood-red palm print, like an old iron hot, was branded on the white face. Hakurejui Kakozu was beaten to bleed. But she was still intent on killing. Okay, very spicy, thorny rose, I like it. Lin Shan laughed angrily, and, in a rage, launched Amaterasu to swallow all the injured sand shinobi. In the jungle, the screams were in succession. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Everything is for the village. You devil! Yakang Mei's eyes were crying, heartbroken. Demon? Uchiha Lin Shan, just avenge my good brother Sarutobi Asuma, forget how you tortured him. Lin Shan cruelly preached, I still want to write on your belly to vent a nasty anger on Asuma, isn't that how you treat him? You can't do that. Yakang was shocked, his face pale as snow. Wait, Uchiha Lin Shan? She vaguely remembered, every night that was shivering with cold, the guy cursed by Asuma, isn't it Uchiha Lin Shan? If you say no, I will do that. Lin Shan threatened. You can't, Lin Shan ripped the rags from his clothes and wrapped Yakang's mouth firmly. I'll take you later. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina who was fainting, Lin Shan walked over. The beautiful woman greeted her with dazzled hair, heavy breathing, and her entire cheeks showed two colors of purple and red. One more thing, she tore her clothes unconsciously, in an extremely painful look, and part of her skin was exposed. He touched Uzumaki Kushina's forehead, which was very hot. Don't go. Uzumaki Kushina opened his eyes suddenly, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, and stubbornly grabbed Lin Shan's big hand. She was scorching hot, and this warm touch made her very comfortable. Lin Shan saw the indescribable weirdness and slandered in his heart, the old witch of the 1000th-generation mother-in-law is really shameless. Isn't she a master of poison? How can she even use the pill, a scum in the ninja world? Mother-in-law of 1000 generations, what kind of medicine are you talking about? Yes, in Lin Shan's opinion, Uzumaki Kushina's disease is the kind of poison that is indiscriminate. Well, the mother-in-law of 1000 generations is really nasty. In this case, the hero in the novel, in order to save the heroine's life, usually dedicated himself. Lin Shan remembered the plot in the previous life novel, how similar the current scene is. After a moment of contemplation, hearing the more intense panting and the gradually reddish pretty face, Lin Shan looked at the sky and sighed, Ms. Kushina is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, an indispensable existence. Hey, as it is now, as I, the Traverser, can only sacrifice myself and respect the protagonist's fate. Uzumaki Kushina, I'm here to save you. Apart from anything else, Lin Shan picked up Uzumaki Kushina and walked towards the depths of the dense forest. Everything is for the village. Seeing Lin Shan leave, Yakang hurriedly shouted for a while. What does this guy mean? What did you whisper there just now? Also, what does it mean to abandon her here? Starved to death? Still eaten by beasts? Yakang screamed again, her mouth sealed, she couldn't say anything at all. With a broken leg, Yakang couldn't move at all. I can only watch Lin Shan go away. On the western battlefield, Sand Shinobi's tactical attack failed, but the central and eastern fronts were advancing leaps and bounds. By virtue of their numerical advantages, Konoha was defeated steadily. Among them, the central region has the most fierce competition, with Jiraiya and 4th Kazekage Rosa front hard steel. In terms of strength, naturally you are not afraid of 4th Kazekage. Even in the face of the young 4th Kazekage, Jiraiya still has the advantage, temporarily suppressing it. But Jiraiya was aggrieved, and all around him were the wailing and cry for help of the Konoha shinobi. Tsunagakure has two huge advantages. First of all, the first point is the number of people. They just concentrate on destroying Konoha. It's not like Konoha has to face rock shinobi. The forces can't be concentrated, which also leads to a huge disparity between the enemy and the enemy. Of course, this is not the biggest factor. There is a shortage of manpower. You can use the will of fire to brainwash. A few words flicker, then the Konoha shinobi is not as if it is a chicken blood. The death squads are wave after wave, directly. There is no ambiguity about the body attacking the bayonet. After all, Konoha is exceptionally different, emphasizing spiritual power. However, facing the side-to-side situation, Jiraiya found that the will of fire was useless, and the morale of the Konoha shinobi was low, and it was almost destroyed. First, the Konoha war god Asuma was captured, which severely frustrated Konoha's military spirit. The second is the deadliest. Although Konoha also has thousands of ninjas, half of them are affected by the poisonous fog in the atmosphere, let alone fighting, and some are directly killed by sand shinobi on the hospital bed. In less than half an hour after the war, Konoha paid hundreds of casualties. Jiraiya feels bitter, and she is always uncomfortable. After several hours of fierce fighting, it was not until the weather was cold that Sand Shinobi's side won gold to retreat. With Sand Shinobi's advantage, Konoha can be completely defeated. But right, 4th Kazekage received a news that made him furious. Thousands of ninjas on the western front were all defeated, Yekang was captured, and Jinchuriki was also controlled. Hearing this news, 4th Kazekage was sluggish for half a minute. After the war, Sand Shinobi liquidated the results. In this battle, Konoha also killed hundreds of ninjas. Sand Shinobi only paid 100 casualties. This was a big victory. But because of the defeat on the Western Front, it instantly became shit. Asterisk. Chapter 23 starting today, the Breakup Master is officially online. Who did it? Looking at the 1000th generation mother-in-law with the Beatles, 4th Kazekage was angry and shocked again. The old woman made it like a beggar. I remember Namikaze Minato is gone, why is there such a big defeat? 4th Kazekage asked Luosha in a hoarse voice. It's a kid named Uchiha Linshan. I'm sorry, I have an unshirkable responsibility. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations lowered her head in shame. Hey. 4th Kazekage sighed heavily. Others can still get angry, but Kande can't. She is not only a veteran of Tsunagakure, but also a meritorious figure. I am getting older, and I am still working hard for the rise of Tsunagakure. 4th generation, the top priority is to get back the blessings. Jinchuriki is too important to the village. Kande mother-in-law said eagerly. Yes? How? Sand Shinobi and Konoha are endlessly dying. Tell me how. 4th Kazekage's face is dark, simple. Temporarily cease the war and negotiate with Konoha. Kande mother-in-law suggested. The previous efforts are all in vain. Luosha clenched her fist unwillingly, obviously Sand Shinobi had an advantage, which was not seen in previous ninja wars. Give up now? Hoo. He exhaled heavily. 4th Kazekage stood with his hands in his hands, looked at the distant sky, and said blankly, let me think about it. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations made no sound and quit without saying a word. Wait for me, Uchiha Linshan. The mother-in-law of 1000 generations remembered this name. In the dark dense forest, the big trees cover the sky, the branches are luxuriant, the sunlight is blocked by all, and the darkness is looked up. What? Suddenly, a harsh screaming sound dispersed from the dense forest. How could I be like this? Uzumaki Kusina quickly picked up the torn clothes and put them on her body. Embarrassingly, the shreds were too thorough, in 2 pieces. Linshan also woke up and sat on the ground floor, smiling with Erlang's legs. It looks like you are all right, Miss Kusina. Linshan got up and stretched. I'm exhausted at night. After that, he didn't take a deep look at Uzumaki Kusina. You brat! Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful eyes breathed fire, and the chakra chains were swept out of his back, and they pulled out one after another to Lin Shan. Bang bang bang. Surrounded by a substantial chakra, Lin Shan easily blocked the chakra chain that struck. I am going to kill you. Uzumaki Kushina increased chakra output, as many as dozens of chakra chains swept out of the body. What happened last night? She still had a slight impression that the stinky kid actually took advantage of the danger. How will she face Minato in the future? Thinking about it, tears flowed out. Hey, that's how you treated your benefactor? If it weren't for me, you would have been poisoned to death by 1,000 generations of potent pill. Lin Shan sneered. I would rather die. Uzumaki Kushina said angrily, what's more, no matter how shameless and insidious the grandmother is, she won't use that kind of thing. Don't forget, she is also a woman. What kind of logic is this? You can't use it if you are a woman. It's a big mistake. Lin Shan said faintly, if it's not, why do you have nothing to do after you sleep for a while? Hearing that, Uzumaki Kushina was startled. Yes, her head is not dizzy, her body is not hot, and the scene seen by her eyes is not blurred. Is it really? Cha. Uzumaki Kushina stomped her feet. She was about to smash thousands of corpses. Just know who your enemy is. Lin Shan lit a cigarette leisurely, and slowly said, also, isn't it just a rescue by the rivers and lakes? You are worried about a fart, don't you tell? I don't tell, who knows? Do you think Minato is an idiot? Uzumaki Kushina wants to hammer Lin Shan, but the outer Susanoo is too strong. Is he very smart? Lin Shan blinked calmly, with a playful look on his face. Even if you know it, what can you do? If she abandons you because of this, it can only show that your relationship is too fragile, and he doesn't love you at all. Yours. The relationship is not as good as a film. Also, I am very happy to take over, and I can completely use me as a spare tire. Lin Shan said slyly, also, if you... Bang bang bang. Susanoo resounded 2 more times, sparks flew, and the chakra chain was useless. Wait for me, kill the 1,000-generation mother-in-law first, and then come to you to settle the account. Uzumaki Kushina left angrily. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman's shadow. The remarks just now were nothing but amusement for Uzumaki Kushina. If it was before, everyone would be fine. Just do what you love. But, now, what shouldn't have happened has already happened, and Namikaze Minato has to stand aside. You are mine. Lin Shan muttered to himself, from today, the breakup master is officially online. The first business was to destroy Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Asterisk. Chapter 24 I will help you explain. After a while, Lin Shan walked out of the grove. I can't get away even if I give you a chance. Lin Shan found that Yekang was still here, leaning against the big tree decadently, with a sad expression on his face. Yekang immediately made a strange cry. Run. I have 2 broken legs, how do I run? Lin Shan tore off the strip of cloth that Yekang was sealing her mouth, and she immediately yelled, you left me here all night, but you went, too dirty. Yekang's ears were red to soft, and she could hear the strange sound. Dirty. Lin Shan smiled slightly, Sand Shinobi is not dirty? How is my good brother Asuma being tortured by you? I won't hang you up, just right in your stomach, exclusive to Lin Shan. Yekang panicked, I am not your slave. What is the difference between a captive and a slave? Lin Shan warned, don't think about suicide. If you dare to do that, I will strip the body to the public. Yekang wants to cry without tears, why is there such a brazen person in the world? In the Land of Fire, a large number of Konoha shinobi were defeated. Jiraiya hurriedly gathered the remnants and temporarily retreated to the Land of Fire to cultivate. He was very worried that if Sand Shinobi drove straight in, Bingfeng would wreak havoc in the Land of Fire. Sand Shinobi's troops on the Western Front were all defeated. Jinchuriki was caught alive as well. After learning these news, Jiraiya was dumbfounded for a few minutes. After the last fiasco, he felt that Lin Shan was not reliable at all. Who knew the surprise came so soon? It's no wonder that Sand Shinobi didn't take advantage of the victory. It turned out that the Western Front suffered a big loss. Ahaha! In the tent that had just been set up, Jiraiya's happy laugh came out. In the past few months of fighting Tsunagakuer, he has never been as happy as he is today. Master Jiraiya, will the intelligence be wrong? How can Uchiha Lin Shan and Miss Kushina defeat thousands of Sand Shinobi? Some people are skeptical. It is said that Lin Shan used Sharingan to control Jinchuriki, and a large part of Sand Shinobi was killed by the sharing of blessings. Someone explained. This piece of information probably won't be false. Our intelligence personnel have also confirmed it. I heard that Joe was injured. Jiraiya looked at the information in his hand, with joy on his face. Lin Shan and Kushina have done a great job this time. They are both Konoha's heroes. What a shit hero, that kid is a despicable villain. A beautiful figure broke into the tent, and everyone saw that it was Uzumaki Kushina with a pretty face. Kushina? You are fine. A smile appeared on Jiraiya's face, but why was his face so bad? Give me a team of ninjas, I want to kill Sand Shinobi base camp. Uzumaki Kushina clenched his fists. My staff are all wounded, there are no extra ninjas for you. Also, the master of Sand Shinobi base camp is like a cloud. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out after going in. Jiraiya solemnly said, although 4th Kazekage is young, I didn't take advantage of the fight last night. Then I will go by myself. Uzumaki Kushina turned and left. Jiraiya couldn't help but was taken aback. He also knew that Uzumaki Kushina had a bad temper. He was called Little Pepper, but he always respected him. How did it happen? It suddenly seemed to be a different person. UBD, dare to come back. Outside the tent, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly heard a thunderous sound, and the surging murderous aura dispersed. Jiraiya rushed out quickly. How do you talk to this great hero? Lin Shan looked at Uzumaki Kushina dissatisfiedly. I saved you, and the uncle caught so many Sand Shinobi back. Is that attitude? Behind Lin Shan, dozens of Sand Shinobi followed. Their eyes are all golden 3-hook jade. Jiraiya thought to himself, this kid is too terrible. The pupil power can control dozens of people at the same time. This strength is probably beyond Uchiha Fugaku. It's an old lady's thing for you to make meritorious deeds. Uzumaki Kushina rolled up his sleeves and his hair stood up. What happened to you guys? Jiraiya asked incomprehensibly. Between the two, it looked like a mortal enemy. She will avenge her revenge. Lin Shan shrugged. In fact, he did save Uzumaki Kushina. According to the systematic explanation, the nuclear radiation in Lin Shan's body killed the venom. As for why Uzumaki Kushina himself did not affect it, it is probably because the massive chakra in Nine Tails is like a protective suit, which greatly weakens the lethality of nuclear radiation. Despite the advantage, Lin Shan still thinks this woman should say thank you. The kindness of life-saving is greater than God. Wait for my old lady to kill 1,000 generations, settle accounts with you. Uzumaki Kushina glared at Lin Shan. Her heart is also extremely confused. How will you face Namikaze Minato in the future? Admit it honestly, she has no courage. If she secretly concealed it, she would be ashamed, and even more sorry for Namikaze Minato. It's difficult. How about I help you? I'm always good at this kind of thing, I'm an expert. There was a beating sound in my ears. Asterisk. Chapter 25 The Big Guy Among the Big Guys. You better go to die. Uzumaki Kushina's small fist hits directly. Boom. There was a loud bang, fists scattered, and the huge bones condensed by chakra prevented Uzumaki Kushina from attacking. What kind of shit is this? It's too strong. Uzumaki Kushina rubbed his fists and they were all swollen. The nuclear power Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Lin Shan explained lazily. Nuclear power. Jiraiya raised his brow. He had only heard of Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the nuclear-powered Mangekyo, what the hell is that? Huh. A ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Master Jiraiya, Tsunagaku's grandmother-in-law came to negotiate. Good, good, good. Uzumaki Kushina smirked and rushed out instantly. Lin Shan followed closely, and it is estimated that there will be a good show. 100 meters away from Konoha Station, Sand Shinobi only came here this time to show his sincerity. The main task this time is to redeem the blessings. Jinchuriki must come back. Fourth Kazekage said with a low face, I don't know how Konoha bastards are asking for prices. We also have a bargaining chip, just replace it with a suma. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations said slowly, the identity of Hokage's son actually helped us. Konoha is not stupid, how could he trade Jinchuriki for a kid, even if he is Hokage's son, the value is too bad. Ebizo stroked his beard and analyzed, 80% will also put forward other conditions, such as letting the village retreat and the two sides return to their pre-war state. Fourth Kazekage didn't say a word, which was the most difficult point for him to accept. Looking at it, the mountains and rivers in the land of fire are beautiful, and the green jungle has no end. He took a deep breath, the air in the country of fire is sweet. This is the most fertile land on the mainland. Look at Tsunagaku again, the environment is harsh, the country is in the center of the desert, and various resources are extremely scarce. The land of Konoha has been watched by Tsunagaku for decades. This time, it was probably the closest one. 1,000 generations of old witches. A thunderous roar suddenly came, and the 1000-generation mother-in-law looked up, and it was Uzumaki Kushina who was killed by the wind. We are not here to go to war. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations frowned slightly and reminded. Seeing that Uzumaki Kushina is safe and sound, it is also extremely unexpected, detoxified. Could it be that Tsunade is here? Old eyes were full of jealousy, and the only person who could pose a threat to her poison was Tsunade. You used dirty means to destroy my innocence, old witch, you are a scum among women. Uzumaki Kushina is absolutely capable, and a large number of chakra chains are swept from behind, biting at the mother-in-law of the 1000 generations like a giant python. Ruin your innocence. The scolded 1000-generation mother-in-law looked dumbfounded. What did she do? How can you get in touch with innocence? Uzumaki Kushina was not poisoned to death, she was still depressed. A gold dust shield. A desert shield is condensed in front of it, mixed with a large amount of metal, which is extremely strong. Bang bang bang. The dust splashed, and the chakra chain was like a series of combined punches, blasting the shield back without breaking it, and the defense was quite strong. Uzumaki Kushina, repeat again, we are not here to declare war, remember, it is negotiation. Fourth Kazekage scolded displeasedly. Uzumaki Kushina completely ignored them. Under her control, the chakra chains condense with each other, becoming several times larger, like a pillar of heaven. Stop. Jiraiya stepped forward to Uzumaki Kushina and quickly said, you have to focus on the overall situation. Lin Shan also came, Yin and Yang weirdly sarcastically said, well, you are a 1000-generation-old witch, who is disrespectful to the old, and actually used a pine medicine to deal with Kushina, it is shameless. Chun 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 chun. Chun chun medicine. When these words fell, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at Uzumaki Kushina in amazement, including Jiraiya. Really? Lin Shan, this idiot, is he helping me or hurting me? Can you tell me something like this? Uzumaki Kushina almost died of anger, was stared at by the crowd, and fled in shame. So embarrassing. Everybody knows this time, once it gets to Minato's ears, it's simply Namikaze. Minato is bound to ask how to detoxify, how to answer. In addition to this, one person went mad. Uchiha Linshan. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations became mad, she almost vomited blood, and hissed, "You don't talk nonsense there, and I have been in the ninja world all my life, how can I use that kind of indiscriminate things to deal with women, you don't give me bloody mouth." The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations had violent chest rises and falls, and her whole body was trembling. With bloodshot eyes, "I can't wait to swallow Linshan alive." Among the 5 great nations, she is considered quite prestigious. As we all know, the 1,000-generation mother-in-law is known for her puppetry skills. If this matter is not explained clearly, the consequences will be disastrous. In the future, she may have multiple nicknames. Tsubaki Medicine Master. After all, even the strong like Uzumaki Kushina has fallen down, and she must be the big one among the big guys. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Talk while playing. For an old guy like a 1,000-generation mother-in-law, his son and daughter-in-law died in the battle, and his grandson disappeared. The way he went was unknown, and his life was desperate. The only thing she cares about is reputation. If 100 years later, when people think of a 1,000-generation mother-in-law, the first thing they think of is that she is a master of Chun medicine, why does this make her feel so embarrassed? I will not give up without giving a reasonable explanation. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations took out the scroll, and only heard a bang sound, and groups of puppets appeared. "Sister, calm down." Ebizo quickly persuaded, "Don't forget the purpose of this trip. He is humiliating me." Kyande mother-in-law said coldly. "I'm just stating the facts." Linshan spread his hands and said, "How can a sunny boy like me be wronged?" "Enough, that's the end of the trivia." Fourth Kazekage yelled with great momentum and stared at Jiraiya with cold eyes. "Jiraiya, Tsunagakura is here with sincerity, so that your people will be restrained." "What is your purpose?" Jiraiya asked. "Return the blessings." Fourth Kazekage said straightforwardly. "Part of the blessing." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya glanced at Linshan calmly. "Speaking of which, among Tsunagakura's prisoners, there is no blessing. What can Konoha get?" Jiraiya asked faintly. "Bring it out." Fourth Kazekage turned his head and looked at it. In an instant, a few sand shinobi escorted Asuma, who was fainted, to appear. "Give us the blessings and Sarutobi Asuma to Konoha." Fourth Kazekage asked, "It's fair to change one for one." Joke. Jiraiya sneered, "Are Jinchuriki and Asuma the same value? Tsunagakura will have to pay another price if you want to change back to Jinchuriki. Say." Fourth Kazekage did not bargain. In addition to handing over Asuma, Tsunagakura will immediately cease the war. A strange light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. If the war is to end because of this, that would be a good thing. As for taking Jinchuriki as his own, he never thought about it. Shoujuru is Tsunagakura's lifeblood. He brought it back to Konoha. From now on, the 2 villages will never die. Hearing the conversations of several people, Linshan's face was indescribably weird. There is a small problem with this blessing, and it is estimated that Tsunagakura is difficult to accept. A truce is impossible, don't think about it. Fourth Kazekage reprimanded loudly, "Don't forget, the 2 villages are at war because of what? Do you still dare to say?" Speaking of this, Jiraiya is a big hit. Third Kazekage disappeared. Tsunagakura suspected that Konoha was dry. There was no evidence, and he attacked directly. Is Konoha wronged? It's not about them. Tsunagakuru's idea is very simple. The two villages are both hostile and there is too much hatred. Who else but Konoha? Since I don't want to, what else is there to say? Let's continue the war. Fourth Kazekage waved his hand and left stiffly. Seeing them leaving, Jiraiya's eyes flashed. With these forces on hand, he must be unable to hold it. If Tsunagakure continues to attack, it will not take long for him to be wiped out. After returning to the tent, Jiraiya sighed. Today's hope can only be pinned on the reinforcements in the village. Lin Shan left early, and returned to his tent to continue to study Izanagi and other techniques. His brows suddenly frowned, and a strong murderous aura came from outside the tent. Lin Shan grinned suddenly. Miss Kushina, come in and sit down. 10 seconds after the sound, Uzumaki Kushina walked in coldly. She was like a block of ice. Wherever she went, the temperature dropped. You dare to cheat me? Uzumaki Kushina stared at Lin Shan forcefully. Hit you? Obviously to protect you. Okay, haven't you seen that? A few words have made Kandaichi half dead, and myocardial infarction will come up. Lin Shan replied. Humph, now many ninjas are thinking, how on earth did I get back to normal? How do you let me explain? Uzumaki Kushina asked angrily. Tell the truth, didn't you say it? My uncle Lin Shan is happy to take the order. Lin Shan smiled at Uzumaki Kushina. You beg. Uzumaki Kushina screamed, I can't be with a kid, I'm your mother. Suddenly wondering that something was wrong, she was not that old, and changed her words, remember it for me, Minato, I won't spare you easily. Hearing that, Lin Shan has the figure of a cash-sending man in his mind. In fact, he is also curious about how Namikaze Minato will deal with this matter. As we all know, Namikaze Minato is a man who is warm as the sun. Does he understand Uzumaki Kushina, or Uzumaki Kushina? Boom. A loud explosion sounded from afar. Uzumaki Kushina disappeared suddenly. Probably Sand Shinobi attacked again. Lin Shan also went out slowly. Unlike the others, he didn't have much interest in guarding the village, so he just walked through the scene. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Is he Konoha's ninja? He casually found a hill to sit down, and when someone came, he casually slaughtered a few Sand Shinobi. No one, light a cigarette and smoke lonely. Participating in this war is nothing more than one tale. The goal was achieved, and Lin Shan was not interested in mixing up. Having said that, there was one thing that made him quite helpless. What Tsunagakure wants to share, I'm sorry, it's already dead, and the body is about to rot. Lin Shan stripped the guarding crane, and Jinchuriki would undoubtedly die if he loses his tail beast. Konoha can't hold it? Lin Shan looked around and saw that Sand Shinobi was densely packed. Because the points were taken away, their offense was extremely violent and fierce. Ishin wanted to take back the Shao crane. Where is that brat? On the battlefield full of people, Fourth Kazekage looked through his eyes and kept searching for Lin Shan's whereabouts. Sadly, my eyes hurt, but I didn't notice Lin Shan. Could it be that the tortoise is shrinking up? Fourth Kazekage thought so. Seeing Konoha was out of use, it was normal to run away. It is even possible to return directly to the village. After all, I caught Jinchuriki in the enemy village, which is a great achievement. Master Fenying, found him. A sharp-eyed ninja pointed at a distant mountain suddenly. Fourth Kazekage looked over subconsciously, and Lin Shan, who was blowing smoke rings, appeared. Whether this kid is Konoha's ninja, I doubt it is an undercover agent in other villages. Fourth Kazekage was so surprised, smoking a cigarette, tilting Erlang's legs, and then watching the ninja from the same village get beaten? With Lin Shan's strength, even Jinchuriki can be settled. Once he joins the war, not to mention his ability to turn the tide, it is definitely a weapon that cannot be ignored on the battlefield. Master 4th generation, he seems to have discovered us. He waved hello to us. The ninja on the side said repeatedly. 4th Kazekage raised his head, and as expected, Lin Shan waved his arms with a smile. It makes me want to know him more. When 4th Kazekage was going to kill Lin Shan, a sudden change happened. Wow! With a scream, 4th Kazekage's face changed drastically. Let the others go, this is a war, and sacrifices are inevitable. Suddenly looking back, it just happened to see the 1000th-generation mother-in-law flying out like a cannonball. Smashed into the ground, like a dead dog. Who is it? 4th Kazekage was extremely shocked, although the 1000th-generation mother-in-law was old, as a puppet master, his strength was not weaker than him. Was beaten up? Run, she is a monster. What's the matter with this sense of oppression? It's the chakra of the tail beast. Among the crowd, there were countless panic shouts. The fiery red chakra swept across the world like a storm. Within a few kilometers, you can feel this grumpy chakra. 4th Kazekage also saw who the murderer was. Uzumaki Kushina was covered in red chakra, and 6 tails swept from behind. This chakra, regardless of content or quality, has surpassed the blessing. 4th Kazekage had a dark face and tremblingly said, that Uzumaki Kushina is actually 9 tails Jinchuriki. When Jinchuriki loses control of his emotions, chakra will overflow into his body. It is 80% of the time that Uzumaki Kushina loses control after seeing the Tsubaki medicine master for 1000 generations. There was a voice in his ear. 4th Kazekage nodded secretly. The analysis made sense. Then he was startled. Who was talking? Yo. Lin Shan raised his arm again to say hello, and revealed a row of white fang. Damn, you kids still dare to show up in front of me. 4th Kazekage was opened directly, and the handprint was completed in an instant, magnet-style dust. A sandstorm mixed with a large number of metal particles surged from behind 4th Kazekage. Lin Shan spoke indifferently, Susanoo. The fiery red chakra spewed out, the bones, flesh and blood, head and other organs condensed, and the burly chakra giant also appeared. Rumble. Susanoo was engulfed by a sandstorm in the sky, and the mixed metal material shot like bullets. Clang clang clang. The mature body Susanoo's defense is inexhaustible, and the metal particles are hard to break. Lin Shan bit his finger and slapped the ground with one hand, summoning technique. Suddenly, dense black incantations appeared underground. Boom. After a plume of smoke, a giant figure appeared again, resembling a civet cat, covered with purple patterns. 4th Kazekage trembled fiercely in his heart. Hey, isn't this Shao'er-he? Why did he run out? Such a mentally handicapped problem has actually come out of Tang Tang Fengying's mouth. Tsunagakure's IQ per capita is worrying. The corners of Lin Shan's mouth curled up, or, guess why? You damn BD. 4th Kazekage's murderous intent was like a tide. It looked like the tail beast had been stripped out. In other words, the divided blessing is dead. Jinchuriki, who killed the village, even if you are struggling to hurt both sides today, I will kill you. 4th Kazekage is skilled at sealing, and a large amount of placer gold has condensed again. Kill me? You value yourself too much. Lin Shan sneered, speaking of dealing with me, you should worry about other people. He pointed in a certain direction, and Uzumaki Kushina had a large-tailed beast bomb in his mouth. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Treat yourself with a heavy blow? Quickly disperse. 4th Kazekage yelled hysterically. The same is the tailed beast bomb. In terms of power, it is several times that of Shao'er-he. Boom boom boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a terrifying explosion rewrites the surface. The earth was blasted out of deep craters like meteorite impact. A large number of ninjas in Sand Shinobi and even Konoha village have been affected. Jinchuriki runs violently, usually regardless of enemy and However, most of those killed were sand shinobi. Run, Lord Kushina is a monster. In the face of this absolute power, not only sand shinobi was scared to urinate, but Konoha shinobi was also stunned. Bang bang bang. The corpses that were blown up to the sky fell one after another, and the coat of the Konoha shinobi could be vaguely seen. At this moment, people's fear of Jinchuriki was awakened again. No matter which village you are in, Jinchuriki is an unwelcome existence. Uzumaki Kushina has not suffered any discrimination, because she is the secret of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the senior officials at Konoha understand that the secrecy measures are done very well. Even Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya are not aware of it for the time being. But now the secret was exposed, and the Konoha shinobi saw Uzumaki Kushina's eyes with obvious fear. A beast screamed across the sky. Uzumaki Kushina's chakra continued to rush, like a world-destroying storm. Wherever it went, the land was blown up. Staring at the remaining sand shinobi, Uzumaki Kushina opened his mouth again, and chakra gushed out. Don't be too rampant, with me, don't want to bully Tsunagakuer. Behind fourth Kazekage swept across the sky and covered the sky with a sandstorm, and smashed toward Uzumaki Kushina, magnet-style gold burial. Later, Gaara's most famous trick was the sandstorm burial. In fact, this gold dust burial was the predecessor of the sandstorm burial. When it comes to power, it is far more powerful than the sandstorm burial. But Uzumaki Kushina turned around to attack the target, and the fist-sized tailed beast bomb exploded in midair. Rumble! There was another deafening loud noise, and the shock wave spread wildly from the sky, and it could be felt within a few kilometers. Damn it, why is Nine Tails so strong? Luosha gritted her teeth unwillingly. The shock wave after the explosion of the tailed beast bomb shook everyone's dust away. There is no way to suppress Uzumaki Kushina. Shoo! There was a violent sonic boom, and Uzumaki Kushina instantly issued another tailed beast bomb. Although Sand Shinobi made a lot of walls to intercept it, it was shattered one by one. After the explosion, it easily took the lives of nearly 100 people. Retreat, retreat quickly, and temporarily abandon the combat plan. Looking at the two huge pits on the ground, Luosha felt hairy in her heart, let alone ordinary ninjas. Even he could not withstand the devastation of tailed beast bomb. The strength of the two parties is not one-dimensional at all. Linshan, wait for me, One Tail, the village will never give up. After giving a harsh word, fourth Kazekage hurriedly retreated. A large number of sand shinobi flee like ants on a hot pot. Don't think that this is over. Uzumaki Kushina continues to make tailed beast bomb. She ran away completely and turned into a murderous weapon. Boom boom boom. The tailed beast bomb shot vertically, and this time it fell to the Konoha shinobi's station. Boom boom boom. It's another hot mushroom cloud. Kushina, are you crazy? Jiraiya vomited blood. It was not destroyed by Sand Shinobi, but instead was destroyed by Uzumaki Kushina. It's useless to say that this is the chakra of Nine Tails who dominates this body at the moment. He has detained that fox for decades and hated Konoha a long time ago. Linshan's voice came in his ears. Jiraiya asked in a deep voice, is there any way to calm her down? It's not difficult. Linshan rubbed his chin, and said gloomily, it won't be enough to knock her down. Huh. The storm surged, as fast as lightning. The next moment, the fiery red color filled the eyes. Before Jiraiya could react, the monster with 6 tails approached. Pouch! The claws swept hard, and the skin broke and flesh was cut, and even the ribs were cut off. Wow! Jiraiya screamed screaming, and he was aggrieved in his heart. It was not Sand Shinobi who hit him hard, but the apprentice's girlfriend. Really FG filial. Huh. Another eye-catching cold light swept, and Susanoo instantly rose from Lin Shan's body. Boom boom. The tail beast was so powerful that Susanoo was photographed with paw prints and simply held it. Amaterasu. Lin Shan opened his eyes, and Uzumaki Kushina suddenly lit up with a black flame. The fire was so alarming that Uzumaki Kushina fell to the ground trying to extinguish the flame, rolling over and over. Lin Shan took the opportunity to attack and threw a fiery red dart. The Guyu of Yasaka. Boom boom boom. A sturdy blow in the abdomen caused Uzumaki Kushina to fly dozens of meters away. It's ruthless. The remaining Konoha shinobi swallowed their saliva. When Sand Shinobi invaded just now, even Lin Shan could not be found. How can you beat yourself so hard? Asterisk. Chapter 29 900 Yasaka Guyu. Jinchuriki is Jinchuriki after all, with thick skin and thick flesh. Uzumaki Kushina stood up soon, and the black inflammation on his body also fell off. The turtle shell is really thick. Lin Shan sighed. Jinchuriki can rely on the thick chakra to pile up to defend Amaterasu. Call out. The violent hurricane crushed again, and the explosive impact was too strong. Uzumaki Kushina instantly rushed in front of Susanoo. It's no wonder that Jiraiya was killed before he could see clearly. Even Lin Shan, who has nuclear-powered Mangekyo Sharingan, can only see the blurry after-image. The speed is really fast. Boom. With a heavy fist, he shattered Susanoo's armor on the front, and half of his fist penetrated into the inner space. Lin Shan was astonished, and the pupil power of nuclear power Mangekyo exploded. With his chakra level, Susanoo didn't have the slightest pressure for half an hour. With a wave of his arm, Yasaka Guyu threw out again like a hidden weapon. Uzumaki Kushina stepped back. Boom boom boom. A huge gap was suddenly blasted out of the ground. Uzumaki Kushina, who simply retreated early, avoided. Do you think this is over? Lin Shan's squinted eyes exuded a dangerous light, and the gap in Susanoo was instantly repaired. Do you know what a continuous attack is? Have you heard of continuous shuriken, but haven't you seen continuous Yasaka Guyu? Lin Shan smiled strangely. Susanoo flicked his arm for a few times, and about 7 or 8 Yasaka Guyu flew out. Can this trick be used continuously? One might be terrible, and 7 or 8 mountains are flattened in minutes. Unexpectedly, Master Lin Shan is so good. Awesome is amazing. When Sand Shinobi invaded just now, where did it go? The lingering Konoha whispered, hiding himself and paying attention to the changes in the battle situation. Boom boom boom. Several Yasaka Guyu exploded around Uzumaki Kushina at the same time, and the aftermath of the dispersion was like a heavy punch, beating them with constant wailing. Haha. The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another, and Yasaka Guyu struck again, this time more than 20. Wave after wave, they kept hitting Uzumaki Kushina. Nuclear power Mangekyo Sharingan can last forever. As long as chakra is enough, any technique can be released indefinitely. Half an hour of Yasaka no Goyu, enjoy it? Lin Shan said to himself. Counting it down, it's a Yasaka Guyu in 2 seconds, and it's 30 in a minute. In half an hour, nearly 900 Yasaka Guyu can be thrown. This is simply frantic. Boom boom boom. The surrounding area of Uzumaki Kushina is constantly blasting, pitted, like the surface of the moon. Regardless of whether it was accurate or not, it all exploded around Uzumaki Kushina anyway. The offensive, like a torrential rain, was very dense, and there was no chance of even raising the head. 10 minutes later, Yasaka Guyu was still flying in the sky. 20 minutes later, Yasaka Guyu continued to bombard. 25 minutes passed, and the Konoha shinobi was already kneeling and looking at Lin Shan. My dear, are all the shurikens thrown here? Jinchuriki can't lift your head with your shuriken. Even if it is a shuriken, this is too much. In this moment, 700 or 800 have been thrown out. Master Linshan is amazing. The shame of Konoha, Asuma, Lord Konoha, Linshan. The Konoha shinobi people gave Linshan a thumbs up and suppressed the runaway Jinchuriki alone. What an exaggerated combat power is this? Just take a look at Jiraiya. There was no time to react just now. It was almost a face-to-face, and was killed by Jinchuriki in seconds. It can be seen that the strength is overwhelming. It's almost there. After half an hour finally passed, realizing that the chakra in his body was exhausted, Linshan removed Susanoo. Looking at it, the earth is destroyed and shapeless, and there are fine pits everywhere. Linshan saw Uzumaki Kushina at a glance. The tail of her tail beast coat had reached an astonishing 8. However, she has no chance to fight back. The 900 Yasakaguyus are too violent, and she doubts her life. It's a miracle not to die. Ninetail's massive chakra supports the defense, otherwise it would be gone. Oh. Uzumaki Kushina yelled unwillingly, as if he had lost injustice. This kind of trick is completely f***ed up. He just turned Yasakaguyu into a shuriken technique. What is it called? My uncle has already released the water. When you get the nuclear-powered chakra in the future, it won't be a 900. 100 900s are simple. Linshan exaggerated, it sounds incredible, but it is the case. Nuclear-powered chakra is almost equivalent to unlimited chakra, let alone half an hour by then. Directly throw FK Yasakaguyu for a year. In the midst of it, as if he understood Linshan's crazy words, Uzumaki Kushina slumped his head feebly. Tsukuyomi. His eyes widened, and the mental power invaded Uzumaki Kushina's mind. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Falling to Death You a Stinky Sand Sculpture. If it is at the peak state, perhaps it can barely resist the next two. However, Uzumaki Kushina was beaten unconscious. Linshan invaded the spiritual world effortlessly. The stagnant water on the ground, the tunnels extending in all directions crisscross, like a maze. In the most core area, there is a huge cage. The orange fox with a body like a mountain was sealed in it. Never seen golden Sharingan, actually suppressed me. Ninetails, resting on the ground, had broken thoughts. With bloodshot eyes and hideous faces, you can see that Ninetails is in a bad mood. Damn, I'm magnificent Ninetails. I finally got a chance. Before I came out to get my breath, you just lay down for me? Shame. Deep shame is imprinted on Ninetails' heart. Wow. There was movement in the stagnant water, ripples rippling. Ninetails suddenly raised her head, her eye-catching figure reflected in her eyes. Get me here, I want to tear you apart. Ninetails got up, grabbed the cage with both arms and roared. What is it called? Linshan drew his ears, a trivial defeat. What you defeated is just part of this uncle's power, so arrogantly there. In my heyday, there was nothing in the world. Only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could barely fight. Realizing that he had blown it up, Ninetails changed his mind. After all, he lost the face of the big brother tail beast in the Battle of End Valley. First, it was controlled by Uchiha Madara and acted as a tool man to fight Senju Hashirama. Second, it was suppressed by Senju Hashirama and became Konoha's Jinchuriki. Just you rookie, I'm Pooh. Linshan spit in disdain, let alone Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, even Uchiha Obito can control this guy. Ninetails has very poor resistance to Sharingan. Of course, it is not just him, most of the tail beasts are like this, Sharingan is their nemesis. From now on, your kid will give me peace of mind and try to avoid Kushina's idea. Linshan threatened, otherwise, I will make you regret living in the world. UBD. Ninetails is about to split his orbit, so only humans dare to threaten him. but he had to admit that the evil pupil power really made him tremble. Outside, after communicating with Nine Tails, the tail beast chakra that wrapped Uzumaki Kushina's body gradually disappeared. Her skin was burned all over the body. This is the negative impact of Nine Tails chakra. Go and find a medical ninja. Lin Shan looked at the remaining Konoha shinobi. They looked indifferently as if they hadn't heard it. Why do you want to rescue this monster? If she is dead, forget it. In the runaway just now, Uzumaki Kushina killed many of his companions. My brother was killed by the tailed beast bomb just now. Master Jiraiya was almost killed by her. Uzumaki Kushina is a sinner. Not only did the Konoha shinobi refuse to lend a helping hand, they also fell into trouble, each with hateful eyes, wishing to shave Uzumaki Kushina alive. If Lin Shan is not here, they might have done it. They probably forgot, who rushed to repel Sand Shinobi. This is probably the fate that Jinchuriki has to face. From now on, all your old friendships have disappeared. Be prepared to face countless byakugan, ridicule, and hatred. The corners of Lin Shan's mouth curled up, the bad taste was hooked up, and things became more and more interesting. If Uzumaki Kushina had an experience like Naruto, would she still love Konoha? This answer Lin Shan is really curious. Cough cough cough. A slight cough sounded from Uzumaki Kushina's mouth, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Lin Shan twitched his mouth and said, the blood of the Uzumaki clan, plus the big boss of the tailed beast chakra is awesome. If this is replaced by someone else, it may not be possible to recover in 10.5 months. Without anyone's support, Uzumaki Kushina stood up tremblingly. She stared blankly at the necrotic environment around her, and it was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. Who did it? Uzumaki Kushina asked blankly. We did it together. Lin Shan grinned and said, how about it, husband and wife are good, right? Smelly boy, believe it or not, I tore your mouth. Uzumaki Kushina lifted her slap and slapped it, because she hadn't fully recovered just after waking up, and she fainted as soon as she turned pale. Lin Shan hurriedly caught it, and clasped him skillfully in his arms. Beauty, are you eager to hug you when you wake up? Lin Shan's eyes are like water, looking at Uzumaki Kushina affectionately. It's disgusting, clay music guy. Uzumaki Kushina got goosebumps and pushed Lin Shan vigorously, but his soft hands didn't have any strength at all. From start to finish, Lin Shan didn't move. The anxious Uzumaki Kushina's hair stood up, pinching Lin Shan's tender meat on his waist, rotating it 360 degrees. Lin Shan frowned, are you really letting me go? Immediately, immediately. Uzumaki Kushina urged. FK your uncle, throw you a stinky sand sculpture to death. Lin Shan threw Uzumaki Kushina in a violent fall. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Turbulent Undercurrent. After the fall, the painful Uzumaki Kushina grinned. She rolled a full 10 meters away, and she was about to fall apart. It hurts me to death, cruel BD. Uzumaki Kushina kept rubbing the butt drum and other places, tears of pain flowed out. She is still a wounded. Heartless. Lin Shan sneered. Is he not good enough for Uzumaki Kushina? How many times have you saved her? What's the saying, Laozi loves you like a father, but you are still not satisfied with your rebellious son. You're just struggling here. Lin Shan left leisurely. Uzumaki Kushina secretly vowed that Lin Shan will be caught in the future, and she will also have a similar thump. After Lin Shan fell so much, she tried to stand up again, but failed several times. The Konoha shinobi people around are all looking at each other coldly. Uzumaki Kushina's heart is slightly chilled. Isn't she doing enough for the village? Let alone the previous attack, how could she repel Sand Shinobi if she ran away and hoped that the remnants were defeated? Is this not enough to change everyone's perception of Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help feeling sad and rested underground for a while, then slowly stood up and limped to rest. Sand Shinobi Base Camp. In the murky tent, the crowds of high-rise buildings were gloomy. How many manpower did we lose? Fourth Kazekage looked at Ebizo and asked. The casualties are about 1,000 people, right? Ebizo sighed, most of them were killed by Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Any tailed beast bomb can take the lives of hundreds of people. 1,000 people. Fourth Kazekage's eyes widened, and he sat down in a chair decadently. Doesn't that mean that we have lost nearly 2,000 people in these two wars? It can't be calculated like this. War is not a simple addition and subtraction. Konoha's losses are not small. Even though we suffered a big loss, the casualty ratio remained at around 2-to-1. Ebizo explained that Tsunagakure died 2 people, and Konoha would also die 1. Then the village suffered a big loss. It is clear that we have the advantage. We all blame the dam. It's Uchiha Linshan and Uzumaki Kushina. Fourth Kazekage hammered the table, and Fenfu was also captured by Linshan. This loss has not been counted in, otherwise Sand Shinobi would vomit blood. We fought against Konoha with absolute superiority, and lost 2,000 men before and after, plus 1 Tails Jinchuriki. Let alone establish prestige in this war, Tsunagakure might have become a laughing stock. Cough cough cough. A slight cough came from outside the tent, and the 1,000th-generation mother-in-law walked in tremblingly. She was bandaged all over her body, and Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who was run away, gave a punch. It was a miracle that she didn't die. Elder sister. Ebizo hurried up to help, but Fourth Kazekage snorted coldly, Mother-in-law, if you hadn't used Tsubaki medicine on Uzumaki Kushina and completely irritated her, how could she run away? You doubt me too? The old mother-in-law of 1,000 generations flushed, I have never used that kind of thing. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations succumbed to death, and even Fenying suspected that she had used the medicine. This is her own person. You can imagine how terrible the fishing boat outside is. Does the quibbling work? Jinchuriki ran away because of you? It's all true. Fourth Kazekage said dissatisfiedly. The village has encircled the Konoha remnant for the 3rd time. According to my estimation, there are about 100 people left. This time they can be wiped out in one fell swoop. The 1,000th-generation mother-in-law was murderous. Good. Ebizo also nodded, although Nine Tails went violently, the village suffered a defeat, and Konoha was not much better. Their leader Jiraiya was almost killed. Currently, the group of dragons has no leader. Fourth Kazekage is not so optimistic. In these 2 wars, his confidence has been defeated. Without Jiraiya, there are Uchiha Linshan and Uzumaki Kushina. One of them is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the other can control Shao or He. Huh. At this moment, a young ninja broke into the tent. Several adults, according to the news from the spies ahead, Konoha seems to be in conflict. This is reported by Ninja Club. They are all surrounded, do they dare to fight inward? Fourth Kazekage asked incredulously. Many people in Konoha hate Uzumaki Kushina and fear her power. After the Jinchuriki mode was lifted, Uzumaki Kushina was extremely weak. Instead of giving treatment, the Konoha shinobi clapped and watched the show. The ninja who was investigating the information talked about several pieces of information one after another. Ha 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 ha, Konoha idiots, they are idiots. After a moment of silence, Fourth Kazekage laughed out loud. The opportunity is here. The identity of Uzumaki Kushina has been exposed, and the Konoha shinobi are afraid that Jinchuriki is also normal. Even the Konoha shinobi has been slaughtered by her nearly 100 people. Can you not be afraid? Just like the ninja of Tsunagakure, he is also afraid of dividing blessings. Asterisk. Chapter 32. As the war escalates, my Konoha is going to die. Konoha village. The terrible and erosive situation on the front line caused panic in the village. Konoha passed the previous two wars in the ninja world, isn't it this time? War is undoubtedly the most tormenting one. These days, people are living in panic and fear. Hokage office. Third generation looked at the battle report sent from the front, as if suddenly aged several decades. Hair and beard are all white. Asuma was captured. Most ninjas in our army are troubled by the venom, and the army is distracted. Uzumaki Kushina ran away and turned into Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hundreds of people in the village were killed by Uzumaki Kushina, the front line is in a hurry. Third Hokage looked more and more haggard, and finally angrily left the information underground. Is there no better news? The old guy was unusually angry, blowing his beard and staring. Also, Umbu staff report, Tsunagaku also suffered 1 or 2,000 casualties. In addition, their Jinchuriki was controlled by Sharingan of Uchiha Linshan. It seems that it was right to send him to the war. Third Hokage grinned reluctantly, which was good news. However, the ninja that the village and sand shinobi fought was almost completely wiped out, and there was only a few remaining soldiers who were defeated, and they were already powerless to resist. Tsunagaku is about to invade the land of fire. Sarutobi, you need to prepare early. Mito Kato Homura, one of the two consultants, said worriedly. I know, but you are not clear about the situation facing the village. Third Hokage was extremely anxious. This time in the Ninja World War, Konoha faced a much worse situation than the previous two. Iwagaku and Tsunagaku both dispatched at least 5 or 6,000 ninjas. According to the frontline report, there was action in the Country of Thunder, and they drew most of the ninjas and approached the Country of Fire. This village where the fighting spirit prevails is far more dangerous than Tsunagaku. After a night of discussions, Konoha's senior management quickly transferred 2,000 ninjas, and Orochimaru led the team to deal with it. This is also the fundamental reason why Jiraiya has no reinforcements. What will Tsunagaku do? Just leave them raging in the Country of Fire? Daimyo won't give up easily. Yudatan Koharu frowned and asked. Pay a certain price, and stop the war with Tsunagaku first. Third Hokage said solemnly, at the same time, send people to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi Village to see what they mean. If you pay a very small price to end this war, it's best. The guys at Cloud Shinobi Village, they always speak loudly. Yudatan Koharu snorted coldly, full of disgust. Let's talk about them first. Third Hokage said helplessly. One day later, as expected, Cloud Shinobi Village started on the Konoha border area. Ninja World shakes again. Not long ago, they just ended their battle with Tsunagaku, now they are going to attack Konoha again? Not long after the war started, Cloud Shinobi Village quickly let out a slogan. Konoha wanted to stop the war, and just paid 2 people. Boom. In Hokage's office, Third Hokage slammed his fist on the table. A group of shameless guys. Third Hokage was angrily rushing to the championship. If it is an ordinary person, it is acceptable to betray his teammates for peace. Anyway, this kind of thing has not been done. But this time is different. What Cloud Shinobi Village asked for were 2 heavyweights. One is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. The other one is Uchiha Linshan. These people are so greedy. Third generation's face was full of disgust. To say the most shameless village, it must be Cloud Shinobi Village. I like to take advantage of the fire. Wasn't it Cloud Shinobi Village that provoked the Third Ninja War? They watched as Tsunagaku's third Kaze cage disappeared, and the village was chaotically without a leader, and decisively entered the void. Secondly, after the end of the Third Ninja War, Namikaze Minato took over as 4th Hokage shortly after the masked men raided Konoha to release Nine-Tails, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and many Konoha elites all died. Cloud Shinobi Village, this shameful village, once again realized that an opportunity had come, and suddenly attacked Konoha. All in all, Cloud Shinobi Village is the one who likes to sneak around the most. It seems that there is only going to war. The two consultants knew that there was no way out, and now they can only bite the bullet. There are more than 20,000 ninjas in the three villages. This is not their full combat power. Can we do it? Mitokado Homura beats the drums in his heart. If you can't hold it, you have to carry it. Third Hokage said fiercely, isn't there root? Umbu and the ninja with roots will all be sent out to fight. Even so, it's a drop in the bucket. Yudatan Koharu's eyes were dull. My Konoha, is this going to die? Asterisk. Chapter 33 I promise to take everyone to live. A certain area on the border of the country of fire, within a radius of 10 kilometers, is all sand shinobi stationed areas. In the two-day battle, even if 2,000 ninjas were lost, the frenzied sand shinobi was not hurt and felt scared, but instead drew 3,000 people from the rear. The strength of the troops is stronger than before. This is the strength of the five major powers. The armed forces completely surpassed other villages, and there are tens of thousands of ninjas. The third Raikage in the original book was besieged by thousands of rock shinobi and died. Surrounded by layers of Konoha shinobi, they were desperate, one by one, their heads downcast, and there was no fighting spirit at all. In the makeshift medical tent, Jiraiya opened his eyes in a daze. Master Jiraiya. Uzumaki Kushina said with shame, I'm extremely sorry. She almost killed Jiraiya. It's okay, my life is hard, I can't die for the time being, let alone you don't blame it. Jiraiya forced a smile while Lin Shan was standing beside him. If it weren't for you, Sand Shinobi would have killed us. Jiraiya said slowly. We have been surrounded by 7 or 8,000 Sand Shinobi. Lin Shan rubbed his chin and said, it's terrible. With so many ninjas drawn, the rear of Sand Shinobi must be empty, right? Several large villages have all been involved, no one is going to attack Tsunagakure at all, and the other small villages dare not attack Tsunagakure. Jiraiya shook his head and said, I am not suitable for the commander-in-chief, Kushina, please entrust you to lead me in command. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned, and then said bitterly, Master Jiraiya, I have become a demon in the eyes of my companions, you can find someone else. Hearing that, Jiraiya didn't say a word, and the running nine tails was really terrifying. Regardless of whether we are foe or foe, we will kill people if we catch them, leaving an unforgettable shadow for everyone. You can't, I can't, what about the remaining people, wait for death. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with despair, by the way. As if suddenly caught a life-saving straw, Jiraiya looked at Lin Shan, then, you will take the command of everyone instead of me. Lin Shan's face was dumbfounded. Jiraiya was so mad that he started to go to the hospital. With your ability, I believe I can take everyone back to Konoha. Jiraiya said powerfully. This stinky rascal. Uzumaki Kushina is deeply skeptical about this, and other than that, first of all, this guy's position is questionable. Whether Lin Shan is loyal to Konoha is a big question mark. Since Jiraiya-sama believes in me, then I will reluctantly accept it. After thinking about it, Lin Shan agreed, isn't it just to let everyone live? Work hard, the future is yours. Jiraiya gave Lin Shan a smile and then closed his eyes and rested. His injury was very serious, his body was penetrated, and he needed a period of rest. After half an hour, Lin Shan became the new boss. The remaining Konoha shinobi are quite excited about this. Lin Shan's strength is obvious to all, easily suppressing the violent Uzumaki Kushina. Master Lin Shan will definitely take us out of the predicament. With the new commander, the fighting spirit of the Konoha shinobi also followed. A relatively wide area. Lin Shan summoned all the remaining people, by the way, it was too miserable, and there were only 97 people left. Before the war, nearly 1,500 people were killed or missing. Everyone, cough cough cough. Lin Shan coughed twice and everyone's eyes looked over. Look at the sky above you. Lin Shan pointed to the sky above. A large amount of thick purple fog was drifting, and the Konoha shinobi was immediately extremely worried. It's the poisonous mist of 1,000-generation mother-in-law coming again. There is a poisonous mist in the sky, and there are 7 or 8,000 sand shinobi on the ground. Now our situation is that it is difficult to fly with wings. There is a dead end. Lin Shan sighed with a bitter face. Your family don't want to see you die in battle, right? Some people even have wives and children, right? Everyone nodded. Some wives were still pregnant and had to leave the village and go to the battlefield. What's the matter? Isn't it supposed to boost morale at this time? Uzumaki Kushina on the side was speechless, saying such sensational words would easily make the ninja feel war-weary and completely lose resistance. But don't worry, you can definitely survive by following what I said. Lin Shan's words made everyone happy, including Uzumaki Kushina, who also looked at him curiously. Even she feels that a catastrophe is imminent. Does Lin Shan really have a way to save everyone and turn the tide? Now do what I said and raise the white flag. Everyone dropped their weapons, put their heads in their hands, and walked towards Tsunagakure's station. From now on, we surrender. A few words stunned Uzumaki Kushina. She puckered out her ears. Maybe she heard it wrong, right? Lin Shan, the newly appointed boss, is actually taking everyone to surrender? Is this the way out? Asterisk. Chapter 34 Jiraiya, after sleeping, I became a prisoner? Surrender. Not only Uzumaki Kushina, but the other Konoha shinobi are also short-circuited in their brains. In the concept of ninja, there is only death in battle, not surrender. Are you kidding? Let everyone surrender without a fight. Uzumaki Kushina said coldly, this is a cowardly act. Asuma can be cowards, why can't the others be cowards? Lin Shan asked, even if you don't surrender, what can you expect these remnants to change? Expect less than 100 people to defeat Sand Shinobi, who is dozens of times stronger than us? Don't dream. Lin Shan said loudly, everyone, you can rest assured to surrender, this is the only hope that is alive. Don't listen to him. Uzumaki Kushina said loudly, did you forget the humiliation that Asuma suffered? Hearing that, everyone bowed their heads. Asuma, the son of Hokage, was too miserable. Suffered all kinds of humiliation, and was hung up, with lettering on his belly. We are different from Asuma. He has a noble status. The other party just wants to humiliate Asuma to hurt our morale. In addition, I have Shao'erhi in my hand. If those guys dare to humiliate everyone, I will let them not get the tail beast for life. Lin Shan assured him, patting his chest. This damned BD, Sand Shinobi must have given him money, a lot of black money. Uzumaki Kushina cursed Lin Shan in his heart. Even if the money is confiscated, Lin Shan is Tsunagakure's undercover spy, sent to shake Konoha's mind. She had seen the war intent in the eyes of the others loosen. Lin Shan's previous words directly hit everyone's weakness. Behind everyone, there is a happy family. They have their own children and mothers, and they are tired of war. After half an hour, with Lin Shan's order, the Konoha shinobi walked towards the Tsunagakure position with his head in his hands. What is this for? Tsunagakure's ninjas were also stunned, and asked about them before they knew they had surrendered. Uchiha Lin Shan's scumbag surrendered. After learning this news, 4th Kazekage was also shocked and delighted. At the same time, I am ashamed of myself, I lost to such a waste before? Go and call me Uchiha Lin Shan. 4th Kazekage gave orders to his hands. I have ordered someone to look for it. The grandmother Chide explained. He disappeared suddenly, and the Uzumaki Kushina. How can there be such a shameless commander? 4th Kazekage's face was full of contempt, and left and ran off. Is it human? Step on. There were all messy footsteps outside, and Jiraiya opened her eyes in her sleep. What's the situation? Jiraiya limped out of the tent, staring at the scene in front of him for a moment. A large group of Tsunagakure ninjas was in front of him. Where is Linshan? Jiraiya asked awkwardly. Jiraiya? Unexpectedly you still have this big fish. Fourth Kazekage rubbed his fists and laughed excitedly. Uchiha Linshan has ordered the Konoha shinobi to surrender, so don't resist. What? Jiraiya's eyes stared out. Didn't Linshan say that, he will definitely take everyone back to Konoha alive? FK in the mud and Kobo, he slept for a while, and finally surrendered? Call him out to see me. Jiraiya's face was twitching. That kid ran away. Fourth Kazekage said faintly, it's sinister. That brat. Jiraiya's wound is bleeding directly. Even if you surrender, why don't you take me Jiraiya-sama with me? The right was transferred to Linshan, and the kid betrayed him in a blink of an eye, betraying his trust. Linshan, transfer the rights to me? Isn't it the mess that was thrown to me? Actually, Linshan feels that surrender is the best way out. Anyway, he can't break through. It's better to live in battle to die. My Jiraiya is definitely not a prisoner. Jiraiya's face was dark, and he resolutely pulled out kunao, and when he was about to kill himself, a black shadow suddenly came. Jiraiya, you have no choice now. Fourth Kazekage stepped forward and grabbed Jiraiya's arm firmly. At his peak, Jiraiya could also deal with Fourth Kazekage, but now he is seriously injured and he is not enough to look at. Half an hour later, Jiraiya, one of the famous Sunin in the ninja world, was also thrown out of the iron cage and became one of the many prisoners. The news of Konoha's defeat and Jiraiya's capture quickly spread all over the world like a raging cloud. That Sunin. Sarutobi Asuma's capture was an accident. What about Jiraiya? Jiraiya, all blame Uchiha Linshan for this dog thing. In addition, Sand Shinobi Bingfeng has been pierced into the territory of the Land of Fire. In just 2 or 3 days, dozens of small towns have been captured. The daimyo jumped up and down in a hurry. In just 1 day, he urged Konoha to fight back against Tsunagakure dozens of times, but unfortunately there was no extra force at all. Finally home. Waiting for the evening, a figure appeared at the gate of Konoha village. It is Uzumaki Kushina, who is full of dirt. She didn't surrender, she just blazed a trail. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Are you pregnant with his child? Haha. She could finally calm down, gasping normally. It is safe to arrive at the village. It's so slow to come back, I've been waiting for you all day. At this time, a figure walked out slowly. Uzumaki Kushina's face suddenly collapsed. With this sound, she wanted to beat her up in her dreams. Linshan. Uzumaki Kushina bit her lower lip suddenly, and asked in disgust, why are you back? Why didn't you die on the battlefield? It's so funny, why can't I come back? Besides, you haven't died, and I shouldn't die if I am stronger than you. Linshan proudly said, I arrived at this time yesterday. You ordered the surrender, why not face it with everyone? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help feeling sad for the group of Konoha shinobi who surrendered. I asked them to surrender without saying that I would surrender. Those rookies are not strong enough to allow them to surrender and survive for a while. Linshan calmly defended, as for me, my uncle is still waiting to make more contributions to the village, so naturally I am coming back. I will explain the cause of the matter to third generation in detail. Uzumaki Kushina was determined to sue. Who can control this? Linshan shrugged, and immediately looked at Kushina, wife, in my opinion. Swish. Linshan drew sideways to avoid a dense row of kunao. Pay attention to your words, that is, I am not strong enough now, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Kushina burst out murderously, her fists clenched. This guy took advantage of her innocence to take away her innocence. He must wash away the shame with his blood. Who is it threatening? With your strength, it's impossible to be afraid in this life. Lin Shan didn't care about it at all. The Jinchuriki mode is all turned on, and it is still in the state of 8 tails, and it has not been overturned by 900 Yasakagoyu. What else do you expect? If I can't, there will be Minato. Kushina said confidently, he is the 4th generation of the future. Konoha has already spread the gossip, and the next generation of Hokage is Namikaze Minato. Are you going to find that savage man to cooperate and murder his husband? Lin Shan's eyes were cold. Fart, you are a wild man. Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful eyes breathe fire. Is it the other way around? Am I a wild man? Hearing that, Lin Shan did not refute, and Xie smiled. It seems to be right to say that, ha ha ha, if you have a need next time, you can also find me, Xiao's Hulin, you know. I'm so mad, wait and see. Knowing that Lin Shan can't beat him, Uzumaki Kushina stomped and hurried away. Little girl, there are surprises I prepared for you in the village. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina's figure, Lin Shan's eyeballs flicked slyly. Hurrying back early, Lin Shan spread a special message. Almost everyone knows Konoha today. Stepping into Konoha village, Uzumaki Kushina can clearly feel that after seeing her, his former acquaintances have avoided one after another. It seems that the killing of the ninja from the same village by running wildly spreads. Kushina lowered her head sadly, her beautiful eyes filled with grievances. She is eager to communicate with others and to get the care of others, but Jinchuriki is like a disaster star and will never be understood by people. After returning to the village, she didn't go anywhere. She went home for the first time and took a shower, and then she slept comfortably. When I woke up, it was the early morning of the next day. Wait for me, Uchiha Lin Shan, now go find 3rd Hokage to pierce the evil face of your coward. Kushina felt more and more that Lin Shan deliberately surrendered to harm her own people. This is definitely a spy in other villages. Boom boom boom. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Kushina was taken aback for a moment. Anyone dared to find herself? Creak. When I opened the door, it was a handsome cheek, golden hair, and cheeks warm like the sun. Minato. Uzumaki Kushina was surprised, and tears couldn't help streaming. On these days on the front line, when sleeping at night, I would think of Namikaze Minato. If he was there, he would definitely not let himself be so wronged, and even be given by Lin Shan. Uzumaki Kushina whispered with tears, Minato, you know what, I have been wronged too much these days. Namikaze Minato didn't say a word, but looked at Uzumaki Kushina quietly. The brows were also frowning tightly, his eyes were gloomy, and his expression didn't look right at all. If it had been the case before, he would have gone up to comfort him. But now, it's different from before. Kushina. Namikaze Minato finally spoke, looking at her sincerely, I have a question. Just ask. Uzumaki Kushina wiped away tears. You really? Namikaze Minato's mouth trembled, and after hesitating for a moment, he still squeezed out. Are you really pregnant with Lin Shan's child? Uzumaki Kushina? What the hell, I am pregnant with Lin Shan's child, where is this rumor? Asterisk. Chapter 36 I want to make another mistake. Uzumaki Kushina was struck by lightning and lost his reaction for a while. Can you talk nonsense like this? Originally, between her and Lin Shan, it was almost unclear. Now there is a pregnancy scandal? Fake. Fake. This is fake. Uzumaki Kushina strongly denied, where is the rumor, who said it? I want to tear its mouth. After coming back yesterday, Lin Shan called many people to confess. Namikaze Minato has a gloomy look, the whole village knows it, and the look in my eyes is strange. Namikaze Minato rubbed his head, always feeling something green. Minato, you have to believe me, that kid is a demon. He not only slandered me, but also ordered the ninja confronting Sand Shinobi to surrender. He is Konoha sinner. Uzumaki Kushina quickly explained, looking at Namikaze Minato with tears in his eyes. She was really afraid that even Namikaze Minato would not believe her. Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina with a deep gaze. I heard that the grandmother 1,000 generations used you, that kind of poison. How did you detoxify? Ah, this. Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face froze suddenly, looking at Namikaze Minato's sincere and gentle eyes. She moved her eyes with a guilty conscience. Really? Namikaze Minato understood everything when he saw it, and suddenly smiled miserably. Minato, you have to believe me, it was the little thief Uchiha Lin-shan who took advantage of my coma to do it. Ahem. Lin-shan walked out without warning. The moment he saw him, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina both sank their cheeks. You are not welcome here. Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face showed deep disgust. This guy is really a broom star. It's not a good thing to have him appear. I thought that I would go back to the village and explain to Minato, all the problems would be solved. Who knows that this guy said that kind of bullshit? Who is pregnant with your child? Kushina, this is a supplement I bought you specially. Lin-shan shook the gift box in his hand and looked at Uzumaki Kushina's belly meaningfully. It's used to raise a fetus, it's old and nourishing. Chakra chains. Several chakra chains swept out of the back in an instant, and they came like bullets. Clang clang clang. Before he got close to Lin-shan, he was stopped by Suzanu's Yata mirror. Namikaze Minato looked at the golden eyes, his eyes slightly frozen. Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha family, is this the source of your lawless confidence? This guy Lin-shan does whatever he wants with his strength. Namikaze Minato, please stay away from my wife. Lin-shan said dissatisfied. Uchiha Lin-shan, Kushina has already told me that the pregnancy is purely your own fabrication. Namikaze Minato took a step forward and protected Uzumaki Kushina. The voice was unusually cold and said, I hope you won't pester her anymore. She didn't tell you, who sacrificed herself to detoxify her. Lin-shan frowned and asked. Is this important? Namikaze Minato said plainly, we have experienced countless lives and deaths between us, and the feelings we honed are beyond your imagination. Love is stronger than gold, and it cannot be defeated by just a small matter of sesame mung bean. Co-author, I sacrificed myself to detoxify her, is this a trivial matter? Lin-shan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Listening to this, Namikaze Minato forgave Kushina unconditionally. Sure enough, he is a real man with iron blood. Uzumaki Kushina, what is forgiveness? The old lady is right. We are still young and it is inevitable that we will make some mistakes, but if we know our mistakes and can be corrected, I am still willing to accept you. Namikaze Minato looked at Lin-shan earnestly. This broad-mindedness was beyond imagination. I heard it, this is the difference between you and Minato. Uzumaki Kushina said excitedly. Lin-shan did not deny this time. In terms of mind, 99.99% of the people on Earth are not as good as Namikaze Minato. You are right. We are still young and we make mistakes several times. Lin-shan stared straight at Uzumaki Kushina, I want to do it again. Shut up. Before Uzumaki Kushina went crazy, Namikaze Minato couldn't help it. He had given in enough, and he could even treat everything as if it hadn't happened. Is this guy still entangled? You don't have to make an inch of it. Right now, the village is suffering from internal and external troubles. If we still have conflicts, it will only make the village perish faster. Namikaze Minato warned, but Lin-shan couldn't listen at all. Konoha's inexhaustibility is a matter of his A. At the beginning, he had no good feelings for Konoha. The third-generation old man had done his calculations, and he had no sense of belonging to Konoha. Fine, this time, I don't care about you. Lin Shan shook the tonic in his hand. Do you want it? What do you think? Uzumaki Kushina sneered. I don't want to look like this. Lin Shan sighed and stared at the package in his hand. This is not cheap. If you lose it, you should give it to Hong. Young girls are easy to cheat. After speaking, Lin Shan left. Asterisk. Chapter 37 was born earlier than me. This guy really doesn't know how to waste. Uzumaki Kushina's face was cold. She couldn't help but worry about Asuma. So many people were being fooled around and it was difficult for Shirihong to keep it. Shirihong's home. Lin Shan sat on the soft sofa and looked around curiously. The decoration at home is also simple and warm, just a few simple tables and chairs. Lin Shan looked up and saw the picture frame hanging on the wall in the living room. That was a photo of Asuma, Yurihong and third generation. Asuma and third Hokage are both existences that make me uncomfortable. Since they were discovered by Laozi, how can I tolerate you? Lin Shan took a peek at Shirihong, preparing lunch in the kitchen. Snapped. A crisp sound suddenly sounded, and Shirihong quickly came out to see that the photo frame had fallen to the ground and shattered. What's wrong, Red? Lin Shan opened his eyes blankly and rubbed his head. I was a little sleepy just now. I slept for a while. It's okay, maybe the photo frame is too long. Naturally, Shirihong would not have thought that someone in the world would have trouble getting along with a photo. You go cook, I'll clean you up, we like housework the most. Lin Shan excitedly swept the glass residue, along with the photo, to the trash can. Photos can still be used. Shirihong said very speechlessly. Huh? I thought you didn't want it anymore. Lin Shan casually said, it doesn't matter, I will take a group photo in the future, remember, and add me too. Okay. Shirihong didn't think too much, and lightly tapped her white chin. Looking at the tonics on the table, Lin Shan treats himself so well, how can he have other bad thoughts? But as soon as the conversation turned, Yurihong said bitterly, take another group photo, the ghost knows when. Asuma, is he, okay? The girl's intoxicating voice was full of worry and sorrow. Asuma is one of her few good friends. Okay, very good, but the end is a bit miserable. Asuma brother told me, let me take good care of you in the future. Lin Shan patted Shirihong's shoulder. Because the house is relatively hot, she is wearing a breathable wide-shoulder black gauze pajamas, which can vaguely touch the delicate skin. I heard, he was hung up by Sand Shinobi. Shirihong's face was pale, and she asked worriedly, he will be fine, will he? This is nothing, no matter what, one thing is certain. Asuma will never die. He is Hokage's son, and life is more valuable. When necessary, you can use Asuma to threaten third generation. Sand Shinobi is not stupid. Lin Shan explained casually, staring at the faintly raised career line. That's good. Yurihong's mental arithmetic was put down. I was very worried when you and Asuma went to the battlefield. Find a chance, I will definitely rescue Asuma. Lin Shan swore his chest to make sure. Really? Zirihong's beautiful eyes are full of expectation. Of course, Asuma is my most important companion. I, Uchiha Lin Shan, will never abandon myself anyway. Lin Shan's voice is extremely serious, and his voice reveals a strong friendship. I don't know, I thought they were brothers. Lin Shan, yes, we are brothers, face brothers. Just eat here at noon, I'm ready for lunch. Yurihong glanced at the direction of the kitchen, your favorite eel rice. It's better to be respectful than fate. Lin Shan quickly agreed, and had dinner with Shirihong. Asuma, the boy, didn't seem to have experienced it yet. At lunch, while eating fragrant eel rice, Lin Shan exaggerated at Shirihong, and the icing shells came down, and the girl kept laughing. Red, your cooking is amazing, it's long and beautiful, and your strength is not bad, I'm all tempted. Lin Shan stared at Shirihong with scorching eyes. You just like nonsense and deceive. Yuri Hong rolled her head. Didn't you say that Miss Kushina is pregnant with your child, and now I'm a lie again, wanting to step on 2 boats? You are so beautiful. 2 boats? Lin Shan's brows sank, and he thought to himself, this boat seems to be a little scarce. He decided to step on a few more ships, maybe which ship suddenly sank. Speaking of which, when did you date Miss Kushina? You seem to be several years behind you, and Yuri Hong is very strange. Isn't Uzumaki Kushina Namikaze Minato's girlfriend? Huh, speaking of me, I'm so hot. Lin Shan cursed, cursing, that damn it's Namikaze Minato, who was born a few years longer than me, dares to plot against my wife, and I can't spare him. Don't be impulsive, there are rumors that Namikaze Minato is the next generation of Hokage. Shirihong quickly persuaded him, rather worried about what stupid Lin Shan had done. She still cares very much about Lin Shan. When she was fine before, Lin Shan always liked to come to her, and the relationship between the 2 parties has always been good. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Nuclear Power Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. On the Konoha border, the 3 ninja villages attacked vigorously, and countless ninjas sacrificed every day. At this point in the war, Kirigakura was left out of war. Of course, in the final stage of the Third Ninja War, Kirigakura still joined in. Konoha is still the same as before 1v4. Konoha in the past is different from today, and many families are working together. The Uchiha family had no plans to betray at that time, and Ishin wanted to pay for Konoha. At this stage, there is a world of difference. Uchiha and Konoha's high-level people are very close together, and there are cheaters like Lin Shan, who keep cheating on their own people, and looking at Konoha, they can't bear it. In view of the current erosive situation, Third Hokage once again called an emergency meeting. This time, all the heads of the family are still required to participate. Uchiha family residence. Lin Shan, join me in the meeting held by Third Generation. At Uchiha Fugaku's home, Lin Shan has already come as a guest. Fugaku was very satisfied with Lin Shan's outstanding performance on the battlefield. Not only did he survive, he also gave the Uchiha family a face. No problem. Lin Shan readily agreed. In the past few days, apart from harassing Yuri Hong and Kushina, Uchiha Fugaku is the place where he came the most. Every time I come, I must teach attack and ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto are very happy about this. It's not that Lin Shan's free time is hurting, he also has his own purpose. During a conversation, Lin Shan asked the system if there was a mission to start the nuclear power Eternal Mangekyo. The system said that it had collected all the 9 big-tailed beasts. This is more difficult than obtaining nuclear-powered chakra, which is only a 5-headed beast. In addition, the system also said a method. Because his nuclear-powered Mangekyo is exactly the same as Uchiha Itake's future Mangekyo, and there is no change in even the ability, so by directly integrating Mangekyo of Itake, you can turn on the nuclear-powered Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's far more convenient than collecting 9 big-tailed beasts, which is why Lin Shan teaches Itake. Itake was indeed amazingly talented, and he didn't disappoint. I learned the ninjutsu taught to him in a few days. Looking at the amazingly growing leaks, Lin Shan was very happy. During this period, his relationship with Fugaku and Mikoto became more and more harmonious. Goodbye Uncle Lin Shan. In the small courtyard, Itake looked at Fugaku and Lin Shan who were leaving, and waved quickly. Lin Shan turned his head and waved his hand. Leak is too polite, and I don't know if he can get rid of it in the future. Stupid boy, Lin Shan is not old enough to be an uncle, so I will call him brother next time. Mikoto gently rubbed Itake's short hair. 10 minutes later, Linshan and Fugaku appeared together in Hokage's office. The patriarchs of many families have already arrived. The heads of the Hyuga clan, Akamika clan, Zhainite clan, and so on are all here. In addition, there are Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. In addition, there is an unexpected character. The plump body stood in front of the window, making it difficult to see her real face, and on the clothes behind her, there was a clear gambling word. Isn't this Tsunade? Linshan was secretly surprised. She left Konoha many years ago, probably after the end of the Second Ninja World War. Because Senju Nawaki and his lover Kato Dan were killed in battle, Tsunade was heartbroken and left the village. Namikaze Minato actually got Tsunade back. Linshan glanced at Namikaze Minato calmly, but Kushina beside him cast a fierce look. Linshan smiled slightly and made a heart-to-heart movement with one hand. Uzumaki Kushina was disgusted, and quickly moved his eyes away. Sample, you still fight with me? Linshan smiled triumphantly. Ahem. Before the boss spoke, he always coughed twice on purpose. Third Hokage cleared his throat and said, Everyone, you have seen the erosion of the battle. At present, Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, and Cloud Shinobi Village are all fighting against the village. The total number of ninjas they sent exceeds 2, especially Tsunagakuer. On the one hand, because of the defeat of the team led by Jiraiya, the enemy has ravaged the territory of the Land of Fire. The daimyo urged me to counter-attack several times. Third Hokage looked around. What do you think? Master Third Generation, Master Jiraiya handed over the command of the team to Linshan. This guy is good and ordered all the remaining ninjas to surrender. Uzumaki Kushina directly attacked. I suspect Linshan is the undercover agent in other villages. Miss Kushina, don't spit people there. Before Linshan could stand up, Uchiha Fugaku went back. Linshan, please explain. Third Generation looked at Linshan, and the rest of the people also cast their sights. As a commander, he actually ordered his subordinates to surrender. This was the first time in Konoha's history. Look at how you exonerated this time. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes trickle. Let's see how you get through it. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Sell Teammates for Peace. Hey chill. Linshan sighed in disappointment, and a layer of mist condensed in his eye sockets, as if someone had done something sorry for him. Pretend, just pretend to me hard. Uzumaki Kushina sneered. She was no stranger to Linshan's actor-like acting. I was born and died for the village, fighting on the battlefield, and now some people suspect that I am an undercover agent in other villages. My heart hurts. Linshan was holding his chest in pain, his face turned pale. Why let others surrender? Third Generation Old God asked. At that time, with me and Kushina, about 100 people died. In the face of Sand Shinobi who is dozens of times higher than us, how to deal with it? Linshan said freely and easily, they are all brothers who followed me from birth to death. I can't just let them be cannon fodder. If I am guilty, Uchiha Linshan is willing to bear it all. Uzumaki Kushina's brows condensed. Why is that so strange? Lord Third Generation, Linshan made great contributions to the battlefield and killed Tsunagakuer's Jinchuriki. Even Shaoer he also took away. How could such a person be Tsunagakuer's spy? Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to purge Linshan from the crime. Everyone nodded slowly when they heard the words. Speaking of which, Tsunagakuer has issued a wanted order for 1 billion silver taels, and wants to take off Linshan's head at all costs. Fugaku took out a wanted order, and a series of zeros appeared on it. Uzumaki Kushina gritted her teeth and was about to argue. Namikaze Minato grabbed her. Kushina, you must have misunderstood something in this. The old man also thinks that Linshan cannot be Tsunagakuer's undercover agent. After thinking for a while, Third Generation said, it is certainly damn it to let those ninjas surrender from the perspective of the village, but if you start from the perspective of human nature, those Konoha shinobi also have families. They are the heroes of the village, so everyone can surrender to the old man. Understand? When this word fell, Uzumaki Kushina's pupils dilated several times. Is this still the third generation? Even if Lin Shan is wrong, he has done more than he has done, so I won't care about it this time. Lin Shan, I hope you keep working hard. Third generation stared at Lin Shan with hopeful eyes. No, I plan to give up being a ninja. Lin Shan closed his eyes in pain. For the village bloody battle, he still suspects that I am an undercover agent. This ninja, nothing wrong. This one gets cheap and sells obedient bastards. Uzumaki Kushina was almost dizzy. It was obvious that he was retreating. Th. Fugaku said coldly, it is so mean to the heroes. If this spreads out, those ninjas who are fighting with the enemy on the front line will definitely be chilled. Kushina. Third generation looked at Uzumaki Kushina. Afterwards, I apologize to Lin Shan and get his forgiveness. This time, you really made a mistake. Let me apologize. Uzumaki Kushina's eye sockets widened again, and the eyes were about to fall out. This BD has done so many things that I am sorry for, and she has to apologize. That's it? Lin Shan waved his hand and said indifferently, as a man, there is no need to care about a woman. Let's talk about business. Third generation lord, we must take Konoha's safety first. Lin Shan has such a broad mind at a young age, and the future is bound to be the mainstay of the village. From now on, the children in the village must follow Lin Shan as an example. The village needs a genius like Lin Shan. The heads of many families praised Uzumaki Kushina with a crooked nose, and this group of people was blind. Let's start with the topic. 3 villages attacked the village at the same time. There were 20,000 ninjas. The village could not consume them. The old man plans to sign a truce agreement with one of the villages. Third generation's cheeks tightened. They have also issued truce conditions. Cloud Shinobi Village Truce Request, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Lin Shan. Iwagakuer, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Lin Shan, plus some holders of Byakugan. It's too much. They are simply insatiable. The village hasn't been defeated yet. Before third generation finished speaking, Hyaga Hayashi went crazy. Didn't this make the Hyaga people sacrifice? There is Tsunagakuer. Third generation took a breath. Their request for a truce is to hand over Shao'er-He, and to compensate Tsunagakuer 10 billion silver taels, and finally to hand over Lin Shan. Hearing that, the eyes of many clan chiefs brightened. They could barely accept this condition. The 10 billion silver tael is a bit exaggerated, but Konoha tightens his belt, and the whole village can still be hungry for a year or a half. As for the last one, everyone looked at Lin Shan. Dog Village, sell teammates for peace, I'm Pooh. On the surface, Lin Shan is indifferent, but in reality he has condoned these people's ancestors for the 18th generation. Tsunagakuer hates himself so much, Lin Shan can also understand. After all, it has caused them tragic losses. 4th Kazekage hates him. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Who will be this traitor? As the heir to the will of fire, I always want to illuminate others. I also want to die and help the village end this war. It's just, hey. With another heavy sigh, Lin Shan preached decadently, ashamed. When I returned to the village, I was attacked by a group of people. Not only was I injured by them, but Shao'er-He was also snatched away. Someone can hurt you. Everyone curled their lips. Why didn't they believe it? Lin Shan's strength is obvious to all. He severely damaged Danzo and killed Jinchuriki. How many people are his opponents? The other party is the owner of Rinnegan. Lin Shan flicked. The enemy is currently in Rain Shinobi Village, and he has a close relationship with Hanzo of the Salamander. Nagato, good guy, I'm still a rookie now, and this pot can also be thrown on me. The level of storytelling is too bad. Namikaze Minato said, Rinnegan is no different from myths and legends, and there has never been 1,000 years of history in the ninja world. No wonder Namikaze Minato questioned it. Many people think that the so-called Rinnegan was compiled and no one has ever seen it. If you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean that others have not seen it. Lin Shan suddenly looked at Tsunade, who was silent, and said, this is what Master Tsunade can prove. Back then, Master Jiraiya saved a few imps in Rain Shinobi village, and one of them was the owner of Rinnegan. Tsunade was surprised, and said, Chen's his rotten grains, you know a lot. I'm not sure if Nagato is Rinnegan or not, but his eyes are indeed different, perhaps the legendary Rinnegan. Tsunade added, it's not just me and Jiraiya, Orochimaru was also there. Lin Shan is quite surprised that Orochimaru didn't grab it, which is also a miracle. Orochimaru, uncle, I haven't gone bad, and my heart is not so dark. So sure he is lost. The third generation grew older in an instant, and his gaze was muddy. What should I do next? The old man is also keen to truce with Tsunagakuer. They have already invaded the territory of the Land of Fire, and people die every day. How can I explain to Tsunagakuer? Mito Kato Homura asked with a headache. The Uchiha clan absolutely does not agree to hand over Lin Shan to them. Fugaku resolutely said, the Uchiha clan can never do the stupid thing that betrays our compatriots. We would rather die in battle. These words made everyone look at each other. With Lin Shan, this guy's words became harder and harder. However, if you put yourself in the situation, everyone can understand that you will be ridiculed by sacrificing your family for the so-called peace. There is a way we can try. Lin Shan said, it's just that you probably won't agree. Tell me. Third generation's eyes lit up and looked at him expectantly. Tsunagakuer is different from the rest of the village. It has always been fighting against the village. It is nothing more than coveting our fertile territory. This is the root cause of the continuous wars between the two sides. Let's cede part of the territory to Tsunagakuer. When Lin Shan's words fell, countless people were dumbfounded. Feeling what you want to say, is this bad idea? FK, ceding the territory, it's far more shameful than indemnity or something, okay. Let me just say, Lin Shan is Tsunagakuer's undercover agent, look at it, what a bad idea is this? Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly, wishing Konoha would collapse. Cough cough cough, Lin Shan just said casually, please don't take it seriously. Fugaku was also very embarrassed. He knew that Lin Shan's idea was so silly, and he would never let Lin Shan speak. Isn't this a traitor? They all looked at me, I just said a more reasonable method. Lin Shan continued, the session is also temporary. Once the village has settled on Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi village, they can be taken back. It will only be a delay. What do you think? Third Hokage's gaze swept across everyone. No one said anything. Whoever agreed to such a thing would be a traitor. We must send a heavyweight to negotiate with Tsunagakuer, so that we can highlight our sincerity. Lin Shan smiled and looked at Namikaze Minato. Master third generation is old, Master Danzo is unwell, and the two consultants are getting older. I think Master Minato will talk. Namikaze Minato's cheeks twitched. Lin Shan's BD wanted to put himself on the back of the wood trader infamy, right? In history, no one who signed a treaty of bereavement and insulting the country has not been cast aside. Minato, what do you think? Third generation looked at Namikaze Minato eagerly, he would never do this anyway. As the future Lord fourth generation, give your strength to the village, I think it should be okay. Lin Shan took the opportunity to make up the knife. Why didn't you go with the idea you brought up? Uzumaki Kushina was furious. I will only irritate the other party. I am just a deputy captain of the garrison. I have no status. If the next Hokage is me, Uchiha Lin-shan will be responsible for this responsibility. Lin-shan said awe-inspiringly. Asterisk. Chapter 41 The Ambition of the Tip to the Meimang, Uchiha Fugaku. No need to think about it, just let Minato go. Uchiha Fugaku has spoken, and it has a final word. Why, you are not third generation lord, you are not qualified to make a decision. Uzumaki Kushina looked at him badly. Why? The village needs the Uchiha clan. Uchiha is the Konoha first clan, and I am the patriarch of Uchiha. Fugaku's words shocked everyone. Don't say how surprised other people are. Even Lin-shan wiped his eyes. He is right, when did he get so stiff? This is equivalent to publicly threatening third generation. Lin-shan glanced at third Hokage, and as expected, the old guy's face was as ugly as it was diarrhea. But the moment passed by, and he nodded quickly and said, the old man has the same idea, let Minato take care of this matter. After 10 minutes, the meeting was over. The patriarchs of many families have left. In Hokage's office, only Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are left, as well as Tsunade and third Hokage. Third generation, letting Minato go to sign a peace treaty with Tsunagakure is tantamount to ruining him. Everyone will not agree to a traitor as a Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina did not understand what third generation did. He should be able to see the harm. Uchiha Fugaku's aggressive attitude, haven't you seen it? Since the rise of Uchiha Lin-shan, they have become more and more unscrupulous. The old man can only obey them. Third Hokage snorted, everything can only wait for the end of the war and the village is stabilized before the Uchiha clan can be cleaned up. At this sensitive period, the relationship with the Uchiha clan a little bit stiffer may trigger a war. There are still 3 others outside. Darren Village looked at the village with enthusiasm. At this time, civil strife broke out and Konoha died. Namikaze Minato didn't say a word. Although emotionally understandable, he did not support it in practice. Minato, I wronged you once. Third Hokage patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. The Uchiha clan is getting more and more rampant. Uzumaki Kushina puffed up cheeks. It's not just rampant, it's just treating the old man as an idiot. Third Hokage snorted coldly, sure he was taken away, and it was all about Uchiha Lin-shan, but what can the old man do and send someone to catch him? Looking at Konoha today, who is his opponent? Third Hokage was heartbroken and almost burst into tears. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Lin-shan, 2 bastards, joined forces to give him a big mouth, and he can only say yes, not to mention how frustrated it is. And Tsunade, the old man doesn't understand, why are you talking nonsense with them? Third generation asked dissatisfiedly, eyes filled with suspicion. Could it be that you also rebelled? Tsunade was drunk, and he felt like he was shot while lying down. Old man, you are talking about Rinnegan stuff, I don't know the other things, but I really haven't talked about it. Rinnegan does exist. Third generation stared at Tsunade gloomily for a few seconds, and then left without saying a word. It seems to be saying, don't talk to me, you have changed your heart. Uchiha Fugaku's home. After returning, Lin-shan came again, and Fugaku specially asked Mikoto to cook some dishes to celebrate. It's really great today. Seeing third generation solemnity, my grievances over the years have been uttered. Fugaku was holding the wine glass, his staid cheeks were slightly red, and he was already 3-point drunk. I didn't expect the patriarch to say something amazing today. Lin-shan glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, didn't he always walk on thin ice, but he has risen this time? That's my chance, Lin-shan. Fugaku said emotionally, the third generation is getting old, and the next Hokage is probably Namikaze Minato, but people in the family have always had an idea. Maybe you have heard about it? Everyone wants me to be the 4th generation. In order to resolve the grievances between the senior management and the Uchiha family. What does the patriarch mean? Lin Shan asked. I want to make a profit. Maybe there was no hope before, but now it's different. I have you. Fugaku stared at Lin Shan with a torch. Damn, feelings depend on me. Lin Shan gave Uchiha Fugaku a white glance. There are several competitors for 4th Hokage, and Namikaze Minato, Shimura Danzo, and others are all very interested. The main problem is that the patriarch lacks the support of others. Just like Namikaze Minato, in addition to his own strength, there are many people in the village who support him, such as Jiraiya and others. Who supports Uchiha Fugaku? Isn't there you? You are very popular in the village now. Fugaku hit Lin Shan again. In addition, as long as I show interest in Hokage, the village leaders will never let others be Hokage. They are afraid of causing dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan. At this time, the family rebelled, and Konoha is absolutely dead. The current tragedy of the village requires the Uchiha clan, especially your strength. Fugaku saw it very transparently, which is why he challenged 3rd generation. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Cast the Wrong Baby. Lin Shan, I hope you will help. Fugaku solemnly said, you are still young and there are unlimited possibilities in the future. After a few years, when I die, you will be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Lin Shan is like an old monk entering the concentration, his eyes are calm. Naturally, he wouldn't be tempted by such a bad check. However, Uchiha Fugaku can say to promise this condition, whether it's fooling him or sincerely, at least sincerity is enough. I will try my best. Lin Shan nodded and agreed. Anyway, Uchiha Fugaku became Hokage, which is better than the smiling tiger of 3rd generation. Having said that, Fugaku, if he knows that Lin Shan has already started smashing Weasel, he doesn't know what he thinks. Ha ha ha, well, if it wasn't for our age difference, I would all like to call you brothers and sisters. Hearing that Lin Shan agreed, Uchiha Fugaku beamed his eyebrows, and he was refreshed on happy occasions. He drank several glasses of strong alcohol one after another and was drunk and unconscious. Sorry, Lin Shan, I'm going to trouble you tonight. Seeing Fugaku snoring on the table, Mikoto couldn't laugh or cry. Leave the patrol to me. I was originally the deputy captain of the police force. During the war, in order to protect the safety of the village, the Uchiha clan patrolled 24 hours a day and night. Half an hour later, Lin Shan called up the members of the garrison, a total of more than 20 people, divided into 5 teams and patrolled along the periphery of the village. Coincidentally, Shisui also participated and was also assigned to the same team as Lin Shan. For this kid, Lin Shan never catches a cold. He has the blood of the Uchiha clan on his body, but he is a Konoha dog. He even hinted that Fugaku would kill Shisui, but he refused, because Fugaku felt that Shisui was a genius of the Uchiha clan, and as a fellow clan, he really didn't want to kill his own people. Mainly Fugaku feels that more persuasion Shisui, he can still re-enter the embrace of the family. Several teams quickly started to move. Lin Shan led Shisui and the others to the northeast side of the village, where there was a dense forest with few people in normal times. Lin Shan walked in the forefront, Shisui suddenly followed. Master Lin Shan. What's the matter? Lin Shan asked coldly. The village has come to life and death. All families should be united. The Uchiha family can't stay out of the matter. Shisui said solemnly. Which one of your eyes saw Uchiha out of the way? Lin Shan yelled displeasedly, make it clear to me, your last name is Uchiha, not Sarutobi Shisui, nor Shimura Shisui, nor is it the dog of 3rd generation and Danzo. Clear. Shisui's face was pale, this BD almost scolded him for forgetting his ancestors. He could feel that the conflict between the high-level villagers and the family was gradually escalating. He originally wanted to persuade Lin Shan to let go of each other's prejudices, but as a result, he didn't know the good people. I am Uchiha Shisui, but for justice, you narrow family supremacists. You lead everyone to patrol over there, and I will search here. Lin Shan glanced at Shisui boredly, and had nothing to say with this guy. Huh. With a flash, Lin Shan disappeared into the night. The sky is getting colder, and the earth is shrouded in icy darkness. Lin Shan, lying in a daze on the treetop, looked at the time and mumbled, "It's almost time to change shifts, it's time to go back." Whoops whoops. Under the big tree, several dark shadows suddenly passed by. Lin Shan couldn't help but stunned, and immediately turned on the golden nuclear power Mangekyo. The big black shadows were immediately clearer, and several strong ninjas invaded, with strong skills and quick actions. Look at this dress, it seems to be from Cloud Shinobi Village, these guys are stealing chicken again. Lin Shan rubbed his chin. Many years ago, Cloud Shinobi Village sneaked into Konoha sneakily, because Uzumaki Kushina Chakra was special and Cloud Shinobi Village robbed it. One more thing later, Cloud Shinobi Village sneaked into Konoha again and robbed Hyagawa Hinata. Although they all ended in failure, the intrusion ability of Cloud Shinobi Village was really not covered. It's a pity, you met me this time, and you will die here if you can't enter the village. Lin Shan's pupils opened to the maximum, Amaterasu. Boom boom boom. The front of the ninja in Cloud Shinobi Village was surrounded by a dark flame. Impossible, are we exposed? Retreat. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village was taken aback, then turned around and retreated. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, he was also eaten away by Ming Yan. Everyone, come all the way, don't leave. Lin Shan walked out leisurely, her golden eyes exuding a compelling light. The leader is a middle-aged man. He is called Tutai and is the confidant of Third Reikage. There is also a young girl with fair skin, blonde hair, and rich breasts, an angel-like pure face, and a devil-like enchanting body. Samui. Lin Shan recognized this person at a glance. At this age, he was probably around 15 or 16. At a young age, the physical development is so great, I reborn in the wrong place. Lin Shan's eyes narrowed into a line. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Overwhelming Strength. Uchiha Lin Shan. Tutai has a heart that goes up and down. In recent days, Lin Shan is a man in the ninja world. In the battle with Tsunagakuer, he was completely famous all over the world. Well, in the history of the Konoha War, the first to order his subordinates to surrender, but he was forced to flee. Are you that coward? Samyaime's eyes were slightly curious. Be careful, he is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing incredible abilities, and the existence that Master Third Reikage valued. Tutai cautiously reminded, don't be careless. Uchiha Lin Shan, as long as you join our village, you can gain an extraordinary status. Tutai seized the opportunity to tempt him. Boring. Lin Shan disagrees, I'm not interested in status, just give me Killer Bee and Wooden Golem. Dream. Cloud Shinobi refused. Jinchuriki is a super weapon to protect the village. Then there's nothing to talk about, you guys should die here. Lin Shan chakra went violently, and the substantial giant appeared instantly. Susanoo. The fiery red luster illuminates the dense forest, and several Cloud Shinobi panicked. In Susanoo's big hand, a huge Gojade is already condensed, spinning like a windmill. Yasakaguyu. With a strong throw, Yasakaguyu flew out like a dart. Use Earth style to block it. Tutai shouted, several Cloud Shinobi started together, slapped the ground with their hands one after another, and multifaceted walls rose from the ground. Count on this. Lin Shan shook his head. Boom boom boom. With several loud noises falling, the dust and smoke scattered, and the earth walls were all shattered. What kind of technique is that, so powerful? The aftermath of the explosion shocked Samai and others, and everyone was extremely panicked. Quickly retreat, I'll hold him. Tutai took the initiative to walk in front of Susanoo, his eyes resolute. The rest of the people staying here are just getting in the way. One can live alone. If I fight to my death, I might still be a little bit, bang. The words hadn't fallen yet, the strong pupil power rushed straight into his mind, and the earth platform lay down like a corpse. This. Master Tutai, what's wrong with you? The rest of Cloud Shinobi is difficult to understand. He hit my Tsukuyomi. This rookie thought he could resist it? It was just hilarious. Lin Shan sneered and looked at the remaining Cloud Shinobi. State your purpose. No one said anything, and never revealed the mission this time. I admire people with spine, so let's start with him. Lin Shan stared at the body of Tutai, Amaterasu. Boom boom boom. The fire spread again, and the earth platform fainted, opening his eyes when it hurt. Black Minjian quickly swallowed all over his body, and he tossed over and over in pain. Use water style. Cloud Shinobi was in a mess, and one person hurriedly released water style. Although Cloud Shinobi Village is better at lightning style and physique, other ninjutsu is also slightly involved. Wow! There was enough water to fill a pond and quickly swallowed the soil platform. The strange thing was that he was not rescued. Even if his body sank in the water, the black flames continued to burn. An unquenchable flame. Samui looked desperately. While dragging, he will be dead. Lin Shan said lightly as he looked at the struggling soil platform in the water. There is no surrender in the ninja's dictionary, only death in battle. The remaining ninjas glanced at each other and attacked at the same time. One of the dark-skinned ninjas is tall and looks like a muscular physique master. He waved his rough fist and hit Susanoo with all his strength. Boom! A fist hit Susanoo's back, and the whole body trembled slightly with amazing strength. After 3 seconds, does the fart work? The other ninjas also showed Kamui and released the lightning style to attack Susanoo, but the power was too weak to break the defense. A bunch of fools who don't live or die. Lin Shan was no longer merciful, his eyes stared again, and the black inflammation swallowed everyone. In the middle of the night, the woods were full of screams from a few people. Do you know why I let you go? Lin Shan looked at Samyi and smiled. No matter which world, beautiful women have privileges. I can give you a chance. I do not know anything. Samyi clenched his fist firmly, and the soil platform in the water had stopped struggling. The others also stopped screaming. She was left alive. You don't seem to be interested. Lin Shan rubbed his nose, his eyes flashed sharply. Tsukuyomi. Puff. The majestic mental power invaded his mind, and Samyi also fell softly to the ground. They can be regarded as the elite squads of Cloud Shinobi Village, but one by one is like an ant. They are easily crushed by Lin Shan without any backhand force. In a red world, Samui was chained to the cross. She looked helplessly at the blood moon in the sky, feeling extremely nervous. Where is this? Which? A world where I let you be naked and you are naked, and I let you kneel and you kneel down. Lin Shan's voice hits his ears, and he also flashes out of thin air. Asterisk. Chapter 44. It's too hot, even cool. Sam raised his head, unwilling to bow his head. The bones are very hard. Lin Shan stroked his hand into the air and made a tearing motion. Pouch. Sami's clothes burst in front of her, and she was chilly, her pretty face flushed suddenly, and she cursed, shameless. She struggled with nervous reflexes, trying to protect her body with her hands, but her arms were tied up. Being stared directly at Lin Shan, she was ashamed. It's getting hot here, and it's nice to have a cool breeze. Lin Shan sat down and said, I don't want to hurt you, I hope you will cooperate with me. Don't want to hurt me. Looking at the shattered clothes, Samyi felt that Lin Shan was not well educated and had any misunderstandings about the 3 words do not hurt. At Cloud Shinobi Village, I don't know anything about it. It would be nice to have a spy to provide me with information. Lin Shan said sincerely, take refuge in me, Samui. What if I refuse? Samui asked. Then I won't kill you either. Lin Shan smiled softly and stepped forward to stroke Samui's cheek. Let's stay in Konoha in the future. It's not bad to give me a fat son. Impossible. Samui, I didn't even think about it. You only have two choices, either stay in Konoha and give birth to me, or become my undercover agent and give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2, 1, 0. After 3 seconds were over, Samui hadn't answered yet. Lin Shan's face gradually became grim. I will treat it as if you refused. I'm going to make this big fat son. Snapped. Lin Shan snapped his fingers and returned to the real world. Samui also opened her eyes. Just as she was about to stand up, Lin Shan put it down. What are you doing? Samui screamed in fear. Countless people die in the ninja world every year. Our husband and wife will do a little bit of effort to multiply the population. After that, Lin Shan started to act. Stop it! Samui panicked. She noticed Lin Shan's restless hands. I agree, you scumbag. Samui's voice was crying. Early next time, Laozi almost couldn't help it. Lin Shan grumbled, looking at Samui's plump body. The flames in his eyes were burning. Regardless of whether Samui is older than Uzumaki Kushina, in comparison with his body, Samui is slightly better. Let's talk about it. Why did Cloud Shinobi Village send you here? Lin Shan asked the topic. Samui hesitated for a moment, gritted his silver teeth and said, there are 2 purposes. The first is to win you over. Master Reikage values your ability, and the second is to arrest Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Arrest Nine Tails. Lin Shan was amused. Just rely on you scumbags. We are just a reconnaissance force. We lock Nine Tails ahead of time and pass accurate information to the village and Sand Shinobi. Sam said weakly. No wonder there are so many people. It turns out that they are just investigating. Hey, wait. Lin Shan asked strangely, why is Tsunagakuer also involved? The 2 big ninja villages have formed a military alliance in private. Samui revealed heavyweight intelligence. Master Reikage and Master Fenying decided to divide Konoha. You sure? Lin Shan's voice increased several levels. No, 4th Kazekage has agreed to negotiate with Konoha. Why is it allied with Cloud Shinobi Village again? Could it be that Tsunagakuer has been fooling Konoha? That's just a plan. Samui explained, for this peace negotiation, Konoha will inevitably send a big man. Reikage-sama and 4th Kazekage will kill them when they decide to negotiate, which will weaken Konoha's combat power. In other words, it was a pit at the beginning. Lin Shan's eyes kept changing. Tsunagakuer is a real dog. Can you let me go back? Samui begged for mercy. How do you know this top secret information? Lin Shan asked, don't lie to me. Don't underestimate my identity. As if feeling underestimated, Samui said with hands on hips, I also have the strength of Jonin, and I am still an elite in the village. It's nothing more than fighting the 5 scum. Lin Shan said indifferently. His body shook, and the black crow flew out from behind, and while Sam was careless, he slid directly into her mouth. Vomiting. Samui felt nauseated and vomited constantly. What did you do to me? You don't need to know this. As long as you are obedient, when you are in danger, that crow can save your life, and my pupil technique is sealed inside. If you violate the righteousness of me, I promise you will die miserably. Lin Shan wiped his neck. Too bad. Sam wanted to cry without tears, and don't want to get rid of control in the future. Hurry up, other people are coming, you can't leave if you want to. Lin Shan disappeared into the night. 10 minutes later, he appeared at Fugaku's house. And told him about the attack. Cloud Shinobi Village and Tsunagaku form an alliance. Fugaku was also shocked when he heard this. The military alliance between the two villages had never happened before. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Undead of Uchiha. Let's inform third generation right away. Any peace negotiations are all lie. The other party intends to occupy the entire land of the country of fire from the beginning. Fugaku's expression is cold, insidious and shinobi. Why did you notify third generation, and proceed according to the original plan? Wouldn't it be okay to let Namikaze Minato die? Lin Shan's words drew Fugaku's attention. You mean killing someone with a knife? Fugaku instantly understood Lin Shan's intentions. Don't the village leaders dealt with Uchiha like this before, let them experience it too. Lin Shan said with a grin, but in Fugaku's eyes, this expression was scarier than a demon. Fortunately, Lin Shan is on the side of the family. Fugaku was a little grateful for his decision. In order to win Lin Shan, he paid a heavy price. Sharingan's forbidden technique scroll was handed over, and he also promised the position of deputy captain of the security team. Namikaze Minato is dead, so the patriarch will lose one opponent when he is Hokage. Lin Shan bewitched. This plan is very good, Uchiha pretended not to know. When I report tomorrow, I will say it is a few little thieves from Cloud Shinobi Village. After thinking about it, Fugaku finally agreed to Lin Shan's plan. Early the next morning, Fugaku went to report in a hurry. Third Hokage asked about the general course, and then passed it over. The main question is nothing but Amaterasu burned it into coke, and the identity was unrecognizable. Soon after, Namikaze Minato also set off, not just him, he also brought his students. Uchiha Obito, Heitake Kakashi, Nohara Lin. Namikaze Minato took the three of them to Tsunagaku to negotiate. Master Hokage, I also want to participate in this mission. In Hokage's office, Lin Shan offered to invite Ying to play. You. Third Hokage frowned and said, Rosa hates you to death and will never give up. If you can make a contribution to the village, you don't care if you cut me 1,000 times. Lin Shan said impassionedly. Opening your mouth means dying for the village, and shutting up is the successor of the will of fire. I don't know, I really think he is a loyal minister. Third generation felt slanderous and agreed on the surface, Minato is going alone, and the old man is not relieved. You have a caring for you along the way. Then I'll go back and prepare. Lin Shan left. He naturally fell in love with the tail beast, and now Tsunagaku and Cloud Shinobi Village have formed an alliance, and the main forces of the two countries are gathered together, and Jinchuriki is bound to appear. Cloud Shinobi Village is different from other villages. Their Jinchuriki has mature tail animalization. Whether it is Killer Bee or the young two-man wooden golem, they can achieve tail animalization without any side effects. Yes, 8 tails and second tail, Lin Shan took a fancy. At the entrance of Konoha village, Namikaze Minato and his students met. Minato, you have to be careful this time. Uzumaki Kushina complained, I want to go too, but Master Third Generation won't let it go. Kushina, the identity of your Jinchuriki has been exposed. Stay in the village. Namikaze Minato smiled confidently, I will definitely be back. I would rather go out to fight. Uzumaki Kushina responded bitterly, her identity was exposed, and she became a monster in the eyes of countless people, a fearful existence for the whole village. Yo, brother Minato, there is still time to say goodbye here. A strange voice came. Lin Shan also appeared with a backpack. How come you are everywhere? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Lin Shan hostilely. Lin Shan has also been approved to join this team. Namikaze Minato explained. Minato, you have to be careful. Teaming up with this guy didn't end well. Uzumaki Kushina is even more nervous. He still had confidence in Namikaze Minato. After all, the strength lies in that. The nickname of Yellow Flash is not just babbled casually. But Lin Shan is here, everything is unknown. It's not always clear who will die. Namikaze Minato is calm and relaxed, Mangekyo Sharingan is great, but is he squeezed in mud? Compared to strength alone, he is worthy of anyone. In a corner of Konoha, a mysterious man covered in white burrowed out of the ground. Hurry up and pass the news to Lord Madara. He sank underground. If Lin Shan were here, he would be recognized at first sight. Whitezetsu. In an unknown underground space, a strange statue stands here. He has a long face and a hideous face, with 9 eyes on his face. The figure is huge, and his body is still permeated with a decadent breath. Under this monster, there was still a gray-haired old man sitting. He was dressed in black, his cheeks were covered with wrinkles like scars, his eyes were deeply sunken, and every part of his skin was wrinkled together. This person is Uchiha Madara, who was famous in the ninja world in the past. After the end of the Great War, the world thought that Uchiha Madara died in the battle. In fact, it was not. He used Izanaki to survive tenaciously and rely on the meat of Senju Hashirama that was bitten down. He succeeded when he was dying. Turn on the rumored Rinnegan. In addition, the giant behind him is the Gedo statue. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Performance of Low EQ. Absolutely. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara spoke, with a deep and extraordinary voice, with a strong sense of oppression. Master Madara. Whitezetsu came out of the soil. The Uchiha Obito you are following has left Konoha. Whitezetsu explained that he has been watching Obito recently. He is my important flag, keep an eye on it. Uchiha Madara reminded. There will never be any mistakes in my investigation. Don't worry, Madara-sama. However, one thing is quite interesting. Uchiha Lin Shan of the Uchiha clan has also mixed up with Obito. Madara's head lifted slightly, the abnormal Mangekyo you mentioned. Yeah, a very dangerous man with weird pupil power. Whitezetsu said in detail, he has fought the enemy several times, and I was there. The pupil power is almost overwhelming. The dust is not as good as me. Uchiha has fallen a long time ago, don't worry about him, just keep an eye on Obito. On the other side, Namikaze Minato and Lin Shan also set off. It seems to know that Namikaze Minato and Lin Shan are not dealing with each other, and Kakashi and others are far away from Lin Shan. Uchiha Obito, we are of the same race anyway, your kid turned his elbow out. Lin Shan approached Obito, and he drew another distance. Ms. Minato said, you are not a good person, let us stay away from you. Obito yelled, don't come here. Namikaze Minato at the forefront glanced at Obito for a while, and see, this is the performance of low EQ. It seems to be defending, but in fact it is betrayed as a teacher. Look at Kakashi and Rin Nohara, say nothing, learn something, silly boy. This is a blatant false accusation. Lin Shan emphasized loudly, your teacher doesn't wait to see me so much, it's just because Kushina is pregnant with my child. Uchiha Lin Shan. Namikaze Minato swept his head back abruptly. He was always gentle, and his eyes were as sharp as a beast. Ms. Minato. Kakashi and the other 3 students were shocked, and their hearts felt frustrated. The impression of Namikaze Minato has always been generous to others, and this is the first time I see him so angry. From now on, I hope you don't slander Kushina. Namikaze Minato said annoyedly, as a strong, you should have the dignity of a strong, not like a rogue in the market. Ahahahaha, Minato, you are so naive. If you have the power and you can't do whatever you want, what do I want this Mangekyo Sharingan for? Lin Shan sneered, nothing can restrain me. Kushina was not pregnant from start to finish, Mr. Tsunade said. Namikaze Minato repeated it again. Actually you care about this, right? Lin Shan looked straight at Namikaze Minato, she is pregnant, but I'm afraid you are too sad and the child gave up, understand? This quit, I believe you should understand what it means. Numerous black lines appeared on Namikaze Minato's head, and his fists were clenched for the first time. This guy is deceiving too much. After this mission is completed, I would like to see if Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan is as powerful as the rumored one. Ten Laozi like you. Lin Shan stared, spraying directly. Boast. Yeah, Lin murmured, and Lin Shan's eyes swept, and she was shocked. Namikaze Minato, when I was on the mission with Asuma the other day, I gave him a word on the road. Lin Shan said loudly, now these words, I will give you as they are. Don't die, or Kusina will be mine. I have to let her give me a nest. Although friction was constant along the way, Lin Shan, a messy madman, constantly irritated Namikaze Minato. Although he accumulated a lot of anger, he still endured it because of the overall situation. Lin Shan doesn't care about the success or failure of this mission, but Namikaze Minato can't. If the negotiation fails, Tsunagakuer is about to hit Konoha. Although it is said that there is a village protected by Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha is definitely the most difficult bunker in the world, but it was beaten into the village by others, and Konoha was nailed to the pillar of shame. Don't even think about looking up again. Ms. Minato, Uchiha Lin Shan suddenly disappeared. When he was about to reach the Tsunagakuer station, Kakashi approached Namikaze Minato and said, don't worry about that guy, we just need to concentrate on completing the negotiation task. Namikaze Minato barely smiled, he's gone, I feel much better. Looking at Lin Shan's face, Namikaze Minato became angry. After parting ways with Namikaze Minato, Lin Shan didn't really leave, and kept following closely behind several people. You just wait to die, Namikaze Minato. Lin Shan knew that there was a problem with this negotiation, it was simply a big pit. Tsunagakuer and Cloud Shinobi Village conspired. Faced with the attack of these two villages, it is a question of whether Namikaze Minato can survive. Lin Shan's purpose is very simple, just take the 8 tails and Airway Jinchuriki away. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Make a sideline of Cloud Shinobi Village Uchiha. In the middle of the night, the cold wind passed, and the smoke filled the world. In the past few months, the land of the ninja world has never stopped, and ninjas from various villages fight back and forth all day long. There are ninja corpses and scattered bones in the fields, in the jungle, and on the road. Even though the Third Ninja War was only fought for 2 or 3 years, this war has already caused tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. Finally here. Namikaze Minato and his group watched the station in the distance, the tents were densely packed like weeds. While sighing, he couldn't hold back a bitter smile. Once signed an agreement to cede territory, or indemnity, etc., unfair to Konoha. He, Namikaze Minato, will no longer be Konoha's hero, and will be the famous wood trader from now on. Come on. Biting the tip of his tongue hard, the tingling barely kept him awake. Namikaze Minato straightened his waist. He came this time, but he represented Konoha. Behind Namikaze Minato, there are 2 pairs of eyes secretly watching. One of them is naturally Lin Shan. The other person is Samui. There are actually a lot of Cloud Shinobi lurking in the ninja tents of Tsunagakuer. The secretive alliance of the 2 armies will join hands to conquer Konoha in the near future. The scale of the coalition is extraordinary, with more than 15,000 ninjas. Just facing these 2 villages, Konoha was struggling. Not to mention there is another Iwagakuer who is at war with Konoha. Aren't you from the same village? Why don't you remind Namikaze Minato that this is a trap? Samui asks strangely. Even in the same village, there is a hostile relationship. This is called killing with a knife. Lin Shan responded casually, frowning at the same time, it's not big or small, you, call me the master, or Master Lin Shan. Samui's mouth suddenly pouted, but thinking of Lin Shan's horror, he still said weakly, "Lin Shan lord. It's pretty acquainted, otherwise, I slap, tsh. Lin Shan shook his hand and looked at Sam Yi's sullen expression with an ambiguous expression. How can I treat girls like this? I will marry in the future. Samui looked at Lin Shan angrily. You can consider me. I am handsome and gold, and I am strong, mainly because of my pedigree. Lin Shan self-proclaimed and boasted, third rakage is not for the power of my Sharingan. Go find a few more beautiful girls, I to create a cloud shinobi village sideline for Uchiha. Samui twisted his head directly. You immediately think of a way for me to fool me out of those two Jinchuriki. Lin Shan started talking about business. This is making me betray the village completely. Sam was reluctant. You have long been a traitor. The moment you met me, you were already labeled as a traitor. What does it matter if you have one more time or one less time? Lin Shan retorted, stop talking nonsense, honestly do what I said. I am afraid this is a bit difficult. Namikaze Minato has entered the trap. Jinchuriki will go all out to fight. It is difficult to think of a way to distract them. Samui urged, you can't just kill you so badly. Little girl, you want my uncle to die sooner, are you so free? Lin Shan didn't get out of anger, just slapped him straight up. Snapped. There was a wave of flesh in the embarrassment, and Samui quickly covered it. She gritted her teeth and wanted to kill Lin Shan. Don't get too excited, there is a big gap between our strengths, do you still want to get a second slap? Lin Shan's fluttering words extinguished Samui's thoughts of revenge. After thinking about what happened to Konoha's periphery, she could only endure it in the end. I'll give you an idea. Lin Shan had an idea, you immediately go back and tell Rakage that Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is superb. He wants to go and no one can stop him. For the sake of safety, you can send a team of ambushes to hide and wait on his way back. Well, just say to Rakage, he will definitely agree, this is two-handed insurance. Lin Shan instigated that this opinion is highly likely to be adopted. Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is really tricky, and the speed is the best in the ninja world. Say yes, but will it hurt me in the end? Samui asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Lin Shan ridiculed, didn't you say that you are a great genius? How could Rakage blame you? A top genius like me is fine. Since you are as genius as me, you are probably not that old. Problem. Sam was embarrassed after hearing the words. Don't worry, you are my important pawn. No one will doubt you about this matter. Lin Shan stopped teasing Samui and analyzed, you just gave a reasonable suggestion and you were ambushed. It doesn't mean you are stupid, but it just proves that the enemy is too smart and predicts your prediction. Samui, good fellow, going around, it turns out I'm still straddling myself. After a lot of talk and bargaining, Samui agreed to this action. In fact, even if she resists, there is no way, after all, Xiaoming is already in Lin Shan's hands. Asterisk. Chapter 48 below is the Konoha security team. Lin Shan calculated Cloud Shinobi Village and the atmosphere in the tent at Tsunagakuer Station was also very hot. Anyone who knows Namikaze Minato knows that this is a man who rarely gets angry. Gentle, generous, and friendly to the sun are his most true portrayal. But facing the shameless Tsunagakuer, Namikaze Minato was angry. He looked at the red line on the map. This is the new boundary line drawn by Luosha just now. The area is so large that it occupies half of the country of fire. In other words, Konoha wants to arm out the war, to segregate half of the country of fire, and the indemnity has also increased to 1 trillion silver taels. Even a fool could see that Tsunagakuer had no sincerity and deliberately played Konoha at the beginning. People with normal heads can't speak about this condition. Sand Shinobi has no sincerity. Looking at Luosha, who was sitting facing him, Namikaze Minato said solemnly, the village cannot agree to such an outrageous condition. You're right, we are really not sincere. We just forced Konoha to continue fighting. Only when Konoha is destroyed, can the benefits be maximized. Rasha smiled and said, Tsunagakure has sacrificed thousands of ninja lives, and even caught up with Jinchuriki. Konoha wants a truce? It's too late. Namikaze Minato clenched his fist secretly, what did Luosha mean by we? Then keep fighting. Namikaze Minato turned around and left. Haha. Before stepping out of the tent, two brawny men with strong physical fitness broke in. The skin is dark and strong, and the muscles on his arms are high and bulging, full of explosive power. Namikaze Minato's face changed in shock, Killer Bee and AI. This pair of brothers, Namikaze Minato, naturally understands that the famous EPUB combination in the ninja world exists like a thunderbolt. However, it is not this that surprised Namikaze Minato the most. Why does Cloud Shinobi appear in Tsunagakure's territory? We have cooperated carve up Konoha. Luosha said triumphantly. Rosa, are you crazy? Namikaze Minato looked at fourth Kaze cage incredulously, third Kaze cage is missing. The first person to attack Tsunagakure is Cloud Shinobi. Now we are cooperating. Hearing that, Luosha's face turned black immediately, and the sneak attack at Cloud Shinobi village did cause heavy losses to Tsunagakure. From country to country, as long as the interests are the same, even mortal enemies can come together. Killer Bee and AI stepped away, and a burly man appeared. Much stronger than the two brothers, with long golden hair like a lion draped around his waist, very majestic. Third Raikage. Namikaze Minato fell into the abyss with a heart. Namikaze Minato, today, you will die here for me. Luosha came up gloomily. It's not that easy to keep me. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, although there were many enemies, he was definitely not an opponent. But retreating, Namikaze Minato is still sure. The only thing that worries him is, what about Kakashi and the others? Kill. While Namikaze Minato hesitated, third Raikage and fourth Kaze cage burst out at the same time, and several people slew towards Namikaze Minato. In the dark dense forest on the southeast side, a large number of Cloud Shinobi villages have come to station. This is the only way to return to Konoha. Once Namikaze Minato is allowed to escape, the ninja who ambush here will take the opportunity to kill Namikaze Minato. By the way, when Samyi told Raikage about the ambush plan, third Raikage also praised her for long-term vision and strategy, and she was the backbone of the village's future. Samina called an embarrassment. Can she say that Lin Shan ordered her to do this? Why didn't you see Jinchuriki? Lin Shan was like a swan geese, stopping on the treetops tens of meters high, looking at the dense crowd below, scanning around did not find Killer Bee. She was a pretty girl who attracted Lin Shan's attention. At first glance, he was only 13 or 14 years old. The ninja tights he was wearing were propped up high, and he looked quite plump, his skin was fairer, and his two big eyes were shining brightly. The blonde hair was braided like a twist, and he looked very capable when he drooped behind him. She is probably the two from Wooden Golem. Lin Shan smiled slightly and passed over calmly. Haha. After a few skillful jumps, Lin Shan fell to the second place by Wooden Golem. The girl was rather strange, and asked in surprise, which unit are you from? Too much of a rival, we are ambushing the enemy. What should I do if it is exposed? With Wooden Golem's hands on his hips, it feels like Tsundere. She didn't recognize Lin Shan and became herself. Lin Shan rarely wears Konoha Shinobi Forward Protector. The ninja uniform he wears is also slightly different from Konoha village. I'm from the Guardian. Lin Shan said. Do you think I'm an idiot? The security team protects the village. How could it appear on the battlefield? I feel insulted by Wooden Golem. I haven't finished speaking. Lin Shan shrugged. Underneath is Uchiha Lin Shan of the Konoha Guard. The words fell, and the small ruddy mouth of wooden golem suddenly opened. Feelings, this BD is playing with her. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Hanging Jinchuriki. Uchiha Lin Shan, this name has naturally been heard. It is currently the most popular name in the ninja world. But this deity appeared before his eyes for the first time. After a daze, wooden golem immediately responded. With 5 straight fingers like bamboo sticks, they swept out white claws and swept them at Lin Shan's face. Once touched, it must be skinny. Pouch. A fiery red halo emerged, and the barrier was blocked in front of him, and several cracks were cut. What is this? It can actually block the tail beast's claws. Wooden golem exclaimed, looking intently. The sharp claws were all flattened. Susanoo! Lin Shan yelled, and the mature body Susanoo appeared in an instant. The huge body crushed the tree, and the two of them planted to the ground together. How did you do it? It looks like someone has a conflict with you, wooden golem. That guy doesn't seem to be a ninja in the village. I saw his wanted warrant on the black market. It was Uchiha Lin Shan from the Konoha Uchiha clan. There were still some ninjas who identified Lin Shan's identity, and suddenly, all the cloud shinobi who had hidden ambushes came out. There are close to 100 people in a densely packed area. Lin Shan Mangekyo Sharingan swept around, and flames emerged. Amaterasu. The black flame isolates the outer area. Lin Shan and the two are surrounded by wooden golem in the zero space. If outsiders want to invade, they will inevitably be burned by Amaterasu. Cut, do you want to fight with me? Wooden golem patted the dust on his body. The cat has 9 lives, Konoha guy, you are done. Fire rat jade. The red lips opened slightly, and the blue flame bomb came oncoming. Lin Shan controls Susanoo to lift the Yata mirror. Boom. The fireball shield exploded, and the shockwave forced Susanoo back a little. Lin Shan started to fight back. Susanoo's other hand threw a killer move, Yasakaguyu. The sound of the sonic boom from the friction space made you wooden golem feel a deep danger. She instantly unfolded her tail and turned into a beast, and her fleshy slap was shot forward. Boom. The overbearing power came, and the beast-tailed wooden golem felt fiery pain. It was like the arm was about to be shattered. Catch it? It's a tailed beast, with thick skin. But what if 10? Hearing that, wooden golem is shocked. Can this thing lose 10 at once? Haha. Several huge red gojade flew towards each other in succession, no more, no less, exactly 10. You wooden golem's heart is cold, and if it hits himself, he will suffer serious injury if he does not die. She didn't dare to face it head on, and scattered in a hurry. Boom. 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 Every time Yasakaguyu lands, he can blast out huge potholes. Tailed beast bomb. With a mouth full of fangs, the extremely dense chakra erupts continuously. Lin Shan sneered upon seeing this. Amaterasu. The place where his eyes were focused was the tailed beast bomb, and the black dark flame seemed to fall from the sky, directly igniting it. Rumble. The tailed beast bomb exploded without warning, and a huge flame mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. The body of the tail beast was thrown out by the shock wave. It hurts, it hurts. The wooden golem got up from the ground in pain, his mouth was half blown. Lin Shan couldn't help but ridiculed, wait a while and then put the tailed beast bomb, chakra will leak out a bit, right? Don't be proud, the decisive battle has just begun. The wooden golem jumped up sharply and swooped over from a distance. Boom. After she landed, the ground trembled suddenly. Without waiting for Lin Shan to react, he slapped Susanoo's head with a powerful slap. Boom. This slap was very powerful. Susanoo's head showed a lot of cracks, and the Tengu helmet was cracked. However, Lin Shan clasped his arms calmly, and this woman knew nothing about nuclear power mangekyo. Chakras spewed out one after another, and Suzanu's cracks healed in a blink of an eye. The backhand is a Yasakaguyu thrown out. Pouch. The rotating Yasakaguyu resembles a saw blade, with horizontal cracks torn on the face of the second tail. Wooden golem fists back. Boom. Another fist hit the Yata mirror, and it couldn't hit Suzanu at all. Damn it, guy, will you hide in the turtle shell? The voice of wooden golem came from inside the second tail. I said you didn't hide in the tail beast's body. Lin Shan curled his lips. Who said that a cat has 9 lives? At this level, are you here to be beaten? Don't look down on people there. Wooden golem was furious, and the thick chakra squirted out of his mouth again. Seeing standing still and concentrating on creating the second tail of tailed beast bomb, Lin Shan repeats the same trick. Amaterasu. The deadly black flame burned again, and even the black inflammation in his throat was swallowed. The painful voice of Niu made all Cloud Shinobi frightened. That is Jinchuriki, an existence that everyone is afraid of avoiding. Was hanged and beaten right now? Asterisk. Chapter 50 Forced Control of Pupil Force. In people's hearts, Jinchuriki is invincible. Listening to the hoarse wailing of the two tails, everyone felt like the three views collapsed. Tailed beasts are blasted like cats. Having said that, just now, who was so arrogantly saying that cats have 9 lives? Why can't it be extinguished? Two tails fell down and struggled, turning over and over like a child rolling. There was still smoke in her throat, and the black dark flame, as if it would never go out, burned her body. In case of unavoidable circumstances, the tail beastization is cancelled by wooden golem. Her hair was disheveled, and her pretty face was covered with smoky makeup. Some of his clothes were burned, and the snow-white fragrant shoulders were exposed, and he was extremely embarrassed. A good figure, by wooden golem. Lin Shan seemed to be joking and seriously said, "Would you like to be my bed warmer?" How could wooden golem bear such an insult? The little hand threw a large sword from the ninja bag. Clang clang clang. The previous claws of the tail beast can easily shred steel, and there is no other way to face Suzanu, not to mention the mere shuriken. A guy like you, I will never give in. The beautiful eyes from wooden golem are filled with the meaning of death. Lin Shan laughed but said nothing. Speaking of it, wasn't Samyi the same before? It's not a docile post that has been cleaned up yet. With a pair of golden eyes staring at you wooden golem, Lin Shan said softly, "Tsukuyomi." Puff. From wooden golem, I only felt a spirit invading my mind, like a monstrous tsunami. Her minimal mental power was like a battered dam, and it was destroyed in a single encounter. In the blood-red world, a weird blush. Even the sky and the earth, and even the moon in the sky, are blood-red. Where is this? Wooden golem opened her eyes hauntingly and appeared in such a world, she felt panic and helpless. Most importantly, she was also nailed to the cross. Wooden golem quickly launched the power of the tail beast to resist, and the two tails seemed to disappear from the body, and the connection between the two sides was broken. This is the world of Tsukuyomi, everything is controlled by me. I let you have a tail beast, you only have it? Lin Shan flashed out of thin air and said straightforwardly, "Are you interested in taking refuge in me?" Not interested in. A large amount of bloodshot spread in the eye sockets, so tired of wooden golem, he refused directly. Beat her violently, and then take her as a subordinate. No doors. Samyi is more interesting than you. Lin Shan sighed. Samui. From wooden golem's beautiful eyes, what is the relationship between you and Samyi? Speaking of the plan to ambush Namikaze Minato, Samyi mentioned it? It seems that he has said something wrong. Lin Shan rubbed his head helplessly. Samui, deliberately, the cliff is deliberate, just want to kill the old lady. It seems that I will keep you anyway, otherwise it will be bad if you go back and chew on your tongue. Lin Shan also gave up his persuasion, and it is okay to directly use nuclear power Mangekyo Sharingan to force control of wooden golem. Outside the wall of flames made by Amaterasu, a group of cloud shinobi stared. Hello, how is the situation? The fight seems to have stopped. You won't lose by wooden golem, right? It should be impossible. Even if you can't beat Uchiha Lin Shan, it's Jinchuriki anyway, so you won't lose so fast. Fen Blessing was also your idea at the beginning. A group of cloud shinobi were talking, and Amaterasu, more than 10 meters high, stood in front of them, burning blazingly, and would be burned alive if touched. I don't know what happened. Samui is also going down, and unlike the others, her heart is always tangled. Heaven, earth, scum like Lin Shan, get killed quickly. But Samui rubbed her belly. What should we do with the crow in her body? Lin Shan died, and the crow died, but if something happened, Samui could not afford it. Huh. A huge black shadow jumped out of Amaterasu, which was more than 10 meters high. Boom. On all fours, the ground shook suddenly, and the mountain was shaking in a radius of 100 meters. This is the two-tailed cat again. The crowd stared at the blue-black cat demon and cheered. It was won by wooden golem. However, the only person frowned tightly, Samui. She saw a strange place. The tail beast's eyes were not right, the big golden windmill. When Samui sneaked into Konoha last time, he personally experienced Lin Shan Sharingan's power. How could he forget such demonic eyes? No, it was wooden golem who lost. She recovered for the first time, and just about to open her mouth to remind everyone, it happened that Airway's cold eyes swept over. Yes, I almost forgot my identity, Uchiha Lin Shan's undercover agent. Samui closed his eyes with a wry smile, and the next is probably a merciless killing, right? She was also shocked in her heart. Lin Shan is great, but how long has it been, from the start to the end? Not even 5 minutes before the dignified Jinchuriki was defeated? Asterisk.